stars shone down. The children of Woodhull awoke with starlight in their eyes, and something of that light remained there forever after.
Hey everyone, and welcome to a Long-Expected Soundscape's holiday special. Today we are going to hear lots of Tolkien voices, we're going to see lots of Tolkien artwork, and all of that is going to be backed by the soundscape. So the soundscape will be underneath it. And let's just do a quick explanation of what the soundscape is. So the soundscape is sound effects and nature ambience and an original score that I wrote, all timed exactly with the Andy Serkis audiobooks for The Lord of the Rings. So if you purchase the soundscape and you purchase the official audiobooks, you can put the two of them together and enjoy it all in one shot, like a movie in your ears, as they say. So if you enjoy what you hear here, then head over to my website and you can get the full version. And you'll also see all the links for all the other awesome people in today's special in the description. So I hope that you enjoy, and I hope to see you in the comments. And I'll kick things off with A Long-Expected Party, Chapter 1. When Mr. Bilbo Baggins of Bag End announced that he would shortly be celebrating his 11th birthday with a party of special magnificence, there was much talk and excitement in Hobbiton.
Encounters in Middle-earth. All of these images were created for A Middle-earth Traveller, a book of illustrations of J.R.R. Tolkien's incredible worlds, from the creation of Middle-earth to Sam Gamgee's homecoming. Clockwise from left, Dwarves of Belegost, Gandalf arrives in the Shire, Tom Bombadil's house, an Ent in Fangorn Forest. Doing that book was actually an opportunity to visit many themes that I hadn't had the chance to touch on, either beforehand, as illustrations for the books themselves, or while working doing concept art for the movie projects. Notably Tom Bombadil's house, which seemed to get cut out of every script that was written, and obviously the earlier episodes like the Dwarves of Belegost were never part of the film trilogies, but very exciting to visit.
I'm Will Sherwood, and I'm going to be talking about romantic walking in Middle-earth, a topic that is actually quite important for me as I walk pretty much on a day-to-day basis, more so at the weekends. This is going to be part of my PhD, so if you're interested in knowing a little bit more about what I'm getting up to, then please do consider following me on Twitter and visiting my website, details on the left-hand side. So I should also state that because this is part of my PhD, this is part of my own intellectual property and is under copyright. So please do consider this as we are going through. Okay, let's get started. This scene from Peter Jackson's The Hobbit, An Unexpected Journey, always tickles me. In response to a hobbit asking, "Here, Mr. Bilbo, where are you off to?" Bilbo squeals, "I'm going on an adventure!" How cute. Bilbo's excited for his first expedition that will make him the first hobbit in the history of Middle-earth to walk 1,000 miles and fall down at someone's door. Although, in this story, it's not the love of his life, it's a grumpy dragon with the snapping temper of a hormonal teenager. Now, as a kid, I also loved adventures but detested walking, especially when it was the same walk every single Sunday. Yet, down the years, something in me has changed. I still love adventures, but now I have this endorphin-driven desire to walk. For this, I have identified 3 culprits for this transformation. The works and biographies of the British Romantic poets, J.R.R. Tolkien's stories about Middle-earth, and Peter Jackson's The Lord of the Rings trilogy. In my research, in my PhD, I examined the ways that the Romantic writers like Samuel Taylor Coleridge, William Wordsworth, John Keats, and Mary Shelley influenced the construction of Middle-earth and our continued adaptations of Tolkien's works, therefore becoming key sites for the evolutions of Romanticism's afterlives and legacies in the 20th and 21st centuries. But for us today, walking is a common, normal, everyday activity. You walk to meet your friends, you walk to the shops, you casually walk over 150 miles on a nature trail established by the local government and many volunteers. Long distance walking of that latter point over grand landscapes and taking time to connect with and appreciate your surroundings has its roots at the turn of the 19th century, where Romantic writers eagerly rambled over the British and European landscapes. The French writer Jean-Jacques Rousseau's influential book Reveries of the Solitary Walker would in part create the fashion for walking Romantic writers wrote about in their poetry, novels, journals, and letters. Walking was central to their creative process, and this inspired some crazy adventures. Coleridge once casually rambled 263 miles in 8 days in Scotland from Fort William to Fort George to Perth, documenting his experiences during and after. Similarly, John Keats walked across the north of England with the Lake District and Scotland. It was supposed to take 4 months, but due to illness was 2 months. But still, imagine walking constantly for 2 months, especially without the gear that we have nowadays. There's no Gore-Tex back then. So these casual walks of epic proportions and walking holidays were rapidly gathering popularity. And later, in the Victorian period, John Muir, also known as John of the Mountains and Father of the National Parks, inspired millions with books about his walks and was commemorated with the opening of the Coast to Coast John Muir Way in Scotland in 2014. The English writer Charles Dickens would also continue the appeal of walking, noting that for him walking was natural and a strong part of who he was. By the end of the 19th century, walking had become an essential form of inspiration for writers and their readers. Tolkien himself, in the 1910s, would continue in this tradition. He himself went on walking holidays in Cornwall and Switzerland, and I think perhaps one of the most striking elements is not so much the sublimity of the landscape or the initial impact it had, but the fact that 50 years after these experiences, Tolkien could very vividly and accurately recall the impressions that Switzerland had left on his mind, and also the impact it had on Middle-earth. He was using, therefore, the same methods as the Romantics and the Victorians before him, so he was literally and figuratively walking in their footsteps. But to paraphrase Gandalf, there's more romanticism to this story than meets the eye. For example, I am firmly of the belief that the Romantics would have been supremely jealous of Hobbits' natural ability to grow leathery soles. They don't even need walking boots. Hobbits are biologically designed to connect with the earth in a way that humans just don't. At least not anymore. Hobbits can dig their toes into the soil, and those that live closer to Hobbiton live their lives nestled within the hills. They are attuned to the rhythms and networks of the Shire and its environment in ways that humanity, following the devastation wreaked by the Industrial Revolution across the Romantics and Tolkien's lifetimes, was losing. Arguably then, Hobbits are best placed to enjoy walking in Middle-earth. It should also be stressed that Tolkien framed Bilbo and Frodo as the authors of The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. Tolkien was merely one in a long list of editors and translators. So we, as the audience, are reading edited versions of Frodo and Bilbo's walks. And in this way, Tolkien's stories actually mimic the journals of the Romantics, only the Romantics never had to witness Gandalf selfishly fight the Balrog alone to gain the experience points needed to level up. Tut tut, Gandalf. Throughout the books, Tolkien consciously draws our attention to the importance of not only the sublime, sweeping landscapes, but also the intimate, tiny details walking of fords. A scene that perfectly captures this dynamic of grand and small, of macro and micro, is from the journey to the crossroads in the Two Towers, where Frodo and Sam stop. They just pause and observe. And as you will see on the left, I've split this into two parts. So I have taken a little bit of detail out, but this is basically at the end of the chapter. So if you turn to the last page or two, then you will find this here. Find this there, I should say. So we start with the vast, the epic, the grand, the sublime. Standing there for a moment, Frodo saw far away, beyond sad Gondor now overwhelmed in shade, the sun was sinking, finding at last the hem of the great slow-rolling pall of cloud, and falling in an ominous fire towards the yet unsullied sea. The brief glow fell upon a huge sitting figure. So we've got the sublime, the grandeur initially at play. And if you want to know what I mean by the sublime, specifically in a romantic context, I'd encourage you to go and have a bit of a look at Edmund Burke's work, A Philosophical Inquiry into the Origins of Our Ideas on the Sublime and the Beautiful, or A Philosophical Inquiry for short. So we go from the vast to the small. The years had gnawed it, the statue, and violent hands had maimed it. Its head was gone. Suddenly, caught by the level beams, Frodo saw the old king's head. It was lying rolled away by the roadside. The eyes were hollow, and the carven beard was broken, but about the high stern forehead there was a coronal of silver and gold. A trailing plant with flowers like small white stars had bound itself across the brows as if in reverence for the fallen king. And in the crevices of his stony hair, yellow stonecrop gleamed. You'll notice, for example, there's more detail and there's literally more words in the foreground, in the detail, rather than the grand background. So this is what walking allows. If you look, for example, at the opening of The Return of the King, Minas Tirith, Pippin and Gandalf are racing across Lower Rohan and Gondor. You get the former, not the latter, and this is just due to the speed at which they are moving across the landscape. So Frodo and Sam being able to pause here, they start to kind of mimic the walking journals of the Romantic poets. And I think what's interesting is that here Tolkien could actually just be describing, if we took away his name, a J.M.W. Turner or a Pre-Raphaelite painting, with its vivid colours, the vast background and the detail-oriented foreground. And similarly, imagery of this sort is not out of place in Romantic works, with the paused emphasis on the sunset, ruins, or the human-like figure intermingling their feelings with their surroundings. It is highly romantic. So, to summarise then, it shouldn't really be a surprise that this kind of material has inspired and motivated myself and countless Tolkien fans to walk, appreciate the environment, and connect with the earth. Although we may cringe-worthily belt the Fellowship theme when we're scaling and walking over vast landscapes or climbing a mountain, you'll find us humming the Shire theme when we pause and observe the details and the small micro elements around us. In Scotland, there is the right of access and lack of wild camping restrictions that has long since died out in England. These rights to walk and the access to the environment not only resonate with Tolkien's deeper messages, they're also examples of how romantic ideals positively influence and live on with us today. Thank you. Now, just to end, like I've said, I've been talking about romantic walking in Middle-earth. This is going to be part of my PhD, so just as a wrap-up and a reminder that because it's part of my PhD, this is my own intellectual property under copyright. If you would like to know more, then I would love to talk about it. There's loads of interesting ideas coming up, so please do consider following me on Twitter or visiting my website where more material will be made available. But thank you very much for your time. I hope you have enjoyed. Bye.
Hello, my name is Tyler Michael Jonsson. I am a voice actor, and I am coming to you here today from my sound booth in rural Wisconsin to talk to you about my work in The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, Middle-earth soundscape. And one of the first things that I have to talk about, because I was so proud and it was such a special honor for me, is the fact that Jordan invited my 4 young daughters to be a part of the audiobook as well. And my daughters they're wonderful dancers. They're used to competing in dance competitions and being on stage and doing a wonderful job at that. But as far as acting goes, this was one of their first kind of steps into Dad's world. And for me, in addition to voice acting, I also love directing actors. I find it to be an invigorating process and something I really enjoy doing when I get the chance. But as a dad, getting an opportunity to bring my daughters individually here into this booth with me and describe to them that Gandalf is setting off the fireworks and you're so amazed, or the giant dragon is flying out of the sky and is about to devour the Shire, and trying to get them to react appropriately one at a time, and then all 4 of them in here at once for some kind of group audio recordings. It was such a blessing for me, and I had such a wonderful time. So Oswin, Laurelyn, Arya, Eowyn, the 4 of you did an amazing job. Everybody watching and listening this, I hope during those moments that you will stop and take some time to appreciate their work and the work of other children who I know also recorded for that section. But for me, it was just, it was wonderful.
my dear Bagginses and Boffins, and my dear Tooks and Brandybucks, and Grubs, and Chubbs, and Burrowses, and Hornblowers, and Bolgers, Bracegirdles, Goodbodies, Brockhouses, and Proudfoots. All wonderful hobbity names. No one could ever confuse them for the name of an elf, or a man of Gondor, or a shield maiden of Rohan. But those of you who have delved into Appendix F know that these are, well, not their real names. And for those of you not aware of this fact, I apologise if this shocks you, but let me explain. It all starts with The Hobbit. We don't get many Hobbit names in The Hobbit. The title kind of gives away that we'll be focusing on one particular Hobbit, but we do get quite a few dwarf names. The name of our Hobbit is Mr. Bilbo Baggins of Bag End. Bag End being, of course, a play on the French cul-de-sac. A joke not original to Tolkien himself. Bag End was the name of his aunt's farm. Tolkien borrowed that name, and in fact borrowed the names of the dwarves too. The dwarf names came from the Old Norse poem Völuspá, which tells the story of the creation of the world. After about 10 stanzas, we get Dvergatal, the catalogue of dwarves, featuring Thorin, Dvalin, Biffa, Boffa, Bomba, Fili, Kili, Nori, Dori, Ori, and Glóin. We get the names Durin, Dain, Thrain, Thror, and Eikenskjaldi, which is the Old Norse word for Oakenshield. And we get the name Gandalf. Tolkien didn't borrow all the names in The Hobbit from Old Norse poetry or family farms. He borrowed some names from, well, himself. The Hobbit, of course, features Elrond, and mentions the great elvish city of Gondolin. Gondolin, in particular, had been part of Tolkien's great legendarium for over 20 years before The Hobbit was published. And in those 20 years, Tolkien had been developing multiple elvish languages and the history and mythology behind them. Which raises the question, if Tolkien had such a richness of invented languages to draw from, why was he just borrowing Old Norse names in The Hobbit? I think the answer to that is he felt he was mostly just telling a fairy tale initially for his kids. It drew on some ideas from his legendarium but wasn't part of it. Not at first, anyway. But the more important question is, once the sequel, The Lord of the Rings, became a continuation of Tolkien's great legendarium, how was he to explain his use of the Old Norse names? The solution he came up with, a masterstroke of retconning, turns out to be at the heart of the Hobbit names we started with, and while their real names were not used. The first part of Tolkien's solution was a device that has become a common one in fantasy. Tolkien presented himself as merely acting as a translator of a work written in another fictional language. The characters in The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings didn't speak English, but rather Westron, or the common speech, which Tolkien, so he claimed, had translated into English. As Tolkien wrote in Appendix F, the language represented in this history by English was the Westron, or common speech of the Westlands of Middle-earth in the Third Age. Step 2 of the conceit was that the dwarf names we read in The Hobbit are not what the dwarves called themselves. Dwarves have secret names that they don't share with outsiders. The dwarf names we read in The Hobbit, and indeed in The Lord of the Rings, are what humans, and in particular the men of the Dale, called them. Of course, that just sort of shifts the problem. Why are men of the Dale using Old Norse names? Wasn't the common speech translated into English? Well, there's a vitally important third part to all this, and a hint of it can be found in the interactions with the Rohirrim. First of all, here's a brief bit of dialogue between Legolas and Aragorn in Book 3, Chapter 6. "That, I guess, is the language of the Rohirrim," said Legolas, "for it is like to this land itself, rich and rolling in part, and ills hard and stern as the mountains. But I cannot guess what it means, save that it is laden with the sadness of mortal men." "It runs thus in the common speech," said Aragorn, "as near as I can make it." So in other words, the language of the Rohirrim is not the same as the common speech. We get more insight into this in Book 5, Chapter 3, this time from Merry's perspective. He was very tired, for though they had ridden slowly, they had ridden with very little rest. Hour after hour for nearly 3 weary days, he had jogged up and down, over passes and through long dales and across many streams. Sometimes, where the way was broader, he'd ridden at the king's side, not noticing that many of the riders smiled to see the two together, the Hobbit on his shaggy grey pony and the Lord of Rohan on his great white horse. Then he had talked to Theoden, telling him about his home and the doings of the Shire folk, or listening in turn to tales of the Mark and its mighty men of old. But most of the time, especially on this last day, Merry had ridden by himself, just behind the king, saying nothing, and trying to understand the slow, sonorous speech of Rohan that he heard the men behind him using. It was a language in which there seemed to be many words that he knew, though spoken more richly and strongly than in the Shire, yet he could not piece the words together. At times, some rider would lift up his clear voice in stirring song, and Merry felt his heart leap, though he did not know what it was about. Notice that the language of Rohan was a language in which there seemed to be many words that he knew. The reason for this is simple. The language of Rohan was related to Westron. And so what Tolkien decided to do was, yes, translate Westron, or the common speech, into English, but to translate languages that were related to Westron into languages that were related to English. And so the language of the Rohirrim became Old English, and the language of the men of the Dale became Old Norse. The Rohirrim don't speak Old English. Names like Theoden or Éowyn are not their actual names. Instead, Tolkien wanted to convey their names in a way that sounded to our ears, assuming we speak English, just as they would have sounded to Merry's ears, or Frodo's ears, or any speaker of Westron. We do actually get told Theoden's real name. It was Turak. But to a Hobbit, that would have sounded much like Theoden does to our ears. Tolkien wanted us to have the same experience as a Hobbit when we come across names like Guthwinner, or Erkenbrand, or Meduseld. Similarly, the names in Old Norse, Thorin, Durin, Glóin, sound to our ears just as the names given to them by the men of the Dale would have sounded to hobbits. Gandalf, of course, had many names, but the name Gandalf has the same aesthetic response for us that his true Westron name would have had for the hobbits. Tolkien describes his motivation like this. It seemed to me that to present all the names in their original forms would obscure an essential feature of the times as perceived by the hobbits, whose point of view I was mainly concerned to preserve. The contrast between a widespread language, to them as ordinary and habitual as English is to us, and the living remains of far older and more reverent tongues. All names, if merely transcribed, would seem to modern readers equally remote. And so we come back to our Hobbit names. Tolkien did not merely want to use the Westron names for them, because that wouldn't have had the same feel to us that he wanted. The names around the Shire should feel closer to us than those of Dale or Rohan, to say nothing of how the Elvish names should sound. In fact, Tolkien didn't translate Elvish names at all, giving them a remoteness to us equal to what they would have seemed like to the hobbits. And so, Galadriel stays Galadriel. But Labingi becomes Baggins. Banazir becomes Samwise. To make the names of the Bucklanders slightly different, he gave their translations a Celtic influence. And so Kalimak became Meriadoc, a name chosen not just because of its Welsh sounds, but because Kali meant jolly or gay in Westron, and so Merry could be used as the nickname and perfectly convey the association a hobbit would have upon hearing the name. Tolkien cared not just for the phonological realism of his names. He wanted us readers to experience them the way hobbits would. Names like Baggins and Bolgers and Brockhouses might not be their real names, but they are names that help transform us into hobbits and are part of the brilliance of Tolkien's subcreation.
A Hobbit Dwelling. This image was commissioned for the cover of a map of Bilbo's adventures. It draws on several influences, the description by Tolkien of course, but also a love of Norwegian stave churches and Scandinavian Jugendstil. Several years later, Peter Jackson said, "Now I know what the hall looks like, but how about the rest of the place? Can you just do an about face and draw the other rooms, please?" So I did, and it was a short journey, but I went from the back of Bilbo's entry into the hallway, along that hallway, into the various rooms, and eventually emerged at that back door. I really love imagining buildings, or indeed cities, in the same way that you would discover them if you were on foot. First the front door, then the entry, and then you wander through room after room until you find out what it actually looks like. I know all that sounds a little bit philosophical and poetic, but there is something to be said for an approach that's a little less methodical perhaps than trying to establish a plan. You really want to let your imagination run wild as you're going through, and then when you're finished with all your drawings, you can take the idea of making a plan out of them a lot farther and see what really fits. But you don't want to exclude any possibilities because they simply don't fit in some arbitrary plan you've drawn. Bag End. Bilbo's home is the grandest in Hobbiton, but like many old houses, it is not perfectly symmetrical. I'm quite proud of the little sliding shutter over the window to the left and the fact that one corner shows the remains of arches.
Hey everyone, I'm Phil Woodhull, mandolinist and Foley artist on Long-Expected Soundscape. Jordan contacted me a bit ago to talk about my mandolin, and I will gladly do so. So this is the mandolin I've been playing for a couple of years now. If you have an image in your mind of what a mandolin should look like, maybe this doesn't quite align with it. This is what's called an F-style mandolin, or specifically an F5 style mandolin. This was invented in the U.S. by the Gibson Company. The style was invented by the Gibson Company around the early 1920s. It's become very popular in bluegrass music. But that's not really how I use mine necessarily. I'm also a classically trained violinist and also a bluegrass fiddler. I do play in bluegrass as well. But I end up using my mandolin more for classical kinds of things. I play a lot of Bach on it, and that's not out of the realm of what you would expect for this design of mandolin. So in the 1920s, when this style was invented, it was very much a parlor instrument, something that you would just kind of bring out, have sitting around and play with friends sitting around the parlor. Also, during that time, there were mandolin orchestras. There's a whole family of instruments based around the mandolin. There's a mandolin, a mandola, a mandocello, a mando bass, if you're familiar with the violin family at all. And they have whole orchestras. They still do, honestly, but they were a lot more popular back then. So playing classical and non-bluegrass types of music on this mandolin is actually quite at home. That's also a bit more enabled by the specific mandolin that I play. So this mandolin was built in, when was it built? I think it was 2016 is when this mandolin was built. It is a red diamond brand mandolin, and that's not in relation to any kind of natural stone out of the ground. Red diamond is actually the name of a famous Stradivarius violin. A lot of the famous instruments have nicknames. So the builder of this brand of mandolin named them all after that Stradivarius. This instrument has a nickname as well. Since I'm a mandolinist, this mandolin is named Grogu. I'm a mandolinian, right? So I have Grogu's name engraved on a piece of Beskar, basically as this piece is called the truss rod cover. Most mandolins have those nowadays. But anyway, this mandolin in particular was copied off a very, very famous 1924 mandolin built at Gibson. There's a particular strand of mandolins back around 1922 to 1924 that were signed by their acoustic engineer, I think they called him, named Lloyd Lohr. And Lohr mandolins, Lohr Gibsons, Lohr signed Gibsons, are kind of the Stradivarius of the F5 mandolin world. The particular one I'm thinking of is played by a mandolinist named John Reichman, and his instrument is widely seen as one of the absolute best F5 mandolins on the planet. And I remember when I was searching for a mandolin, I was trying to figure out what sound I wanted, and I listened to hundreds and hundreds of videos of mandolins from all different makers, and finally I encountered a video of John Reichman playing Over the Rainbow on his mandolin, and I immediately, just watching on my phone, I'm like, that's the sound, that's what I want right there. And then found out later it's a one-of-a-kind instrument that I'm never going to get my hands on, and I will never have the budget to, because I don't have a spare house to sell. But the maker of this mandolin, his name is Don McCrosty, he lives in Ohio, was actually able to get access to John Reichman's mandolin. And it's very common in instrument building to measure very, very carefully down to very small tolerances, exactly the dimensions of very famous instruments. That happens on violins, of course, but guitars and mandolins as well. But it's not just enough to copy the dimensions, exactly how thick the wood is and where the F-holes here are and how thick the instrument is and stuff like that. It's not quite enough to copy that, because you can match all that and match the wood kinds as close as you can and still get an instrument that sounds vastly different. But what Don, the maker of this mandolin, was able to do was get John Reichman's mandolin and put it in a contraption of his own making that puts very sensitive measurement micrometers all over the top and the back of the instrument as he presses down on the instrument up to 50 pounds of pressure, basically smushing this pancake of wood, this hollow pancake of wood, and seeing how much the top and the back of the instrument flex as he puts pressure on it. And it turns out, as he's measured multiple instruments over the years, he's found out that different instruments flex very differently, even exact same manufacturer and same maker. Don has studied a couple other lower sign mandolins, and the way this one ended up working, I think, was that the top was quite stiff relatively, and the back was rather flexible. Compared to other mandolins. I may have that backwards. But then other mandolins, maybe produced the year after or even within the same batch, could be vastly different. It could be very balanced or could have different flexibilities. But what Don does is then he sits there and the instrument he carves, he makes sure the top and the back flex that same amount. 50 pounds may sound like a lot. You may think of putting a 50-pound bag of something on top of this and going, oh no, that's so fragile. But honestly, I think the strings put something like 100 to 200 pounds of pressure on the bridge between this point and the nut up here. So it's not too bad, honestly. So he was able to copy the dimensions and the flexibility of John Reichmann's mandolin, and that helps a lot. Another thing Don was able to do that's maybe not quite as hobbity, a little bit more high tech, but often it's known that, especially in violins, older instruments sound better. And there's a lot of guesses as to why that's true, but some of the things that they can measure is that as wood ages, it chemically changes. The cells kind of crystallize a bit more as moisture comes out, and as things age, the resins age, and just they change density. The sound travels through the wood at a different speed. So one of the things that Don does in all his mandolins is he does what's called torrefying all the wood before he makes the instruments. So basically, he takes the blocks of wood before he carves them, and he puts them into an oven, basically, with zero oxygen in it. He removes all the oxygen so the wood doesn't like physically flame and burn up, and he cooks it at a pretty high temperature for, I believe, on the order of days. And he basically speed ages the wood. This process is called, again, torrefaction. And then it chemically changes the wood down at the cellular level, and then he builds the instruments out of those. So it's kind of like putting 100 years of age on an instrument right away, and I think that the result is quite good. So that's a bit about my mandolin, Red Diamond, named Grogu. This is the only Grogu mandolin that I know of. It's quite a pretty instrument. The wood on the back is maple, flame maple, and on the sides as well. This is a varnish finish, I believe, so it's not quite as durable, but the sound is really good. It's got what's called a radiused fingerboard. That's something that's maybe not quite authentic to the original mandolin from 1924, but it's easier on the hand as you play it. Mandolin is strung and spaced almost exactly the same as a violin, which is one of the reasons I could transition to this instrument so easily. But having a radius on the fingerboard makes it a lot easier to play and hit different notes. So I mentioned that I don't play this very much like a bluegrass instrument or like an Italian classical instrument. I play it a lot more with single notes. And I was able to do a lot of that. One of the techniques I used, and I believe it made it through into the final cuts. I'll talk about some of the recording methods that I use later. But one of the techniques I used to make some different sounding notes on the mandolin is something called false harmonics or artificial harmonics, or I've heard other people call them harp harmonics. On any stringed instrument, you play the original notes, and it's fairly easy to play what's called a harmonic. Basically, if you just touch the strings right in the middle, you can get a note that's an octave higher. And then if you touch it random other places, you can get different harmonics too. But there's a method you can use to get a harmonic out of every note, and it's rather complicated. So if I finger, say, 2nd fret on the E string here, so this is an F sharp. There's not really an F sharp harmonic that I know of anywhere on the mandolin naturally, but there is a way to play a harmonic. So if I finger up here at the 2nd fret, and then with this finger touch where the F sharp is an octave higher, and then hold my pick between these fingers, I can pluck behind this finger with a harmonic. Not the easiest to do. You have to get it synchronized right. You want to touch the string, pluck, and then immediately let off so you don't deaden it. And you have to touch with this finger exactly at the octave point. The tricky part is when you're fingering different notes, this touch point moves around. So I played a little bit from one of the, I believe it's the Hobbiton themes. I don't know the names of all Jordan's themes, but now if I wanted to do that with false harmonics, I'm going to touch the octave points there. Oops. So very, very high notes, a lot more harp sounding. It works a little better on the lower string sometimes. So you just get this really ethereal kind of, a magical kind of feel. I was able to use that in a few of the places, and that made it into the soundtrack. I was able to, I think, blend it with what Jordan already had in a few places there. But yeah, so that's about my mandolin, and I hope you enjoy the soundscape.
The talk did not die down in 9 or even 99 days. The second disappearance of Mr. Bilbo Baggins was discussed in Hobbiton, and indeed all over the Shire, for a year and a day, and was remembered much longer than that. It became a fireside story for young hobbits, and eventually Mad Baggins, who used to vanish with a bang and a flash, and reappear with a bag of jewels and gold, became a favorite character of legend and lived on long after all the true events were forgotten. But in the meantime, the general opinion in the neighborhood was that Bilbo, who had always been rather cracked, had at last gone quite mad, and had run off into the blue. There he had undoubtedly fallen into a pool or a river, or become a tragic, but hardly an untimely end. The blame was mostly laid on Gandalf.
"But this is terrible!" cried Frodo. "Far worse than the worst I had imagined from your hints and warnings. Oh, Gandalf, best of friends, what am I to do? For now I really am afraid. What am I to do? What a pity that Bilbo did not stab that vile creature when he had a chance." "Pity? 'Twas pity that stayed his hand. Pity and mercy, not to strike without need, and he has been well rewarded, Frodo. Be sure that he took so little hurt from the evil, and escaped in the end because he began his ownership of the ring so, with pity." To me, this is the heart and soul of Lord of the Rings. And it's useful to recognize that pity, or compassion, was one of the teachings of Nienna, one of the Valar, from whom Gandalf learned it, along with patience, while he was Olorin, a Maya in Valinor. Nienna's arc in the histories of Middle-earth is fascinating. In the Book of Lost Tales, she was originally married to Mandos, and began as a sort of a goth Persephone, loving bat's wing ceilings, black walls, and one coal and a chilly hearth for light. It was her task to judge humans when they died, and send them to the Middle-earth equivalent of heaven, purgatory, or hell. This was during a time in Tolkien's life when he was becoming more distant from his faith. Also, he was strongly influenced by the Greek myths, as well as Norse and others. As he slowly drew closer again to the Catholic religion, Nienna changed too. She was the one who wept at the opening of the music before Melkor's riffs, because she saw the losses that would result from the choices of free will. Her tears also contributed to the birth of the two trees, and later to the creation of the moon and the sun. She also recognized in the discussion of the Valar of the case of Finwë and Miriel and Indis that justice without mercy could not truly be just. By the time we get to the Silmarillion, it was Nienna who would listen to the cries of the elves who were in Mandos. She became a solitary contemplative who taught the healing power of grief to all who would listen. She was not a buzzkill. So much capacity for compassion and sorrow makes more room for joy. For joy and sorrow both live at the same address. And so the former judgy goth Persephone became something of an image of Our Lady of Sorrows, someone who Tolkien often called upon in his own life. And compassion, or pity, became the key to the final defeat of Sauron, thanks to Nienna.
Hi folks, this is Kip Rasmussen giving a short description and account of what I was thinking when I painted my paintings that are featured here with Gandalf and the Witch King. I wanted to show that under the same moon, on the same night, they are in various areas of Middle-earth on competing missions, and wanted to paint Gandalf on the magnificent Shadowfax and the Witch King riding some poor tortured beast. Anyway, for those of you who are artists, this was made entirely with Payne's Gray and Titanium White.
Hi, it's Phil again with an Easter egg reveal. So, you hear Sam whistling there? Yeah, that was actually me whistling in there. I'll put a picture of me going back for that session. You'll actually see in there the actual shears used to make the sound of him trimming the verge there. That was me in the studio getting both of those at the same time. But the notes I picked for Sam to whistle there are very much not random notes. If you read the books, or even if you watch the movies, answer the question of what was Sam always thinking about? What was he always wanting? See if you recognize this theme. That's right, that's the Elves theme that Jordan wrote for the rest of the soundscape. Very important theme. It pops up at some really awesome moments. But inadvertently or unconsciously, before Sam had even met them, he was already had a sense of the elves and their essence and was able to whistle about that. In the actual trimming the verge scene, I just tried to make it a little bit more lighthearted sounding and kind of added the... It's just kind of a random thing to make it not sound quite so dark and heavy at that point, because he's trying to act all inconspicuous, right? Not dropping any eaves, he promises.
Nazgul bowing before Sauron depicts the moment when Sauron has gathered all the 9 kings of Middle-earth together to disseminate his fateful rings of power. The Witch King is on the far left in the helmet, and this is deep within the shadows of the Barad-dûr with black marble and Sauron making the kings swear fealty to him. This is entirely in black and white. I wanted to make this as suffocating as possible. There's one tiny little bit of gold in this image on Sauron's hand, which is the one ring, but it's almost impossible to discern, and no one has ever done so from the image.
The Temple of Melkor, of Númenórean infamy, and it was an opportunity to look into its very detailed description, its dimensions, how thick the walls were, this dome of silver up atop, and a vent in the middle of that, and just see what you can do with these kind of very, very unusual tower dimensions and size, etc., and the scale. So it was an interesting project, and I put in various bits of architecture nearby in a very, very dark scene, nighttime, in order to give it scale, to give us some idea of how this might have looked at that point in time. And I was following as inspiration the art of Czesław Beksinski, the Polish macabre artist, who's was the inspiration for H.R. Giger, also known for his Alien film and other things. So anyway, it was to me just the right sort of atmosphere, the sort of sickly yellow sky, this sense of great evil at a time which was reaching the end of Númenor's history in the Great Cataclysm. And one last detail to note. Very much in the center, very small, giving you an idea of the scale of the building, is a cart being hauled by prisoners, and it contains the tree Nimloth, what's left of it, as it's about to be fed into the fires within the temple there.
Today, I am going to bring you our first audio teacher feature. But first, what is a teacher feature? Teacher features are little profiles that I write on my blog. I started this a few years ago when I wrote a paper for a Potter Saga class at Signum University. I explored how different teachers in the Harry Potter books used active learning methods. This was a fun way to look at different teaching methods, and it was an interesting way to take a look at how fantasy authors use teaching and reflect on teaching within their works. These are authors. These are stories. So sometimes the perspective is going to be a little bit skewed. However, I still think there are valuable lessons to be learned by looking at teachers within the fantasy genre, particularly because they reflect different teaching styles and different methods that may have been familiar to the authors when they were children or have been familiar to the authors in their own lives in some way. In the case of Harry Potter, we're taking a look at the story through the eyes of a teenage boy. So in that case, this perspective is going to be a little bit different. However, today, I'm taking a look at a teacher. Well, I'm not really sure you can call him a teacher because he never really puts that hat on, as it were. He does have reflections of the Campbellian mentor figure, and many times the mentor figure has a teaching role to the hero in some way, whether it's religious education, whether it's swinging and slashing swords, whatever it might be. Somehow, the mentor figure is, well, mentoring. Today, I'm going to start at the beginning with a wizard named Gandalf. Some of what I talk about today will be reflective of a post I wrote on Gandalf, and I'm going to read directly from that post. That's where I'm going to start, but I'm going to add some more thoughts as well. I also took the opportunity to ask my followers on TikTok what their favorite Gandalf moments were, whether that was the Gandalf of the books, of the Peter Jackson films. What was their vision of Gandalf, and what did they appreciate most about Gandalf? But for now, I'll begin by reading my original thoughts on Gandalf when I wrote this post back in 2020. Whenever I've taught a Tolkien-related course to children, Gandalf immediately becomes a hot topic of discussion. Students range from questions about his origins to observations of his abilities, and whether or not he uses these abilities enough. Back in 2020, I had a student who was consistently vexed because they felt that Gandalf just wasn't doing enough to stop the Nazgul and squash them once and for all. They were practically in conniptions when he rode out to meet them with a beam of light on the Pelennor fields in The Return of the King. Why hasn't Gandalf done that before? Has he been holding back this whole time? What's the point of his powers anyway? What does he even do? This led to a slightly heated discussion about Gandalf's abilities, his connection with the Elven ring Narya, and what this ring allows him to do, and his original directive from the Valar. One student responded with the following. Gandalf's job isn't to save the world. His job is to guide the men and the hobbits to do it. Your teacher isn't going to tell you the answer on a test, but they are going to show you how. That's what Gandalf is doing. Oh, from the mouths of babes. This statement, I think, is the best summary of Gandalf's role in Tolkien's stories, and a perfect explanation of what kind of teacher he is. Many teachers in current fantasy literature operate from the literal classroom and show the hero the way that magic, the sword, or their powers work. Gandalf, however, is not there to teach Frodo or Aragorn how to use magic or combat skills. He is there to put out the fires when an emergency occurs, but ultimately it is the residents of Middle-earth, such as Frodo, Aragorn, Éowyn, Theoden, and Faramir, to name but a few. They need to be the ones to defeat Sauron. For they are the ones who need to live in Middle-earth peaceably and ultimately thrive in the Fourth Age. Gandalf operates similarly to a teacher who engages in classroom experiential learning. I described the concept in more detail in my presentation at the Chestnut Hill Harry Potter conference. This was back in 2019. But in essence, the teacher acts as a facilitator, while students try out the concept on their own. The teacher can provide guidance, pose questions, and offer hints. But ultimately, the students work through the problem at hand with the information they are given and a little creativity, and then they devise a solution. This, I think, is what frustrates my students when they encounter Gandalf. Many modern fantasy texts provide magic as the solution to problems, or at least a magical problem that needs a magical solution. In Harry Potter, there is always a perfect spell, curse, or potion that causes some kind of reaction and oftentimes provides the happy ever after solution. Further, every curse or spell has some kind of counter curse, and Harry only needs to figure out what that counter is. In Marvel and DC publications, the superhero wins the day because they apply the right amount of power in just the right sequence and outsmarts, or physically beats to a pulp, the villain. Yes, I realize this is a very reductive analysis, counterpoints can easily be made, but it's a structure that seems to be on the surface of my students' minds. But what my students don't realize at first is that Tolkien doesn't write stories about magic. Magic is just a vehicle, a pathway for events to occur. Tolkien writes about people, about heroes who must use their own strengths to save Middle-earth, not just from Sauron or from Morgoth, but from their own hubris and failings. Gandalf's good morning is a fantastic microcosm of this concept. Bilbo Baggins has his own preconceived ideas of what good morning means and assumes that Gandalf also operates from this schema. Shire hobbits, as you may know, operate in a very closed, close-knit society, and anything outside of their norms is considered queer. Bilbo can't conceive of Gandalf understanding good morning as anything other than a customary greeting. Gandalf challenges this notion by posing his famous retort. What do you mean? Do you wish me a good morning, or mean that it is a good morning whether I want it or not? Or that you feel good on this morning, or that it is a morning to be good on? This flummoxes poor Bilbo, which, of course, sets him up for his entire unexpected journey. Gandalf poses questions and places Bilbo and the dwarves in difficult situations, then leaves them to devise their own solutions. Bilbo ultimately must use his wits, with the help of a certain quote-unquote magic ring, to outsmart and outriddle Smaug. And Thorin must overcome his pride and greed in order to be the true king under the mountain, if only for a short while. The same notions occur in The Lord of the Rings, though the danger is far more complex this time. As an Istari and an emissary from the Valar, Gandalf's task is to, and I quote, advise and persuade men and elves to good, and to seek to unite in love and understanding all those whom Sauron, should he come again, would endeavor to dominate and corrupt. This is from the third part of the Unfinished Tales, concerning the Third Age. Gandalf is only able to accomplish this because of his choice to act as a wanderer, not because of his magic or ownership of Narya. Gandalf travels over the vast lands of the Wild, Eriador, and other kingdoms of Middle-earth, making connections with all of its citizens. Men, elves, dwarves, and even the seemingly inconsequential ordinary hobbits. Saruman and Radagast ultimately fail in their assignments because they close themselves to the outer world and focus on their own lore. And where have the two blues gotten to? Only Tolkien knows. Gandalf's true power, therefore, is in the human connection, if you'll pardon the expression. Gandalf brings Middle-earth together, whether it is through the stories told at the Council of Elrond, the Fellowship, or the company of 13 dwarves and 1 burr hobbit. Gandalf consistently reminds us of our own humanity and what it means to be human. And he also reminds us that we're all a part of the music, and that we all have our parts to play, and that Iluvatar has a plan for us all. And in some cases, we'll be able to play out that plan exactly as we choose. But still, we are a part of the music and a part of that plan. And he reminds us that every life is precious, no matter how pitiful it may seem. In Book 1, Chapter 2, The Shadow of the Past, poor Frodo's life is overturned in the space of one afternoon. Everything he thinks he knows about his Uncle Bilbo, his adventures, and his magic ring has all at once been completely overturned, thanks to a conversation with an old wizard. Understandably, Frodo is frustrated. He is upset, he is frustrated, and he starts to take out this frustration on someone he doesn't even know. Someone he's never met and who's been characterized as a villain in all of the stories that he's heard. Poor Gollum. "But this is terrible," cried Frodo. "Far worse than the worst that I imagined from your hints and warnings. O Gandalf, best of friends, what am I to do? For now I am really afraid. What am I to do? What a pity that Bilbo did not stab that vile creature when he had a chance." Pity. It was pity that stayed his hand. Pity and mercy not to strike without need. And he has been well rewarded, Frodo. Be sure that he took so little hurt from the evil, and escaped in the end, because he began his ownership of the rings so, with pity. Here, Gandalf reminds us that Bilbo's turn with the ring could have gone very differently. Bilbo began his relationship with the ring with pity. Pity and mercy. If he had struck Gollum down in anger, as he had originally intended to, as Gollum originally did, his heart could have been ensnared forever. He could have retreated into the Shadow World in a similar way to Gollum. But still, Frodo is angry. I do not feel any pity for Gollum, he says. Now, at any rate, he is as bad as an orc, and just an enemy. He deserves death. Deserves it, says Gandalf. I dare say he does. Many that live deserve death, and some that die deserve life. Can you give it to them? Then do not be too eager to deal out death and judgment, for even the very wise cannot see all ends. I have not much hope that Gollum can be cured before he dies, but there is a chance of it, and he is bound up with the fate of the ring. My heart tells me that he has some part to play yet, for good or ill, before the end, and when that comes, the pity of Bilbo may rule the fate of many, yours not least. And here, Gandalf reminds us once again just what a part we have to play in the music. Gandalf reminds us that it is not up to us to deal out judgment, especially of others. We don't always know what happens in the lives of our fellow men, and what's more, even if we did, it doesn't matter. Even the very wise cannot see all ends. Gandalf reminds us that we must treat our fellow man with pity. We must treat our fellow man with mercy. Many of us are eager to deal out judgment. We hear one side of the story and we're ready to cast judgment on somebody. We're ready to say what they deserve. But none of us know. None of us know a full story. And even then, pity and mercy, those are the virtues that we must hold. Let's dive into another specific example within the Lord of the Rings. That is Gandalf's relationship with Pippin. Gandalf's interactions with Pippin are often quoted as comedic interactions, but when you take a closer look at their relationship, you can see that theirs is one of friendship, with the intimacy belonging to a teacher and their student. Poor Pippin is often scolded throughout the book for getting in the way, or asked to leave when the adventure gets too difficult. But Gandalf, despite his grumpy demeanor, understands Pippin's importance in the adventure of the ring. While he does not know exactly what part Pippin will play in the adventure, he is one of the first to speak up for Pippin when Elrond wants to send him back to the Shire to warn everyone about the dangers that are coming for them. Elrond believes that Pippin does not fully understand the dangers that lie before him. Nor does Frodo, says Gandalf, unexpectedly supporting Pippin. Nor do any of us see clearly. It is true that if these hobbits understood the danger, they would not dare to go. But they would still wish to go, or wish they dared, and be shamed and unhappy. I think Elrond, in this matter, it would be well to trust rather to their friendship than to great wisdom. This excerpt is from The Ring Goes South. This may seem like a dig at Pippin's intelligence at first, but Gandalf's insight is spot on. He understands that there are far greater powers in the world than that of elf magic or the wisdom of lore masters. Pippin's loyalty to his friends is his strongest quality, and he knows that he has a lot to learn before the journey is over. Later, in the Two Towers, poor Pippin's curiosity gets the better of him, and he is whisked away with Gandalf on Shadowfax. Now, for the life of me, I cannot imagine that riding horseback is conducive to a history lesson. But nonetheless, Pippin is finally able to have a conversation with Gandalf. Here, Tolkien employs the classic use of epistemic regime. We, the reader, receive new information through the eyes of the least experienced character in that particular scene or situation. Pippin's conversation with Gandalf gives us the opportunity to learn about the Palantiri, their history, and their use throughout the history of Numenor and Middle-earth. Pippin, of course, is delighted and astonished at getting answers to so many questions, and is eager to soak in all of this new information. Gandalf, I think, is just as eager to share all of this information, if for no other reason than to work through his thoughts and decide what must be done next. But this is also an opportunity for both Gandalf and Pippin to confront the mistakes that they had made with the Palantir that night, and to remember that sometimes, as Gandalf says, a burned hand teaches best. Though they both regret Pippin's pain at having handled the Palantir, it was a reminder to Gandalf of the dangers of peering into a Palantir without the proper training. Even though he is tempted for a while to peer into it, Pippin's folly reminded him of what could have happened if he had succumbed to the same temptation. At this moment, Gandalf and Pippin's relationship finally becomes reciprocal. Pippin has been a source of mild annoyance for Gandalf up to this point, although there have been some moments where Pippin impresses Gandalf with his quick thinking and his friendship with the Ents. However, this is one of the first interactions where Gandalf sees Pippin as close to a peer as he can. Though Pippin's foolishness has cost them a significant amount of time and secrecy, it has spurred them both on to Minas Tirith and to the fulfillment of both of their destinies. Pippin comes into his princehood in Minas Tirith, and he is able to serve and protect Faramir from Denethor's madness. Gandalf is able to continue his mission of advising and persuading men and elves to do good, even if events do not occur in the way that Gandalf may have originally wanted or predicted. The ultimate lesson that Gandalf teaches us is to rely upon one another, to rely upon fellowship above power, strength, or greed. He encourages Frodo to take companions with him, but only if they can be trusted. Frodo cannot complete his journey or his task alone. My students will tell me time and time again that Frodo was only able to get through Mordor to Mount Doom because, quote, Sam did all the work. Their words, not mine. Frodo wasn't even able to complete his quest. Ultimately, Gollum was the one who, though accidentally, cast the ring into Mount Doom. But only because Frodo listened to Gandalf's advice and musings about trust, pity, and trusting his heart to show him the way forward. Gollum may not have been a trustworthy friend, but he was still granted fellowship for a short while, and that enabled him to be exactly where he needed to be at the right time. Finally, I would like to close with a quote from one of the final chapters of The Lord of the Rings. I am coming with you at present, but soon I shall not be. I am not coming to the Shire. You must settle its affairs yourselves. That is what you have been trained for. Do you not yet understand? My time is over. It is no longer my task to set things to rights, nor to help folk to do so. And as for you, my dear friends, you will need no help. You are grown up now. Grown indeed very high. Among the great you are. And I have no longer any fear at all for any of you.
You ought to go quietly, and you ought to go soon, said Gandalf. 2 or 3 weeks had passed, and still Frodo made no sign of getting ready to go. I know, but it is difficult to do both, he objected. If I just vanish, like Bilbo, the tale will be all over the Shire in no time. Of course you mustn't vanish, said Gandalf. That wouldn't do at all. I said soon, not instantly. If you can think of any way of slipping out of the Shire without its being generally known, it will be worth a little delay. But you must not delay too long. What about the autumn, on or after our birthday? Asked Frodo. I think I could probably make some arrangements by then. To tell the truth, he was very reluctant to start. Now that it had become to the point, Bag End seemed a more desirable residence than it had for years, and he wanted to savor as much as he could of his last summer in the Shire. When autumn came, he knew that part at least of his heart would think more kindly of journeying, as it always did at that season. He had indeed privately made up his mind to leave on his 50th birthday, Bibble's 128th. It seemed somehow the proper day on which to set out and follow him. Following Bibble was uppermost in his mind, and the one thing that made the thought of leaving bearable. He thought as little as possible about the ring, and where it might lead him in the end. But he did not tell all his thoughts to Gandalf. What the wizard guessed was always difficult to tell.
Bilbo's back door. Besides the world-famous round green front door, Bag End of course has a back door. I also designed a secret door, but of course it was never built and wouldn't have been visible anyway. The designs for the Hobbit houses were endless variations on simple shapes. Thinking in terms of materials used and staying true to certain motifs and design elements will usually lead in the right direction. This is one of the guiding principles in concept art. You need to have a clear idea of the materials used and the techniques involved. Those are going to guide your imagination as they would guide the hand of any artisan that would actually be making them within the perimeters of that fictitious sculpture.
Well met, friends. I'm Rebecca Davis, the writer of Rohan, here to present my Lord of the Rings hot take. That Peregrine Took is the friend that everyone needs in their lives. Yes, everyone needs a Pippin. In fact, everyone needs a Merry and a Pippin. Hear me out. It all begins at a certain 111th birthday party. Meriadoc Brandybuck and Peregrine Took. I might have known. This is the introduction that the audience gets to Merry and Pippin in the first of the Jackson films, immediately setting up the two hobbits as the comic relief. This role continues on throughout the first half of the film, culminating at the Council of Elrond when the dramatic tension is broken by a single question from Pippin. "Great! Where are we going?" When Pippin says this just after Elrond's majestically named the motley crew of 9, the Fellowship of the Ring, it's meant to be funny, with Pippin's naive cluelessness used for comic effect here. We're meant to react with a, "Oh, that silly Pippin. He's just agreed to go to the most dangerous place in Middle-earth, and he didn't even know it. What a fool of a toque." But that's just it. Pippin didn't know where Frodo was going. The film certainly implies that Sam, Merry, and Pippin were hiding for the entire Council of Elrond, so they all very likely heard Boromir's infamous declaration about the walkability of Mordor. But none of them truly understand the depth of the danger involved in going to Mordor at this point, especially the youngest of the bunch, Pippin. I imagine his internal dialogue during the council went something like this. "Mordor? Sounds rather unpleasant. Can't be worse than the Black Riders or lack of second breakfasts that we've had to deal with already, though." Here's the thing. For all that his volunteering in the film is playing up his goofball nature for its comedy, if we just focus on the humor in this moment, we overlook something very important that's revealed to us about Pippin's character. He was willing to join the quest because he knew that Frodo needed help, even though he didn't know where exactly Frodo was going or what would be involved. And while presumably someone filled him in on just what he signed up for, my money's on Gandalf, Pippin doesn't back out. His friend needs help, and he is going to do what he can to help him. While his volunteering for the Fellowship in the film reveals his impulsivity, it also shows one of Pippin's, and hobbits in general, I would argue, best qualities: their loyalty to their friends. This same characteristic is very much present in the book. Back in Crickhollow, before Frodo even leaves the Shire, Merry reveals that he, Pippin, Fatty Bulger, and even dear old Sam have been part of a conspiracy, and that Frodo hasn't exactly been as circumspect at hiding his intentions to leave the Shire as he thought. Merry reveals their plan to come with Frodo, telling him that "you can trust us to stick to you through thick and thin. To the bitter end. We are your friends, Frodo. Anyway, there it is. We know most of what Gandalf has told you. We know a good deal about the ring. We are horribly afraid, but we are coming with you or following you like hounds." The hobbits have enough knowledge that they know the ring is dangerous, and they know that Frodo is in danger because he has the ring. But they still make plans and prepare to go with Frodo nonetheless. It's telling that Merry describes their determination to do this by comparing them to hounds, a symbol of loyalty. Man's best friend may be a dog, but a hobbit's best friend is another hobbit. While the scenes that establish this characteristic differ in the book and film, Merry and Pippin's willingness to help a friend in need, even at a cost to themselves, doesn't just impact Frodo and his journey. It affects non-hobbit characters as well. Case in point, if Merry and Pippin hadn't joined the Fellowship back in Rivendell, when the Uruk-hai attack at Amon Hen, Boromir wouldn't have had the opportunity to redeem himself after attempting to take the ring from Frodo. And it may have been Pippin's curiosity that led him to look into the Palantir on the return trip from Isengard, but it was his friendship and loyalty to Frodo that started the chain of events which caused him to be there in the first place. Pippin's game of peekaboo with Sauron has a different effect on the story in the book and the film, but the events that happen can all be traced back to when Pippin decided to help Frodo on this dangerous quest. In the film, Pippin's accidental confrontation reveals that the Dark Lord is planning to attack Minas Tirith. The book impact is slightly different, with Pippin's encounter helping to convince Sauron that Saruman has betrayed him. Both, however, result in Pippin's arrival in Minas Tirith, where we see that the strength of his friendship isn't reserved just for other hobbits. His friendship and loyalty to Boromir lead him to swear service to Denethor for the sake of his friend's fallen memory. More importantly, had Pippin's sense of friendship for Frodo not caused him to leave the Shire, and even his sense of friendship for Boromir not caused him to swear fealty to Boromir's father, he wouldn't have been in Minas Tirith to save Faramir from being burned alive by Denethor. And as a hardcore Faramir and Éowyn fan, I'm grateful that Pippin was there to help bring about one of my favorite love stories. If we look at the other member of the dynamic duo, we see that Merry displays this same fierce sense of loyal friendship in both book and film. Apart from the Crick Hollow declaration, I think that the scene that best captures this quality for him comes from the third film. As Éowyn and Merry take one final rest on the Rohirrim's ride to Gondor, he tells a despondent Éowyn what has motivated him to disobey Theoden's orders and ride to war. I know it is too late to turn aside. I know there is not much point now in hoping. If I were a knight of Rohan and capable of great deeds, but I'm not. I'm a hobbit. I know I can't save Middle-earth. I just want to help my friends, Frodo, Sam, and Pippin. Merry is under no illusions here about what his martial abilities are and how much, or rather how little, they will affect the outcome of the war. Little does he know. The way he talks here suggests that he knows this decision will most likely cost him his life, but he's still willing to go because it might, and that's might, help his friends. It's Merry's sense of friendship that brings him to the battlefield and puts him in the position to aid Éowyn in her epic takedown of the Witch King. Again, huge Éowyn fan here, but even I wonder if she would have been able to defeat the Witch King without Merry's contribution, prophecy or no. So what's my point in all of this? Well, to say that Merry and Pippin, especially Pippin, are more than just comic relief in the narrative. While that is certainly one of their roles, we do them a disservice by making it their defining characteristic. Their loyalty to their friends is a major influence on events in the narrative, an influence that helps drive home the point that friendship lies at the heart of any fellowship.
So, next up, the Ships of the Faithful 2, a large, wide-scale panoramic scene, and the second version of this one that was originally published in the Silmarillion. This time around, I decided to give it a bit more of an elaborate treatment. I was inspired by the art of John Martin, the biblical artist of the late 19th century in England. His epic scenes are definitely an interesting sort of exercise in imagination and fantasy. So it's a case of, we realize that my friends and I who do some of the research on my artwork, that Numenor's decline and cataclysm occurred over several days. So it would be interesting to do a day scene, and this is why that's what we're having in this case. And the Meneltarma explodes, something that I didn't show in the first piece. And there's a great green wave carrying the ships out of the disaster. It's a bit of a time collapse. There are liberties taken, but I am trying to simply capture the epicness of it all, and had a great deal of fun with the the landscape and its upheaving in the scene. And the one detail about the Temple of Melkor, which is seen at the top of the mountain that's collapsing, you will maybe notice that it's metallic all around the entire thing. And that was before I realized that is only part, the only metal part was at the top.
Hi, this is Sean Marchese, the Lord of the Mark, from the Prancing Pony podcast, and also co-author of the new book, Why We Love Middle-earth. The appearance of Gildor and Glorian in Book 1, Chapter 3, Three as Company, is one of my favorite moments in Lord of the Rings. Probably my favorite moment in Book 1. And I love this moment because it's the first time the elves appear in the pages of the Lord of the Rings. I notice it's always the third chapter of the book when Tolkien introduces the elves. Think about that. It's the third chapter of The Hobbit when Bilbo arrives in Rivendell. Third chapter of the Silmarillion when the elves awaken and Varda creates the new stars. And here it is, third chapter of Lord of the Rings when the elves are introduced. Funny how that works out. I don't know if there's anything to it, but it's kind of cool. So yeah, this is the first time that elves actually appear in the pages of the Lord of the Rings, and I like to imagine this as a reader back in 1954 when Fellowship first came out. And this is the first time that readers would have seen Tolkien's elves the way he really intended them. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean, obviously, Tolkien's readers had seen elves before in The Hobbit. You had the Tra-la-la-lally elves of Rivendell. You also had the wood elves of Mirkwood, who we're told are more dangerous and less wise than the other kinds of elves. So we had seen elves before, certainly, in Tolkien's works. But in The Hobbit, both of those groups of elves are sort of hobbitized. You know, we see them through the text of The Hobbit. We see them through the eyes of Bilbo as sort of silly, goofy homebodies in the case of the Tra-la-la-lally elves of Rivendell, or in the case of the Mirkwood elves, we see them through Bilbo's eyes, which is also largely the eyes of the dwarves who are his friends, and obviously through those eyes the elves of Mirkwood come across as unfriendly or even racist. They're antagonists in the pages of The Hobbit. And yet here, in The Lord of the Rings, with the introduction of Gildor and Glorian, of the House of Finrod, let's never forget that, this is a clear link back to the tales of the Silmarillion. Certainly the mention of the name Finrod is part of that. And also, if you're reading the books chronologically, as you would have been doing in 1954, this would have been the first time that you're seeing the elves as Tolkien had been imagining them since he started working on the Legendarium back in 1917. So this is really interesting because, again, this is just sort of the first time that they sort of make an appearance in the fashion that Tolkien really thought of the elves. And I love that because, obviously, we know how important the elves were to Tolkien in the creation of his Legendarium. And they're also hugely important to fans of Lord of the Rings everywhere. And it's right here that I think that starts to happen, more so than their appearances in The Hobbit. I think this moment in The Lord of the Rings is the first moment where we can really connect with these elves in a way that makes us think, oh wow, this is a very cool bit of world building. And yet Tolkien introduces the elves here in a way that doesn't just add to the world building, which he certainly could have done, and that would have been great on its own, but he introduces the elves here in a way that also tells us something about our Hobbit characters. So, for example, you've got Pippin, who blurts out, "Tell us about the Black Riders," and, then he gets kind of like hushed for it. It's the most Pippin thing imaginable, really. It's very foolish. It's very lacking in any sense of tact. He doesn't really understand what's really going on. He has no idea just how sensitive this topic really is. He doesn't know that he shouldn't blurt out things like, "Tell us about the Black Riders," and so that's exactly what he does. It's very Pippin. You've got Sam, who, of course, is speechless, right? Sam is so excited. He's overcome with emotion. And that makes sense because Sam is sort of the emotional core of The Lord of the Rings in many ways. But he's so excited that he doesn't even talk. Here he is, he's face to face with these beings that he's got a head full of stories about the elves. He's been hearing these tales from Bilbo since he was a small child, and here he is face to face with elves for the first time, and he can't even speak. He's overcome, and he just sort of ends up taking it all in with a sort of childlike wonder. And then, of course, you've got Frodo, who says the thing that I really want to talk about here today, which is this moment when he greets the elves in their own language, in Quenya, and he says, Ellen sila lumen namontielvo, which means a star shines on the hour of our meeting. I love this moment. I love this greeting because this establishes Frodo as, well, for starters, it establishes him as smarter and wiser than his two companions. You know, again, Sam grew up listening to Bilbo's stories, and he's got a head full of stories of the elves, and, you know, he's overwhelmed. Pippin also grew up listening to Bilbo's stories, or hearing them. We don't know if he was actually listening or if he actually learned anything. But while these guys are, you know, Sam's sort of fanboying all over the place, and Pippin's here and he's excited, but Frodo here with this greeting, he shows that he actually learned something from Bilbo's stories. He learned how to say hello to the elves. That's cool, and it's not that he's fluent in Quenya. Later in the chapter, we're told that he knew a little of the elf speech, so that tells us that he knows a little. He doesn't know a lot. He can't hold a conversation with them. But he knows enough to give a greeting in the proper manner. And of course, you know, isn't that usually one of the first things you learn when you learn a new language? It's probably the first thing that you learn how to say hello. And the fact that Frodo has learned how to give a greeting to the elves in the proper manner, this shows that he knows a little bit about their culture and their language, and it establishes him as a wise hobbit who knows a thing or two about the world. And so you get these moments with all three of our main Hobbit characters. Their reactions to the elves tell us a little bit about themselves, while also telling us a little bit about the elves. But let's also talk a little bit about this phrase itself. Ellen sila lumen namontielvo. Again, it means a star shines on the hour of our meeting. Now, just as this is the first time we see the elves in The Lord of the Rings, this is the first time that we're treated to their language in the book also. And if you were reading this book in 1954 when it first came out, or if you're reading the book now after just reading The Hobbit and, you know, you haven't seen the movies, you're just reading the books, this is the first time you're seeing Tolkien's Elvish languages in print. And I think it's very interesting and I think very significant that Tolkien uses this phrase, Ellen sila lumen namontielvo, to introduce the elves to us, to introduce the Elvish language to us, I should say. And I think by introducing the Quenya language to us with this greeting, I think Tolkien tells us a little bit about the elves themselves. Again, he's using this phrase to contribute to the world building. Let's talk about it some. I mean, the fact that the greeting includes a reference to the stars, a star shines on the hour of our greeting. Let's also keep in mind that this greeting comes right after the English translation of A Elbereth Gilthoniel, which we're given it in English or in Westron in the text here in this chapter. But because we're given it in English, we actually see what it means, and it actually mentions Starlight explicitly in the last line. And of course, those of us who are familiar with the Silmarillion know that it is a hymn to Varda, the Vala of the stars. But even if we don't know all that, and we've just been reading the text, we might be starting to figure out that the stars are really important to the elves. We've seen a reference to Starlight in this hymn. We've seen a reference to a star shining in this greeting. And we might be thinking, wow, the elves really do care a lot about the stars. And of course, we get deeper into the Legendarium and we learn that, well, yes, as a matter of fact, they really do. The elves do care a lot about the stars. The elves first awoke under starlight. The stars are sacred. They're holy to the elves. And we also learned that when the elves first awoke, the first word spoken by the elves when they awoke was ele, which was just sort of a, oh, wow. It's just like kind of an exclamation of excitement. But it became the root of their word for the stars, which we see in the first word of Frodo's greeting, which is Elen. And then, of course, we'll also learn as we study more into the Legendarium, we'll learn that that word Elen became part of their name for themselves as well. They call themselves the Eldar, which means the people of the stars. So, again, with this episode, with this first introduction of Gildor and the elves, Tolkien introduces the elves to us in a way that tells us about the elves. It establishes some of that great world building that we love so much in his writing, but it also tells us about the Hobbit protagonists, and it tells us a little bit about their language, and there's a little bit of history sort of embedded in this moment. And I just think it's a wonderful use of this passage for exposition about the world in a way that doesn't feel like exposition. It doesn't feel like he's stopping the story to tell you about the history of the elves, because he's not. He's continuing the story. The story is continuing to move along, and yet there are these little elements in there that really do help establish the world. And that's to say nothing of the mention of actual stars in a few pages, which, when we get to that moment when we see Menelvagor, or Borgil, or Remirath, these are stars and constellations that we can see in our own sky. Menelvagor is clearly Orion. Borgil is most likely Aldebaran. The Remirath, the netted stars, which we call the Pleiades, these are real stars, real constellations that are mentioned here, but that also appear in Middle-earth. And the mention of these celestial bodies tells us that this world, the world that this story takes place in, is our world. But that's a much longer topic that I don't know that I have time to get into right now. I'm so fond of this passage that back when Alan Sisto and I were first launching the Prancing Pony podcast back in 2016, we were doing these bi-weekly essays on our website that we called Prancing Pony Ponderings. I think we did them for about a year, maybe a little bit more, maybe about a year and a half after we started the podcast. We would just do these essays. That was when we were releasing the podcast every 2 weeks, and when we didn't have a podcast coming out, we'd have one of these essays come up. And the first one of these essays that I ever wrote was inspired by this passage, and it discussed this idea of the elves being the people of the stars. And in fact, the title of the essay was The People of the Stars. And I'm going to go ahead and read that essay for you now. When considering the place of the stars in the Middle-earth legendarium, two things likely come to mind. The figure of Varda, or Elbereth, the Queen of the Stars, who looms large in the pantheon of the Valar, and the name by which the elves refer to themselves, Eldar, literally the people of the stars, a name related to the Quenya word for star, Elen, and whose roots lie in the exclamation Ele, the first word spoken by the elves when they awoke at Cuiviénen. But the elves are not the only people associated with the stars. In fact, the Legendarium began with a completely different person of the stars. Tolkien's first mythic subcreation that would become part of the later Legendarium was the poem The Voyage of Eärendil the Evening Star in 1914. Though it later served to connect the myths of the Elder Days with those of the Second and Third Ages through the character of Eärendil the Mariner, the concept of the traveler to Faerie with a star on his brow would bookend Tolkien's literary career, repeated in the last work Tolkien would see published in his lifetime, Smith of Wootton Major, in 1967. A clue to the significance of this can be found in Mythopoeia, where the stars are a central image, from the first stanza's response to the notion that stars are simply some matter in a ball, compelled to courses mathematical, to these later lines. He sees no stars who does not see them first, of living silver made that sudden bursts to flame like flowers beneath an ancient song, whose very echo after music long has since pursued. There is no firmament, only a void, unless a jeweled tent myth-woven and elf-patterned. That's from Mythopoeia. Again, there is a connection to elves with the starry firmament described as elf-patterned, but here the stars also stand as a visible and living reminder of our mythic past. So it seems that, to Tolkien, stars can be a key to the mythic realm of Faerie, like Smith's star and Eärendil's Silmaril, but can also be a reminder of that mythic realm's existence to those of us left behind on mortal shores. Not coincidentally, then, the first appearance of the elves in The Lord of the Rings takes place concurrently with the first description of the stars in the chapter 3 His Company. Frodo, Sam, and Pippin are just taking their first steps into the mythic history of Middle-earth when they meet the elves of the company of Gildor Inglorion. "Elves!" exclaimed Sam in a hoarse whisper. "Elves, sir!" He would have burst out of the trees and dashed off towards the voices if they had not pulled him back. "Yes, it is elves," said Frodo. "One can meet them sometimes in the woody end. They don't live in the Shire, but they wander into it in spring and autumn, out of their own lands away beyond the Tower Hills." Here we also see for the first time the poem A Elbereth Gilthoniel, a song of remembrance for Valinor in the west and of reverence for Varda at the rising of the stars. The song is given here in translation as it shaped itself in their thought into words. And since we're dropping Douglas Adams references around here lately, who needs a babblefish when you have elvish singing? Snow white, O lady clear, O queen beyond the western seas, O light to us that wander here amid the world of woven trees. O Elbereth, Gilthoniel, we still remember, we who dwell in this far land beneath the trees, thy starlight on the western seas. The song marks the singers as high elves, different from the sylvan elves of Mirkwood with whom we spent so much time in The Hobbit. The song ended. "These are high elves. They spoke the name of Elbereth," said Frodo in amazement. "Few of that fairest folk are ever seen in the Shire. Not many now remain in Middle-earth east of the Great Sea. This is indeed a strange chance." But if we have read The Hobbit, we have seen high elves before. They previously appeared, including many of these same elves most likely, when Bilbo and company sojourned in Rivendell, and it's worth noting that while riding into the valley, Bilbo suddenly became aware of the presence of both the elves and the stars. It smells like elves, thought Bilbo, and he looked up at the stars. They were burning bright and blue. Let's skip past the questionable implications of elf smell and acknowledge that with the later hindsight of reading the Silmarillion, the difference between the Noldrin elves of Rivendell and the Nandarin elves of Mirkwood is well understood. But to first-time readers of The Lord of the Rings, all that is known is that these elves are fairer than any we've yet seen, and luminous as if with their own light. They passed slowly, and the hobbits could see the starlight glimmering on their hair and in their eyes. They bore no lights, yet as they walked, a shimmer, like the light of the moon above the rim of the hills before it rises, seemed to fall about their feet. Frodo quickly earns Gildor's respect and the title Elf Friend with a courteous Quenya greeting, Elen Sila Lumen Namonti Elvo, a star shines on the hour of our meeting. This exchange can be seen as Frodo's initiation into the circle of elf friends on his own merits, that is, not simply as a relative of Bilbo, and it begins with his speaking the word Elen. Beginning with this one word, Frodo is on his way to becoming a person of the stars himself. And Tolkien does his best to make this connection clear. Prior to the first appearance of Gildor's company in The Lord of the Rings, some 70 pages of narrative, the words star or starlight appear only 8 times. But from the first appearance of the elves to the end of the chapter, about 7 pages, those same words appear again 8 times. In case you're mathematically challenged as I am, that means that mentions of stars and starlight appear 10 times more frequently during the episode with Gildor than in the book up to that point. Throughout the episode, Tolkien is constantly reminding us of the presence of the stars, while we are in the presence of elves. This culminates in the scene where Frodo, his friends, and the elves are resting for the evening. Here, Tolkien offers the most precise and vivid description of actual stars to be found in his work. Away high in the east swung Remirath, the netted stars, and slowly above the mists red Borgil rose, glowing like a jewel of fire. Then by some shift of airs all the mist was drawn away like a veil, and there leaned up, as he climbed over the rim of the world, the swordsman of the sky, Menelvogor with his shining belt. The elves all burst into song. Some of the stars described here are recognizable. Clearly, Menelvogor with his shining belt is the constellation Orion, and a careful look at a modern star chart may shed some light on the identities of the other stars named. Ren-Marath is most likely the star cluster Pleiades, while Borgil may be Betelgeuse in Orion or Aldebaran in nearby Taurus. Though exact identification cannot be made, and perhaps should not, given Tolkien's desire for readers to bring their own interpretations to his work, Tolkien still seems to want his reader to understand that these stars are real stars that still exist, and that if we look at the sky at night, depending on the time of year, of course, we can still see the same stars Frodo and friends saw on that night in Woody End. The stars, then, are not only the token of Frodo's initiation as Elf-Friend, but also a reminder to us of his story. We know how that story will end. After passing through darkness, Frodo will find his way to the light in the west, to follow in the path of Eärendil and be granted entry into the mythic world of Faerie. And the elves themselves will return to the west as well, where they will remain, even unto our own age. For though the beauty of the Quendi in the days of their youth was beyond all other beauty that Ilúvatar has caused to be, it has not perished, but lives in the west, and sorrow and wisdom have enriched it. That's from the Silmarillion. So they are there still, and Faerie still makes fresh imprints on a part of the world, if only we could find a way there. Until we do find a way, we are left with these: a mythic story, an ancient song, a few words of an ancient tongue, and the stars themselves. These echoes of the world that was once Middle-earth remind us that once, long ago, the people of the stars walked the woody paths we now walk, their voices on the air, and their eyes cast skyward. Thank you.
In the morning, Frodo woke refreshed. He was lying in a bower made by a living tree with branches laced and drooping to the ground. His bed was of fern and grass, deep and soft and strangely fragrant. The sun was shining through the fluttering leaves, which were still green upon the tree. He jumped up and went out. Sam was sitting on the grass near the edge of the wood. Pippin was standing studying the sky and weather. There was no sign of the elves. "They have left us food and drink and bread," said Pippin. "Come and have your breakfast. The bread tastes almost as good as it did last night. I did not want to leave you any, but Sam insisted." Frodo sat down beside Sam and began eating. "What is the plan today?" asked Pippin. "To walk to Buckleberry as quick as possible," answered Frodo, and gave his attention to the food.
Hi, Phil Woodhull, mandolinist and Foley artist on the Long-Expected Soundscape. Jordan asked me to do a little bit on exactly how I went about recording the mandolin parts and the Foley parts for Long-Expected Soundscape. And so I thought I'd give a couple aspects of that. One, kind of the method I went about it, and then another piece on a bit about the equipment and the techniques I used to do that. So the method, basically the flow went as Jordan would produce the different chapters of the score. That was mostly what I was concerned about, not so much the sound effects or the ambiance, but just the score, the music part. He would post them to a Google Drive shared folder, and I would download those and give them a listen through. And as I was listening through, I would basically try to be picking up kind of what the significant themes were. Sometimes there's very definite themes, at least to my ear. I'm sure to Jordan they're all very distinct because he composed them all. But to me, certain ones stuck out as these seem more important, as things that I would want to play along with or harmonize with or do variations on or refer to in different parts of the recording if they're not quite appearing there yet. So I would listen through and generally just listen. Occasionally there was a passage that I would try to practice to make sure I could nail that during the recording the first time. Certain passages like the stuff like that. So there was just to make sure I could play that theme all the way through. It's not exactly something I can just play by ear perfectly the first time. My goal was not to have to go back and re-record pieces. I did still have to do that, but generally what I was able to do was take the chapter sound as it went through and record straight through one pass and then send that off back to Jordan. Thankfully, Jordan, when he would give me the audio files, also included a metronome file along with it. Some of the sections are a bit ambiguous, or they can kind of go for a while between chord changes or the themes picking back up. Sometimes there's breaks in the music, so having the metronome there was very helpful to play along with. And I would basically get the audio track and the metronome, and I would play them both at the same time. Then I would put on my headphones, and I would listen to that in here, and then play along with it live on the mandolin as I went. Did I have written out sheet music for it? Generally not. I think I had him send me one or two themes that were kind of quick notes, and they were just kind of boggling my mind. I didn't quite have the patience, I guess, to slow it down and try to learn it by ear to transcribe it. So he sent me the transcription of the MIDI files, thankfully. So I was able to learn some of the faster things quickly there. So that's kind of about the methodology. Listen and play along with it. Basically, that was about 3 to 4 hours, I think, of audio that I played along with. He was having me play mostly on Hobbiton themes. So there was most of the fellowship that I wasn't really involved with, so I didn't have to worry about trying to play along with those. Technology-wise, equipment-wise, I will say that the soundscape was a great motivator for me. So in a past part of my life. Around high school, I actually started recording CDs. At that point, it was the stereotypical, got some microphones and recorded my high school band in the basement. But it built from there. And during college, I was actually a professional studio engineer. And my techniques and equipment grew and grew during the college period, and then into grad school as well. And then after I got married and moved away, Mom and Dad were like, hey, that equipment is technically all ours. We paid for that. So the equipment it went back to them, and I didn't get to keep that. So I've actually gone for quite a while now with no studio, with very bare bones recording equipment. I recorded a big Bach project with a podcast mic that somebody gave me, very much non-ideal, but that was part of the goal of that project, was just to do it with the equipment I had. But then I got the Soundscape, and I was like, well, if I'm going to do this, I want to do this right. I don't want to be the limiting factor here. So using the experience I did have with studio engineering and a little bit higher income levels now that I'm a little bit later in life, I was able to find equipment, I think, that is kind of, as I call it, the cry once, buy once methodology. Hopefully I got stuff that I don't feel like I'll need to replace to get something better. So I've brought it more into the shot so you can see it now, but this microphone right here is actually one I bought. I was kind of wanting anyway, but I got for the Soundscape project so that I could have good audio. It's a small diaphragm condenser mic. The brand is Gefell, Gefell, and it's the M300 model. And that worked pretty good as a very accurate microphone. I'm sitting in a room right now. You can't quite see it. You can kind of see it behind some of the books on the shelf there, but there's actually like these pillows kind of back in here. So we've actually acoustically treated this room. I've got a bunch of bass traps and a bunch of acoustic panels on the wall, and some of the extra material for the acoustic panels on the wall my wife covered with fabric, and we put back behind the books to deaden some of the sound back like in front of the microphone's field of view, so less echoes there. Other upgrades, I finally got studio recording software again. So the DAW that I'm using, the digital audio workstation, I got Logic Pro again, and I upgraded my 7-year laptop. I think 7-year-old laptop. The cooling fan on the old one was just impossible to mask. I was trying to stick the computer in a closet and just run the cords out through, trying to deaden that whirring sound, and it never worked. So I got a new computer that the cooling fan just never kicks on. It's amazing. It's really nice. So the Soundscape got the studio back together. Not quite the band, but the studio back together. So that was a great motivator. I liked that a lot. That gives you a little behind the scenes of the Howe and some of the tools I used. Thanks.
Chapter 5 A Conspiracy Unmasked. "Now we had better get home ourselves," said Mary. "There's something funny about all this, I see, but it must wait till we get in." They turned down the fairy lane, which was straight and well kept and edged with large whitewashed stones. In 100 yards or so, it brought them to the river bank, where there was a broad wooden landing stage. A large flat ferry boat was moored beside it. The white bollards near the water's edge glimmered in the light of 2 lamps on high posts. Behind them, the mists in the flat fields were now above the hedges, but the water before them was dark, with only a few curling wisps like steam among the reeds by the bank. There seemed to be less fog on the further side.
I'm Tookish, I guess a first ager. One of the old guys around here, as can be attested by the whiteness of my beard.
I'm Anne. I'm what I would have called a second ager on the message boards. My name on the message boards was Ent Maiden. I'm just thrilled that we can do this today. I have my Gondor sweatshirt on.
Wee Tanya. Now my husband points out I'm not so wee, being a mortal, unlike an elf. But so I was hired in by everyone to hand code in the green books with HTML back in 1999. So that took a lot of knowledge of special characters and just raw HTML tags, and it was hilarious in retrospect. But I also got hired by Michael and Chris to go be the Torn representative at the Lord of the Rings Return of the King premiere in LA. So I got to interview all of the actors and staff at that point, and really it was one of the high points of my life that I've always remembered.
Yeah, and that's when I first met Wee Tanya in person, because I then got tickets for us to all go to the premiere after she did all of her interviews. So basically I just got introduced to theonering.net as a fan in the early years, and then met them and saw them at Comic-Con that first year in 2001. Met some of the Weta guys as well. And by the time that first movie, Fellowship of the Ring, came out and the server was running on hamster wheels, they were all like, let's put a donation button on the website. And I was like, let's have a party with an auction. So our first party was born, and it was the Golden Globes party at the Cat and Fiddle to raise money. So that's when I got drafted in to become staff.
Hi, I'm Josh. I've been Josh Rubenstein. Yes, I need to make that distinction. I got drafted into Torn probably around 2002, I think. I was a fan. I started visiting Torn probably around 1999 with all the hype for the movies when they were first coming out. And then around late 2000, no, it would have been early 2002, July 2002, yes, because it coincided with Comic-Con. Howard Shore was going to be premiering the first movement of his Lord of the Rings symphony at the Hollywood Bowl. And a lot of people on the message boards were saying, hey, wouldn't it be great if we could get some fans together to check that out? and Kathy was kind of the de facto party person at that point. And she said, I am too busy. It's right after Comic-Con. Can somebody else do this? And I just piped up and said, okay, I can, get a group rate on tickets and everything for people. And so put that together. And because it was the weekend after Comic-Con, a bunch of people who came into town for Comic-Con just decided to stay for a week and stay for that event. So what I thought was going to be like a 20-person event ballooned into about 300. And
and the potluck.
We had a potluck picnic in a park right by the bowl, and I was able to get some sponsors to come to the event. We had some activities, and after that, Torn reached out to me and said, "Hey, you want to help out with our Oscar parties?" And I said, "Sure," and been around ever since.
So I'm definitely saving not the best of us, but the best of the storytellers for last. Michael Regina was, you're one of our founders, so I'd love to hear, some of your stories.
Yeah. So, it goes back quite a ways for me personally, but I love how everyone here on this call had mentioned getting hired or getting tasked to do things, as if we're not all volunteering, and that's sort of the spirit of everything, right? That's essentially the spirit of Torn, really, is sort of all of us doing this not for profit or personal gain or anything like that. It's just because of the love of Tolkien and the love of storytelling or the love of movies or whatever it is, right? So I think it's a beautiful thing. My story goes back, obviously pre-Torn, to the old days of the internet, probably 1998, 1999, when I started. Always been a film and movie buff, always been really interested in that, and they were filming a James Bond movie at the time, and somebody had started snapping photos of them filming, on the Thames and all these different places in Spain and all that kind of stuff. And I thought that was so interesting because you weren't able to see any of that before. The only time you were able to actually see instances of behind the scenes stuff was if it was covered on like Entertainment Tonight or in a magazine, like months after the movie came out, right? Now, because of the internet, we were able to see things like while they were happening. So like you knew that today Pierce Brosnan was filming something in a movie you're going to see next year. So it's almost like being there, So I thought that was so fascinating. And at the same time, I started chatting with people on ICQ message board, not a message board, but ICQ chat protocol that they had. And that's when I first met Erica. And Erica was in New Zealand, and she just happened to say, "Oh yeah, I love movies too, but I really love books more. And I love books too." So we were chatting, and she said they're filming Lord of the Rings here. And so I said, what would be really cool is if I can do the same thing that I saw that James Bond guy do for filming James Bond. So we can do it for Lord of the Rings. And I said, well, is it literally near you? And she said, yeah, sort of. And I said, we'll go take pictures. And she said, okay. And that's sort of how that started. Yeah, and first it was newspaper clippings, whatever newspaper clippings we could find, because really that it was so hyper localized at first. It was, hey, Peter Jackson, favorite son of New Zealand, even at that time, is making a film, and he's purchased all this land to make Hobbiton, and it's going to take a year to even get that ready to film. And so that was like some of the basic stuff, and so we were putting that up, and the whole sort of internet world of movie buffs and Tolkien buffs just grabbed onto it, right? Because there was no other game in town, and so we were doing that, but we were essentially struggling with like, okay, how do we do this? And I think Chris, tied with Bill, approached Erica and said, hey, I know how to make websites, because your website is terrible, by the way. I know how to make websites, and maybe we can do all this together. And that's sort of how Torn kind of got started.
Tokish and I were talking earlier, and wanted to ask a point of clarification. Do you think that did the chat start first or the message boards? And I know you had the homepage too, but kind of what came before the other?
This is a really good question. I would probably say the chat came first, because that's usually like a very sort of a simple kind of plug in even back then. Message boards was a little bit more involved in terms of setting all that up. Of course, these days things are so vastly different, but back in those days, even we didn't necessarily have, there was no like WordPress or anything like that, right? But I seem to think that setting up a chat room was fairly simple, and so I think that definitely came first. And plus, that was sort of a go-to, right? On websites back in the day, sort of like, oh, you build a website, but then there's always got to be a chat room. People got to chat. So I think that came first.
Wow. We were also talking earlier, and it's fascinating to hear your part of that too, and Erica's part in that. What Tukish and I were talking about is like how, our website, and our message and our community was kind of symbiotically joined with the Lord of the Rings movies. It's sort of like we needed each other. They needed to get the word out and get the fans excited. And here we were. I know part of it wasn't always peaceful. But
I think Peter Jackson figured that out before the studios did. Because at that time, the studios, because it was so brand new, the studios were cracking down. Paramount was going after Star Trek fans heavy if they started leaking things. Mm-hmm. So Peter was the one that sort of understood and started welcoming in because the studio wasn't going to.
Well, and I think it helped that it was New Line, that it was small, and that they were far away.
Yeah, Paramount was actually going after Star Trek fans even for creating fan sites. Like they were like, oh, you're using our intellectual property. They were just old school in that way, right? And it was like, no, the internet, I'm sharing my love for this. What do you mean you're going to sue me, kind of thing, right? And of course, we took it a step further, but where we were, going behind the scenes and really trying to get into the muck, and we weren't doing it out of maliciousness, or we weren't doing it out of anything but love, right? And so the studios saw that first. The studios understood that, I think, to a certain degree. I think the guys in New Zealand definitely did. I think they okay, good, thank you. I think they understood a little bit more about like, okay, we need to show that we are involved in the fans, but the studio also knew that they needed to show the community that we could trust them, right? So we were a bit of troublemaker, but also a bit of gatekeeper in terms of like, are we saying this is cool or not, guys? Like, are we excited about this? That would mean the fans get excited about it too, like everyone coming to the site, right? So we were so they had to sort of play that role of like good guy and bad guy a little bit, because sometimes we would overstep, or we would get really like, there were people dumpster diving and people renting helicopters and stuff like that we were not asking them to do that, but we were asking them, hey, if you see anything, say, send us a photo, send us a video, whatever it is. But yeah, it was wild stuff at that time.
Yeah.
Well, and we also had to be careful with what was coming in. Like Michael's saying, we had to be judicious about it. And sometimes that meant, communicating together about whether or not we're going to post a piece of news. And, it's hard to know what was motivating people who were sending us content. Were we getting fed stuff from, the creatives, or was it somebody who had another axe to grind?
And we had to also, decide on, I don't think this happened very much in the early days because, we were very excited about what they were showing, what they were filming, but we had to sort of decide like, okay, do we like this point of view about something versus something else, right? I think we always wanted people's feedback and people's impressions on things, but we didn't want to come off as just everything the studio was doing, and even the guys in New Zealand were doing, we loved every second of it. If there was something we sort of thought, that looks weird, or our perception of that, because we're not seeing the final version of it, is kind of iffy, or that looks silly, or whatever. I think we definitely were open to saying it. And I think we encouraged ourselves to speak the truth there.
My impression was always that we erred on the side of joy, like the joy from the fans and just the joy of seeing something that we love so much taking shape. So even in the articles that came in, definitely people sometimes had the perspective of, well, I like the book version better in X, Y, and Z. However, the perspective was always an openness to these new things coming in and these fan works. And, you could even think of all of the movies as incredibly well-funded fan works. So
I love that statement, because I think that was a sense of what was happening, and we built out space within the website to welcome that and encourage fan art and poetry and songs and writings and that fan creativity. That's a great point, Tanya.
Yeah. And my experiences were a lot on the message boards, which, tried to do that too. Unfortunately, got a lot of, trolls that weren't quite so happy with it. So.
Well, and I was just going to say that in 2001, when Torn had their panel at the very end, Richard Taylor came out because he was there with the Sideshow Weta booth. And what was cool was, he talked about the passion that they had in filming. And I had just been this curious fan. I had done my big reread. I was, into the chapter descriptions, on the chats and stuff like that, where they were going chapter by chapter and dissecting everything. And so when I heard their passion and what they were doing and how much they were building and how much they were involved, I went from hopeful fan to wanting to be a cheerleader for the product, or for the whole film and for the One Ring. I mean, it was just sort of like, okay, I just went from here to here in the 10 minutes that he was on stage. But you can feel it from everyone in the thing. Was just how much passion the whole crew had.
Yeah, and we saw that reflected on anybody I met down in New Zealand, either working on Weta Digital, whatever the team was. They were always so happy to talk to us and to be able to share that, because these guys work literally. They work their what do you call that? The fingerprints off, right? Some of those actors they work their fingerprints off creating some of this stuff. And so I think to see that expressed and to see that that passion, where we would go on and I'm known for the exclamation marks, right? It's oh my God, this is so cool, whatever it is. I think that they were reflecting that, after a hard day's work or whatever, they can go and see. And I've heard stories more on the studio side where they literally were printing out the message boards after a trailer was released. And so you can imagine these guys in California in a boardroom with printed out paper of torn message boards saying, okay, one person said this, look at this one. And they were just reading it out, and I don't say that with any hubris or anything. I'm just saying they told us this, and so this is really, really interesting to see that immediate effect of something we created, having that effect on the people making it, either financially or literally working their fingers to the bone.
The people from Rings of Power came to Dragon Con, maybe it was not this past year, but the year before, along with John Howe. And I know that they made a point of coming to a OneRing.net event there, not to court our opinion, but, to share in it and be part of it. So it has continued on.
Yeah, very cool to hear.
Sort of the evolution of the community has been interesting. I came in after the movies were released. So I wasn't on staff for many, many years. So I was just a message boarder, just sharing all the excitement and getting to know people on the message boards, people I'm still friends with to this day. So, kind of getting back to the community that we built. I mean, look at all of us. I haven't known many of you except for through email, but I've known Josh and Kathy for years. And that's, I think, one of the coolest things for us, aside from the movies that came out of this whole experience, is, I think we all had those minutes. We said, I thought before the movies came out, I was the only one that was a Tolkien fan. And I didn't have anybody to talk to. And that was my joy, was suddenly there's hundreds of thousands of people that want to talk about the same things I want to talk about.
Yeah, I think that really, that really speaks to the power of the internet, the positive side of the internet in many cases, right? Where you can get like-minded people who like something similar, may have different tastes, cultures, backgrounds, otherwise, but are a fan of something, literary works, film, whatever it is, music, and can come together and enjoy that. Most of the time fairly respectively, I know, and the message boards can be a hive of scum and villainy, but for the most part, be really gracious, be really friendly, and I've definitely can say I made friends and family here with Torn through the years. I call Chris and Bill my brothers, and Erica too. Like, they are part of my family. I've known these people longer than my wife. You know what I mean? So it's like it's really really telling, right? So and I think that just speaks to sort of right place, right time for the internet, for these films to come out, for us to share those storylines. Because back then there was no social media, there was no YouTube, so there was a central hub, and it made it a lot easier. I think we would be called influencers if this occurred now, but it would be much more scattered, much more difficult to gain that kind of traction. And whatever small cultural shift we created, I think it would be even a million times harder to do it nowadays than it was back then.
For sure. One of the things that happened was we were all part of something, and we were disconnected, except with, of course, our friends, family, local community. But we tapped into this cultural universal that is the work of Tolkien. And that's one of the things that I like to say about it. If you've been subject to listening to me on these YouTube feeds and Zoomcasts, it's this lingua franca around the world. How many languages is Tolkien translated into? It's amazing. And so all you have to know is the story to be part of this. And it brought together people from all over the place. And we really marveled at that in, the year 2000. Wow, look at this guy's from, this part of Europe and this part of the world. And holy cow, it's pretty something amazing. Nowadays, I guess it's a little more routine. We're all way too connected. But that cultural universal sort of superseded other things, right? It was bigger than my politics, my religion, my socioeconomic status. So, and that connected everybody. It still does. We need it now more than ever.
And I was going to say that it's interesting that the creation of the Lord of the Rings films sort of parallels the creation of Torn, in that little country, they were making it, when they were filming it, it was like Peter's other works, which were more or less small productions, almost like an indie, even though, because it came from a small studio as well. So, and then to ask them, the cast, the crew, everyone, we're going to work and we're going to film all three of these films back to back to back and just do some reshoots so that it's going to be this 5-year or 6-year long project. So that they were working on came along, and I don't know if you could do something like that again. And it's sort of similar in the way our story began, in that a couple of fans who actually knew how to do stuff online were like, look at this, let's follow it and let's write about it. And then let's talk about it with other people. And it blossomed. And it was at a time when, Ain't It Cool News was like one of the few other big fan sites out there. There just weren't a lot of them. Buffy the Vampire Slayer had a few. And that was it, because obviously Star Trek and Paramount weren't talking to each other for a while. It took them a few years to really get into that hang of it. But I think with us, and then obviously Leaky Cauldron when they came in, but they came in after the Harry Potter films, whereas we started long beforehand. But I just think it's kind of parallel tracks.
Yeah, for sure. And Chris Parado, was heavily inspired by Star Wars, right? So Star Wars and the Force.net was his, big thing. And he was like, I want to be the Force.net for Lord of the Rings. I can say arguably we did it. And we were that for Lord of the Rings, where they were for Star Wars. And here's Clifford Broadway, one of my other brothers that I like to say. Cliff, I was telling the gang here how I call Cliff and Bill Chris and Bill, my brothers, and I definitely would lump you in that group as well.
I'm grateful for that. That's something to walk into. Well, walked right into that sentence, didn't I?
We were talking about, just how the community that was built around the OneRing.net was worldwide. It was global. It all of us were so different, as I think I've said before. Is like I'm an accountant in Illinois, and the fact that I got to meet people like Josh and Kathy who have such different backgrounds. Like Kathy's opened my eyes to costuming, and Josh is just such an amazing person, and I never would have met those folks, if it weren't for this, and it would never have opened my world, beyond my debits and my credits, to so many amazing people.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to chime in a little bit on that because one of the significant things for me was I moved to LA in 2001 and had no friends, no real connections, very little money. I was just coming out here to see what I could do with myself. And some of the first places that I went were Tolkien related, Lord of the Rings related events that Torn was putting on. There were signings, there were screenings, and that's how I met Cliff and Kathy and Chris and other people. But they were my first LA friends, and they really helped me to kind of become the person that I am today. So I owe a lot of who I am in my career to the OneRing.net.
The day after the Return of the King party, and I think I was running to the airport to go home, and I got a phone call, and it was either Variety magazine, it was one of these, Hollywood Reporter, it was one of these big magazines, and they were like, why did everyone who's anyone tell me that your party was the place to go to last night? And I said, well, you have 20 minutes, I could tell you a story. Because
we were the place to go to that night.
Yeah, exactly. And
well, the LA Times listed us as one of the parties to attend, and that was the headline on that Sunday morning or Monday morning, whatever it was.
Article, yeah.
Yeah, it was something like, why did Peter Jackson won all these, deservedly won all these Oscars, and then they went to this, they didn't go to Elton John's or whatever it was back then. they went to this place. And I was like, yeah, well,
I'm not saying it was the apex, but it was definitely a culmination, of all of the work all of you as staff people had done, and all of us, fans that had just kind of supported. And I think I love how you said, Tanya, it's just spread the joy, and that night was just pure joy.
Yeah, I lost my voice, but the when Peter won the Oscar, the roof was shaking. I'm sure it was.
Yeah.
It was quite a dynamic evening. We had years of experience at that point putting on an Oscar party just for the fans, just for the community of fans to come and have something fun to do on Oscar night. And we'd done it for Fellowship. We had done it a year later for Two Towers. By the time we got to the big third round of that party, we actually felt that we could scale up the experience. And we did. We scaled up to a larger venue, a much more ambitious party, much more guests, much more food, a lot of special guests, technical people to do staged lighting design. And there was a chance for Bee Cake, which is Billy Boyd's band, to perform. And believe it or not, yes, you were right in saying that, Michael, that the Governor's Ball, they didn't go to the Governor's Ball where Elton John was hosting. They didn't go to the official New Line Cinema party. All the cast and the crew and a lot of other Hollywoodites, including Fiona Apple and a lot of other recording stars and other actors and actresses, they all came to our event. I wasn't paying much attention to those arrivals because I was down in the changing room doing 3 or 4 costume changes, borrowing a lot of elements from Kathy. I had to change from full Elrond, the Lord of Rivendell, and then I changed to a ranger caught off as guard, and I was suddenly stubbly, unshaven Aragorn. And then about
you were Éowyn.
45 minutes later, I was Éowyn. And by the time I pulled off my helmet and pulled off my drag, and I said, "I am no man," it was the ultimate joke. By the time I got there, it was the ultimate joke. And my fourth costume change was changing into regular formal wear as myself to come out right after the announcement of Best Picture. And that was 11 out of 11 Oscars. They won every category in which they were nominated. And not only did the roof blow off, but it was like a seismic explosion around the world happened. And it all started right there in our wonderful banquet hall. We were just trying to handle it as a bunch of fans. And then after the Oscars were over, they all come marching in. Peter is bringing Weta and Philippa and Fran, and Richard Taylor is bringing all the stunties and the stunt crew, and the other young actors are there. And yes, it was 20 years ago. We were a lot younger then. And Elijah Wood is backstage, and everyone's coming on stage, and it was just energetic chaos, the kind of which I'll never forget, really.
Yeah, it was
crazy.
Wonderful. And it felt very, we were celebrating their achievements, but in a small way, we were also celebrating our own achievements, because, you just kind of look around and sort of say, I can't believe we all did this. And, I mentioned this earlier, Cliff, before you got on, but when everyone was kind of reintroducing themselves and how they got affiliated with Torn, they all mentioned, I got hired to do this. I got tasked to do this, right? And you have a similar story, and I want to hear it too, but it's like we all volunteered, really. So like it was just amazing to see like this groundswell of people, what they could do when they focused their time and attention on it. And I'll tell you, when we were planning that Return of the King party, I honestly made an honest effort to try to get Jimmy Page and Robert Plant to join, to come together and play together.
Oh, indeed.
And I was like, I think we could do it. I think we could do it. Of course we couldn't, but I was like, imagine doing that. But yeah, it didn't happen. But yeah, that would have been
1999, 1998. Could you have ever imagined? 6 or 7 years later.
No.
You're trying to recruit Jimmy Page and Robert Plant to a party.
Do you know it gets weird? It really does get into the weeds like that. When we were making our documentary film, Ringers, Lord of the Fans, we had a friend of the production out on the tennis court playing tennis with Jimmy Page, and wanted to use that informal opportunity to ask, hey, would you guys like to license one of your Led Zeppelin songs to a couple of friends of mine who are making a little indie documentary? What's it about? It's about the history of the Lord of the Rings and popular culture around the Lord of the Rings, and it happened. It just happened, just like that. We didn't get to have, the members of Led Zeppelin come to our party, but at least we got to license Ramble On. Believe it or not, the OneRing.net was the first production association with an indie film, and it's the first indie film to ever license a Led Zeppelin song. Of course, that's all changed. Now you can hear Led Zeppelin music being licensed regularly. It's a big needle drop in Marvel movies, but we were the first. It was
very cool.
It was the energy and the magnetism of the OneRing.net managed to bring fans, real fans of Tolkien, from every strata, from every corner of the world. And that's such a beautiful legacy, perhaps is the word that Chris Parada might use. It's a legacy of fabric, of interweaving so many communities and fans from around the world, including, the people who were fans back in the 60s, Jimmy Page and those guys. David Bowie, we were all And looking at that countercultural movement back then as just kids, I was just a baby. I didn't know I was going to grow up and be part of a second larger wave of pop culture fandom. It just grew and became something remarkable, you know?
Chapter 6 The Old Forest. Frodo woke suddenly. It was still dark in the room. Merry was standing there with a candle in one hand and banging on the door with the other. "All right, what is it?" said Frodo, still shaken and bewildered. "What is it?" cried Merry. "It is time to get up. It is 4:30 and very foggy. Come on. Sam is already getting breakfast ready. Even Pippin is up. I am just going to saddle the ponies and fetch the one that is to be the baggage carrier. Wake that sluggard Fatty. At least he must get up and see us off." Soon after 6 o'clock, the 5 hobbits were ready to start. Fatty Bulger was still yawning. They stole quietly out of the house. Merry went in front, leading a laden pony, and took his way along a path that went through a spinney behind the house, and then cut across several fields. The leaves of trees were glistening, and every twig was dripping. The grass was grey with cold dew. Everything was still, and faraway noises seemed near and clear. Fowls chattering in a yard, someone closing a door of a distant house.
Old Man Willow, sketch. It's unusual for me to sketch in felt tip, but this piece must have been the result of a moment of unusual clarity, as I dashed it off in a few minutes. Sketches like this are a visual shorthand, done more to remember ideas than as preparatory drawings. They are done on anything from shop receipts to book margins to restaurant tablecloths. Only, of course, if the tablecloths are made of paper. Old Man Willow is based on a row of willow trees that are on the edge of the Lake of Neuchâtel, not too far from where we live. And I often go back once a year or so to take photographs of them. So I have quite a gallery of portraits, and I bring them out whenever I need to draw Old Man Willow. Old Man Willow, final artwork. Old Man Willow is actually several willows. Where we live, there's an extraordinary row of pollarded willow trees that I regularly use in my illustrations. I've been photographing them for years and they continually crop up in my work. It's often not only useful to have a real-world reference for what you paint, but also a real-world reference that changes over time, although trees do grow slowly. I have a whole gallery of photographs of these particular trees, and I put them together occasionally whenever I need to visit Old Man Willow.
Hello there. Jordan asked me to say a little bit of something about the Fellowship of the Ring, and so I thought I might talk about a little bit about something that happens in the House of Tom Bombadil. I know that so many people get to Tom Bombadil and they're like, what? And, you know, and they say, oh, the Bombadil thing doesn't work, or, you know, Bombadil's God, or Bombadil's this, or Bombadil's that. Well, whatever Tom Bombadil is, I've always been very fond of him. You know, I learned from Tom Bombadil that I can say, I don't understand, but I don't have to. It's okay for there to be that mystery there. So, before I read that passage, I want to start real quickly by reading something else that's, I think, certainly in a larger sense connected. In our fairy stories, Tolkien says, fairy contains many things besides elves and fays, and besides dwarves, witches, trolls, giants, or dragons. It holds the sea, the sun, the moon, the sky, and the earth, and all the things that are in it, tree and bird, water and stone, wine and bread, and ourselves, mortal men, when we are enchanted. That last bit there, that when we are enchanted, is very important, because it suggests that Tolkien saw the world, didn't see the world as disenchanted, as is so common to say that the world is disenchanted. You know, and many people see it that way. I'm not sure that Tolkien did, because that passage there suggests that we're the ones who are unenchanted. The world is just fine, okay? But we, being not enchanted, or even if we're not disenchanted, we miss fairy. We lose connection with the world, with part of the world that we can't perceive, experience otherwise. And that, I think, is some of what happens in the Hobbit's journey. You know, as they leave first Hobbiton, and then the Shire, and then Buckland, and the Old Forest, and on and on and on. They are going into a progressively larger world, and I don't mean just physically larger world. They're going beyond the borders in more ways than one. They're becoming aware of a world that is larger, not just in terms of what we can see, but that there's more to that than we can understand. And then it's okay to be okay with that. Now, this passage that I'm going to read in the House of Tom Bombadil, it takes place after supper on the second night that they're there, on Goldberry's washing day, right? So, after they had eaten, Goldberry sang many songs for them, songs that began merrily in the hills and fell down softly into silence. And in the silences they saw in their minds pools and waters, wider than any they had known. And looking into them, they saw the sky below them, and the stars like jewels in the depths. Then once more she wished them each good night and left them by the fireside. This is a really amazing perspective, because the hobbits are, in a sense, looking at the world because of Goldberry's song, because of enchantment. They are looking at the world as if from the outside, as if from above the world, looking down, and as if they are looking down into a sea. And in that sea are the stars and the sky, and what a fascinating view. It's in a way, it reminds me of the part in of Tauber is coming to Gondolin, where Ulmo allows him to see with the swift sight of the Valor, and the world, as he sees, the world changes before his eyes. But this here, and I think this is really appropriate for, for the venue, for Jordan's event. Because what we have in this passage is we have music and song, the sea, and the stars as viewed from the outside. This is like very much like what we hear of in the Einol Indale, where the singing brings this vision, right? And in the vision they see other things, and so you've got song, you've got enchantment, and you've got a vision of the world, and that just expands, their perspective and their minds, just like it did when Eru said to the Ainur, "Hey, great song, I want to show you something." And then he takes them out there and he shows them a vision of what they have just sung. So, Fairy is a world in which we are the ones left out, unless we are enchanted. So, go for that enchantment. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Book 1, Chapter 7. In the House of Tom Bombadil. The four hobbits stepped over the wide stone threshold and stood still, blinking. They were in a long, low room, filled with the light of lamps swinging from the beams of the roof, and on the table of dark polished wood stood many candles, tall and yellow, burning brightly. In a chair at the far side of the room facing the outer door sat a woman. Her long yellow hair rippled down her shoulders. Her gown was green, green as young reeds, shot with silver like beads of dew, and her belt was of gold, shaped like a chain of flag lilies set with the pale blue eyes of forget-me-nots. About her feet, in wide vessels of green and brown earthenware, white water lilies were floating, so that she seemed to be enthroned in the midst of a pool.
Hi, I'm Betsy Chapman. I'm the harpist that worked with Jordan on mainly Tom Bombadil, but a couple of other things in the soundscape. And I thought I'd give you a quick tour of my studio. It can be a very quick tour because it's a very small studio. I'm actually a voiceover artist and actor and spent a lot of years full-time working for a marketing agency doing commercials and industrials. Industrials are things like training videos or maybe some of the long-form advertisements you see on the internet. Yeah, I record those annoying things. Sorry, it's a living. But I also use the studio for music, although it's not the ideal setup. I'll show you how I mic the harp in a couple of minutes. In terms of what I'm using, I have a bunch of things going on here. Out of range where you can't see it here, I actually have a Windows-based PC that is running Adobe, the Adobe suite. This is the PC I use to edit video and edit my audio. I also have a Mac running Adobe, oddly, because it is compatible with what I need to send to most people. And then I have another screen here where I would have my scripts. So normally my microphone would be facing that way. I'd be reading a script from here, recording on here and on my Windows machine, because the Mac does better for the audio. The Windows machine is easier to deal with the Premiere Pro, which is what I use to edit the video. And that's probably way more than anybody cares about. The mic I'm using is a good old-fashioned Rode NT1A condenser mic, which is great for the kind of work I'm doing. It's okay for music too, but I have some other options when I record music. I'm actually in a walk-in closet that is completely covered on 3 sides with acoustical foam, and it creates a pretty dry sound when I'm recording voice, so that I have a lot of options. Fortunately, Jordan is a magician and can make the music sound great too. So that's my studio. Let's take a look at what I do when I bring the harp in and start recording the harp. When I get ready to record music, I basically have to rebuild this room a little bit. I have to make room for the harp and my bench and the computer to all be put in places where I can access them very easily while I'm recording. So you can see I've sort of got my computer sitting over on the side on one of my extra harp benches, and I'm ready to record. You might notice that the mic is fairly low on the harp. The mic needs to be near the sound holes in the harp, and there's one sound hole on the bottom of the harp, so that's where the sound comes out, as well as I walk around the harp here, sound holes in the back of the harp, and there are 3 of those. So I want the mic closest to the middle sound hole, and you can kind of see that. This harp is a Celtic harp. A folk-style instrument seemed most appropriate for Tom Bombadil. It's got levers, so when I want to change keys on this harp, I flip a lever up or down. So for example, here's my F. Here's my F sharp. F. This is maybe sounds a little better. And F sharp with the lever up. So this is great for certain kinds of music. It's a Celtic harp, obviously really good for Celtic music. This particular harp is walnut with a Sitka spruce soundboard and rosewood detail. And the cool thing about this is the harp was custom built for me, and the pieces of rosewood detail are leftover pieces of rosewood from another harp that this harp maker built for me that was a pure rosewood harp and had a very different sound from this one. I liked this harp better for the Tom Bombadil work. I've come out to a different harp now because I realized in the other room it wasn't very easy to see on screen the way the harp works. So this is my classical pedal harp, which I did use for a couple of places in the soundscape, not specifically Tom Bombadil, but we'll take a look at why. But first of all, how does the harp work? Well, we've got a lot of strings, and they're color-coded. So you can kind of see that my C's are red, and my F's are black. So here's my octave, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. And I can play chords very easily that way. When I get Jordan's music, one of the first things I do is listen to it over and over and over again. First in headphones while concentrating, and then typically while doing other things, driving, folding laundry, washing dishes. Well, I don't do that much, but you get the idea. And then I start playing around. I figure out what key it's in and what notes I can use in that key, what goes with what. And I often play around with a pentatonic scale, a 5-note scale. The nice thing on the harp is that that means I only have to play the white strings or the clear strings. So you can kind of get an idea of fooling around, just sort of see what happens. And then I typically go on from there to start improvising, and then I start coming up with patterns that can be repeated throughout the piece. So that's kind of how I handle the music part of this. Now on this harp, you can see it doesn't have levers like the other one had. It's got these little things that turn. Let's see if I can get the phone close enough to see. So for example, if I push down a pedal, it makes the little discs turn. You can't see that very well. But the advantage of this harp is that it's chromatic. I can play any note I need to play on it. Whereas the Celtic harp, I cannot. I can only go up a half a step. I can't go down a half a step unless it's tuned in. Don't worry if that doesn't make sense. It's okay. The good news about this harp is I can play that harp sound you hear all the time, glissandos, and they sound great. So for example, I'm currently in the key of C. If I play a straight C glissando, that sounds okay. But if I want to make it sound really cool, and I did this for some of the water effects, I can change my tuning a little. And this is a tuning that wouldn't be possible on my little Celtic harp that I showed you before. It's because of the way the pedals on the pedal harp work. So let's take a quick look at that. So the difference in this pedal harp is, instead of levers, it's got pedals for each note on the harp. So there's a C pedal, a D pedal, an E pedal, and so on. And each pedal has 3 positions. When the pedal is in the middle, as they are now, the note is natural. If I take a foot and bring the pedal up, the note is now flat. And if I take my foot, this is awkward, and bring the pedal down, the note is sharp. So when I'm playing all naturals, it's in the middle. When I want a flat note, I bring the pedal up. And when I want a sharp note, I bring the pedal down to the bottom. So the whole time I'm playing something with my fingers, I'm also playing something with my feet. It's lots of fun. So the advantage of this harp is it has a lot more range than the Celtic harp does. I can play a lot of different kinds of music on it, and I have the full range of notes, flats and sharps, available to me. The disadvantage of this harp? Well, it is more expensive, but also it's really big. It's taller than I am. So when you buy this kind of harp, you have to think about a lot of things like, what kind of car do I own? Will the harp fit? How many stairs do I have to take it up and down to get it in and out of the house? And am I playing in one of those old churches in Philadelphia where everything is up at least 2 flights of stairs? It's a bit of a challenge, but I love this harp. And it was perfect for making some of the water sounds if you think about Goldberry and her washing day, and if you think about the rain coming down.
Greetings all, this is Mark Mullinax, and you don't need me to remind you that, or how, Tom Bombadil is often a dismissed character, sort of an afterthought for some of us. However, I think he has something unique to teach us. For the past few decades, I've been reading alternately Tolkien and Tao Te Ching. Tao Te Ching is a 2,500-year-old text of Taoism, a Chinese religious spiritual text from which we get the yin-yang symbol and such maxims as, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Today, with you, I join these two long arcs of reading. I first presented this at Mythmoot 8 in June 2021, just months after my own translation of Tao Te Ching was published. I had been listening to Corey Olsen's podcast, Exploring the Lord of the Rings, and in one particular episode of his wonderful dive into Lord of the Rings, he helped me to bridge Tolkien with Taoism. I hope you enjoy how I have connected them. When elves, humans, hobbits, and even Gandalf as one of the Istari confront the One Ring, each experiences its false promises of power, prestige, or plans for the future. But Tom Bombadil's introduction to the ring was altogether different. And I'll explain this stark variance through Tao Te Ching. Now, I'm not going to offer yet another origin or identity theory for Tom, please. These are legion. But I'll attempt but one question. Why is Bombadil the only one in Middle-earth to experience no complicating interactions with the One Ring? Everyone else had developed complicating desires leading to dishonest visions of themselves were they to wield the ring. Each one who considered how they would wield the ring has a wish list. Each struggled with managing her or his desires because the ring becomes a kind of kryptonite with which they found it hard to part. Their never resting and ever wrestling with the ring is, I feel, intentional on Tolkien's part. I can just imagine him thinking while he's writing this chapter, let's place a tempting, even addictive, powerful talisman in the middle of history and see the variety of responses to it emerge. Gandalf's, Bilbo's, and especially Galadriel's wrestling with the ring are instructive to us. But Tom has no such wrestling. He doesn't even have to say, like with Galadriel, I passed the test. Tom is altogether different. For the rest of us, one must lose this ring or lose oneself. So what makes Tom so different? Tolkien himself said it was useless to philosophize about Tom Bombadil, but I like to think that Tolkien included him as an intentionally uninterpreted example of how we, through Tom, approach the seduction of something like the One Ring or some other seduction in our lives. Tom Shippey says Tom Bombadil is a one-member category, a major quality of which is naturalness. There's this artless spontaneity within him. He is therefore fearless, antedating the corruptions of art. These are Shippey's words. Beyond the corruptions of artifice or unnatural talismans, Tom does not seem to want to possess or control in ways that we often do. When Tom himself put the ring on, he does not succumb to its power, or at least become invisible. Why? I'll argue that the ring is not part of his nature. His nature cultivated what I'm going to call no target for the ring to hit. Now, Tom gives us a kind of job description of himself late in Fog on the Barrow-downs. I've got things to do, he said. My making and my singing, my talking and my walking, and my watching the country. Tom can't be always near to open doors and willow cracks. Tom has his house to mind, and Goldberry is waiting. Without schemes or plans, Tom seems rather childlike. Now, I work around children a lot. Their worlds are completely different from adults. Different desires, different aspirations, and therefore a difference that shows up in Tom as almost alien. However, the key takeaway is that childlike Tom is uncolonized by the usual aspirations to power that affected the other Middle-earthers. His purpose is other, to live in and tend a country that is a sanctuary for ancient things, things that Tolkien himself loved, trees and rivers, fields and simple food. Tom is a kind being who enjoys living, singing, talking, and treating all with uncomplicated grace. His length of days, childlike simplicity, and attention only to what he felt important in the current moment make him a sui generis person, a unique person in all Middle-earth. So my thesis is, what makes Tom truly unique are also attributes of a Taoist sage. This came home to me in episode 175 of Corey Olson's Exploring the Lord of the Rings, and Corey asked, what is it that he has that makes him impervious to the ring? There's nothing in Tom for the ring to hold on to. It's his contentment. He wants for nothing. With what would the ring possibly tempt him with? There's nothing, Corey concluded, there's nothing in the ring to hook Tom. To my knowledge, no one has ever paired up Tom with Taoism, certainly not Tolkien. Tom's uncomplicated relationship with the ring, his mastery of self and clearness of will remind me of a Taoist master or sage. What is Tao? And what's a Taoist sage? In Chinese history's Warring States period, 475 to 221, many philosophies arose on how to manage and lead in tough times. And this was the early days of two long-lasting philosophies, Confucianism and Taoism. One could say that Taoism is a metaphysical theory of everything before theories of everything became popular, showing that everything both interconnects and is also one. Tao is the original nature, the original instructions of the universe in its every particle. That universe remains uncolonized by human ego or desire. That is, without human beings, this universe might just go on being the same sort of universe it was before humans. Taoism is a spiritual path for remaining in or re-merging into the original nature, the original instructions of the world. And Taoist sages embody an exemplary, ethical Taoist sensibility. Cooperation with nature distinguishes the Taoist sage. In my translation, the sage makes of himself or herself no target. One who flows with Tao does not make of themselves a vulnerable target by harboring and then developing unnatural desires, like a master ring, that first take over and then expose one as wounded by that takeover. So, if you have no ego desire or self-defensiveness, like a Taoist sage, you have no preferences, no unmanaged or unskilled desires, and thus there's no place to be wounded. Tom, like a sage, nurtures no target for a wounding or death blow caused by unmanaged desire. There is no place in Tom for the ring. There is no place in Tom for the ring to hook or to hit. On the other hand, someone with a wish list will be ever vulnerable to the ever-growing power their desires wield. That's why Gollum becomes a hooked fish by the precious, and explains how ring fever develops in Bilbo, Frodo, and Boromir. My precious indeed. The Taoist sage is a rare sort, a misfit in the best possible way. She lives differently, living as a citizen of and in the natural, original world, in which the artificial and the manufactured bling and things of culture manifest no attraction. The sage masters herself by remaining synced with her original nature, not even wanting or needing to contemplate artificial desires. This sage is described as one with, quote, no preferences, unquote. When we develop preferences, we open ourselves up to colonizing unnatural desires, like an unnatural desire for a ring of power. And we forget who we are. We forget our original nature. So the Taoist master, who should never depart from her or his original nature, is master of her or his own will. They are never subject to developing preferences or engaging the entire ecosystem of desires, whether real or metaphysical. Desires which can bring one down. Desires like fear, jealousy, pride, the will to dominate, to own, and other such lusts. When we, people that we are, cultivate or hold on to or cling to states of preference, they create divisions within, divisions without, and divisive states. Preferences begin at all. Tom has never gotten to this state by being desireless. He's never been attracted by rings and blings. So in the Council of Elrond, when Arestor says of Tom, "It seems that he has a power even over the ring," Gandalf says correctly, "No, I should not put it so. Say rather that the ring has no power over him. He is his own master." Tolkien wrote in letter 153, "He, Tom, is master in a peculiar way. He has no fear and no desire of possession or domination at all. He merely knows and understands about such things as concerns him in his natural little realm. He represents the spirit that desires knowledge of other things, their history and nature, entirely unconcerned with doing anything with the knowledge." And that's, again, Tolkien letter 153. So the ring is kryptonite, to borrow from another fantasy genre, to everyone with preferences and desires. Childlike Tom just has no preferences. Now, there are 81 short verses in Tao Te Ching, about 5,000 Chinese characters total. I'm just going to present in quick succession a few photos from my book to demonstrate how I see Tom as a Taoist master. I do this because most of us are probably much more knowledgeable about Tom than Tao. And since you are an intelligent fellowship, I'll ask you to see your own connections in the upcoming verses, rather than have me explain everything. For this slide, Tom's nature has no inner susceptibility for this deadly ring in his life. Knowing the beginning and end of all things, Tom lives within these boundaries in complete innocence, without even a hint for a need of a post-creation ring. The ring, being unnatural, has no place, no hold on him, and thus no power over him. The ring's power enters through preference, which wounds or targets, and the ring bearer begins their ratification. But Bombadil is unseducible to this kryptonite. He has no price tag in this preference economy. The thing about targets and preferences is that we tend to claim ownership of them. The ring is mine shows the end, not the beginning, the end of a process of clinging and preference. Tom did not succumb to a false sense of self that transmogrified Gollum into target-enhanced helplessness and made Frodo, spoiler alert, finally fail in his quest to cast the ring into Mount Doom. I'm going to scroll rather quickly in the next slides. Each one adds a dimension to what I believe is Tom's character. For this slide, we're talking about the sage. It talks about the idea of having no target. The sage excels at flourishing, reads line 1. While abroad, wild animals do not attack him, nor do soldiers' weapons cause him alarm. The rhino can find no target for its horn. Tigers cannot aim to target their claws. Soldiers find no vulnerable target for their weapons to pierce. Why? Because his body preserves no target for death. And I think that describes Tom to a T. Verse 22, part 2. The sage clings only to the one, or Tao, even as he models it for everyone. Not focused on self, all know him. Not focused on being right, all see him as a model. Not needing to show off, success is ensured. Not a glory seeker, his glory lasts and lasts. Not a disputer, the sage has cultivated no one under heaven to dispute against him. Verse 33. Understanding others is intelligent. Understanding oneself is enlightened. Conquering others shows off one's force. Conquering oneself shows one's authority. The one content with sufficiency is truly wealthy, and the one who acts resolutely is already successful. Centered in one's original belonging place, one endures. Even in dying, one does not perish. So over on the right here, I say that Tom is like a sage. He's a straight talker. And this is how he talks. He talks very straightforward, like he talks to the tree in the old forest. Eat earth, dig deep, and drink water. The function of emptiness, part 1 in verse 5, shows again this no preference idea in Taoism. Heaven and earth cultivate no preference for outcomes. They regard creations like straw dogs. The sage likewise cultivates no preference, like for a ring. She regards all people without favoritism, as if they were straw dogs. So Tom sees this ring as nothing more than just another thing, not to be useful, not to be needed, not to be preferred. In verse 2, the sage practices non-interference, which is the word wu-wei, or non-action. Non-interference with the natural in her daily life. She silences the urge to define. Situations may arouse attention, but she declines to confront, allowing natural processes to proceed without interrupting or possessing. She understands how things naturally and mutually arise without the need to control. She knows a secret to how things last. And I'll just comment that if you have a ring in your pocket, you have lost the secret on how things are going to last. Verse 27, part 2. Sages excel in saving others. They abandon no one. Skilled in goodness, they care for all things, just by following their inner light. And I think this describes Tom Bombadil to a T. Verse 64. The sage's one desire is never to aspire wrongly or chase needless luxury. She practices learned simplicity. She restores the people's mistakes and assists all beings to return to their natural selves. All this without presumptuous meddling. From our first look at Tom Bombadil to our very last look at Bombadil in Lord of the Rings, that's what he's doing. He is restoring the people's or the hobbits' mistakes, assisting them to return to their natural selves. I have two quotes from Taoist scholar Su Che. Sage's words are faint. His deeds are plain, but they're always natural. Hence he can last and not be exhausted. Though himself unable to forget the world, the sage is able to let the world forget him, which again reminds me so much of Bombadil. He doesn't matter. It does not matter to him that the whole world will just go in another direction besides his. Now, there's many touchstones between a Tao Master and Tom Bombadil. Of course, the ring is about power, and we are all at times a Samwise or a Boromir projecting their feverish "if I had the ring" thoughts, whether it would be to fight our Saurons, or preserve our realms, or sneak around with impunity. From ring-fevered dreams of being a Robin Hood to correct injustice, to visions of being the warrior or leader that achieves immortal fame, the ring is a dealer of illicit fantasies, tailored, custom-made to each bearer. The ring reads the innermost desires of its bearer or viewer and feeds them custom-made lies corresponding to the strength and will of the person. For Galadriel and Gandalf, and perhaps even Samwise, I suspect the ring was considered to be a bulwark against change and decay, against aging, against change coming to one's realm in Middle-earth, whether it be Lothlorien or the Shire. For Boromir, his lust for the ring was to preserve the glory of Gondor. To Gollum, the ring lied that he could get away with murder. The ring bears only falsehoods and weaves fictions in which the ring-bearer is the savior. It whispers, "You are an exception to the rules. Use me and gain your heart's desire. You will not die or change." But these false promises and premises come with a price. Clinging to a Shire or Lothlorien or to fleeting glory gives only spiritual rope burn. So in Tom's house, when Tom asked Frodo for the ring, Tom's power and authority, that is his sageness, encouraged Frodo to obey without question. Remember when Tom can actually see Frodo while Frodo wears the ring? Because Frodo was visible to Tom, could that mean that Bombadil, who is nature personified, sees only Frodo's original nature, not of Frodo being tempted and targeted by the ring, but instead sees Frodo as he really is? Imagine seeing the world's most powerful and deadly artifact having no power over someone like Tom, a lustless, a contented person who cannot be bought for any price. Tom lives in a different economy. He tells a different story, dwells in a different world, sings a different song. And that's why the ring has no hold over him, because Tom's nature is nature itself, like Tao. His nature and fluency were forged way before the ring, and he perhaps embodies the ancient melodies of Iluvatar. Tom's clarity of who he was and where he came from meant no other power than his own controlled him. And Tom lives today in our imaginations, I think, for his unique immunity to the ring of power. While reading a story, one may derive narrative energy to, quote, imagine differently for yourself, in your own wrestling, in our own wrestling with our own personal versions of the ring, and what it means to be human in the time that we have left to us. Tolkien gives us a guide of how we may walk in a failure-laden world, one marked by long defeats. And so in time, he gives us an example for endurance in the face of challenges. Tom's practice of not being a target and having no preference make him not just a Taoist exemplar, but also this reader's model for living wisely in our very strange worlds, in which we make our preferences, and then our preferences make us. So a lot to chew on. Thank you for your attention.
Chapter 8 Fog on the Barrow-downs. That night they heard no noises, but either in his dreams or out of them, he could not tell which, Frodo heard a sweet singing running in his mind, a song that seemed to come like a pale light behind a grey rain curtain, and growing stronger to turn the veil all to glass and silver, until at last it was rolled back, and a far green country opened before him under a swift sunrise. The vision melted into waking, and there was Tom whistling like a tree full of birds, and the sun was already slanting down the hill and through the open window. Outside, everything was green and pale gold.
Chapter 9. At the Sign of the Prancing Pony. Bree was the chief village of the Breeland, a small inhabited region, like an island in the empty lands round about. Besides Bree itself, there was Staddle on the other side of the hill, Combe in a deep valley a little further eastward, and Archet on the edge of the Chetwood. Lying round Bree Hill and the villages was a small country of fields and tamed woodland, only a few miles broad. The men of Bree were brown-haired, broad, and rather short. Cheerful and independent, they belonged to nobody but themselves. But they were more friendly and familiar with hobbits, dwarves, elves, and other inhabitants of the world about them than was, or is, usual with big people. According to their own tales, they were the original inhabitants, and were the descendants of the first men that ever wandered into the west of the middle world. Few had survived the turmoils of the elder days, but when the kings returned again over the great sea, they had found the Breemen still there, and they were still there now, when the memory of the old kings had faded into the grass.
My process for painting the Prancing Pony Inn involved first creating drafts in both digital and traditional media, before finally transferring the layout in pencil to cotton watercolor paper. Next came washes of color, working in general from light areas to dark ones. Through additional washes, I progressively built up layers of color to give the image vibrancy and depth. I knew from conferring with Alan and Sean that we wanted the inn to glow with welcoming light, which required carefully chosen yellows, and equally important was complementing this light with velvety richness in the shadows and night sky. In general, I also begin by using a larger brush which can hold more paint and water at one time, useful for covering large areas. As I get into more fine details, I swap out for smaller brushes that allow the tiniest dots of paint to be painstakingly applied. One of the last steps was the use of opaque white to dot the sky with stars. And here is the final piece. I hope you've enjoyed this little walk through my process and the chance to see some of the actual painting taking place, as well as a chance to see some of the painting's details a little more closely.
Chapter 10 Strider. Frodo, Pippin, and Sam made their way back to the parlor. There was no light. Merry was not there, and the fire had burned low. It was not until they had puffed up the embers into a blaze and thrown on a couple of faggots that they discovered Strider had come with them. There he was, calmly sitting in a chair by the door. "Hello," said Pippin. "Who are you, and what do you want?" "I am called Strider," he answered, "and though he may have forgotten it, your friend promised to have a quiet talk with me." "You said I might hear something to my advantage, I believe," said Frodo. "What have you to say?" "Several things," answered Strider, "but of course, I have my price."
It is said by the Eldar that in water there lives yet the echo of the music of the Ainur more than in any substance that is in this earth. And many of the children of Iluvatar hearken still unsated to the voices of the sea, and yet know not for what they listen.
Hi, my name's Dave Brons, and I write Celtic progressive rock that is inspired by the writing of Tolkien. And I want to talk to you about 3 ways in which Tolkien's writing connects with me and my music. Firstly, with the music itself. Secondly, with the idea of eucatastrophe. And thirdly, the connection to Arda, our cathedral of sea, earth, and sky. That song you just heard there was narrated by Alan Sisto of the Prancing Pony podcast. And it's taken from the Silmarillion. And I'll just read you the poetry again. It's said by the Eldar that in water there lives yet the echo of the music of the Ainur, more than in any substance that is in this earth. I just thought it was really interesting as a musician that Tolkien chose water as the echo of the Ainur. As we know in the Ainulindale, the Ainur sang together the music that brought Ea into being. And it's interesting that in water, for example, in waterfalls or in the sound of the waves, you get what's called white noise. And white noise contains all the frequencies, right from the bass all the way up to the treble. And you can use filters to filter that white noise into different notes. So when I was thinking about how to convey the idea of the Ainulindale, I thought, wouldn't it be cool if we created like a primordial chord that had all 12 notes used in Western music? Now, if you play all 12 notes at once, you get something that sounds kind of messy and horrible, something like this. It just kind of doesn't really sound like music. So the challenge is, when you're trying to create a chord that contains all of the notes, is you've got to work as a team. It's just like the Ainur had to work as a team when they created the great music. And the way you do it, I'll just show you on my screen actually, is you put a large gap at the bottom of the chord, and then all the dissonant notes you put at the top. So I'm just going to play you this primordial chord, and then I'll play you the music again so that you can kind of hear the full effect. And this is directly inspired by Tolkien's idea of the Ainulindale and water. Here we go. So we have the chord in the bottom. Okay. Alright, and so there you have the chord, and now I'll play it again with all the choir picking out different notes from the primordial chord to make my interpretation of the great music. Here we go. And that is what a chord with all 12 notes in sounds like, inspired by Tolkien. The second thing I want to talk to you about is the idea of eucatastrophe and how that has influenced my music. The eucatastrophe is the word that Tolkien came up with to describe a sudden turning to the light against all odds and expectations. It's about deep, deep hope. When you look at what's going on, it seems there is no hope. And these moments happen throughout the Lord of the Rings stories. And it kind of links back to this idea of a word coined by the Prancing Pony podcast called spabimi. And it's when Melkor is trying to ruin the music of the Ainur, and Eru Ilúvatar says, hey, you can do whatever you want, but in the end you shall prove but mine instrument. And what it means is, in the end, like Eru Ilúvatar's plan's always going to come to pass. And you see that throughout the stories. In the darkest moment you get this sudden flip where it all got like, there's just out of the jaws of defeat, victory is snatched. And I love that. We need that. And so I want that to be in my music. And so I created the Spabimi melody, thanks Prancing Pony podcast. And this melody reappears as kind of a melody of hope throughout my album, Not All Those Who Wander Are Lost. And it just pops in and out at various points to remind us that there is hope. And this is the melody. third thing I want to talk to you about is Arda and the Cathedral of Sea, Earth and Sky. That phrase, Cathedral of Sea, Earth and Sky, actually comes from an ancient form of Christianity called Celtic Christianity. And they saw planet Earth as a cathedral and a connection to their creator. And we know that Tolkien also is a devout Catholic. And even though he didn't write any religion as part of Middle-earth, we know that connection to nature for both the characters in the books and also for him personally was really, really important. And with that in mind, I wrote a tune called The Shire, which for me is about connection to Arda, this planet. It's about connection to where we live. I live in Yorkshire, hence The Shire, and it's about just the joy that comes from being in nature. Enjoy. Alright, that's it. I just want to thank Jordan Rannells for inviting me to share my thoughts on Tolkien, my passion for his writing and how it connects to music. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Chapter 11: A Knife in the Dark. As they prepared for sleep in the inn at Bree, darkness lay on Buckland. A mist strayed in the dells and along the riverbank. The house at Crick Hollow stood silent. Fatty Bulger opened the door cautiously and peered out. A feeling of fear had been growing on him all day, and he was unable to rest or go to bed. There was a brooding threat in the breathless night air. As he stared out into the gloom, a black shadow moved under the trees. The gate seemed to open of its own accord and close again without a sound. Terror seized him. He shrank back, and for a moment he stood trembling in the hall. Then he shut and locked the door. The night deepened. There came the soft sound of horses led with stealth along the lane. Outside the gate they stopped, and 3 black figures entered, like shades of night creeping across the ground. One went to the door, one to the corner of the house on either side, and there they stood, as still as the shadows of stones, while night went slowly on. The house and the quiet trees seemed to be waiting breathlessly.
Chapter 12. Flight to the Ford. When Frodo came to himself, he was still clutching the ring desperately. He was lying by the fire, which was now piled high and burning brightly. His 3 companions were bending over him. "What has happened? Where is the Pale King?" he asked wildly. They were too overjoyed to hear him speak to answer for a while, nor did they understand his question. At length he gathered from Sam that they had seen nothing but the vague shadowy shapes coming towards them. Suddenly, to his horror, Sam found that his master had vanished, and at that moment a black shadow rushed past him, and he fell. He heard Frodo's voice, but it seemed to come from a great distance, or from under the earth, crying out strange words. They saw nothing more until they stumbled over the body of Frodo, lying as if dead, face downwards on the grass with his sword beneath him. Strider ordered them to pick him up and lay him near the fire, and then he disappeared. That was now a good while ago.
In the image, Luthien finds Beren. This is after Thingol has sentenced Beren to what is essentially a suicide mission to retrieve Silmaril from Morgoth's crown, and Beren is not going to lead Luthien into such a fatal situation, so he leaves during the night, and Luthien, being as mighty as she is, awakens in the daylight, and with the help of Huan, the Hound of Valinor, catches up to Beren, and here she is feeling defeated, like he had abandoned her, and he's saying, well, I'm not going to bring you to the throne of Morgoth, and Luthien says, well, you're not going to go without me. And it's a good thing, too, because she saves him numerous times. Anyway, the light beam connects them. That's obviously a symbolic thing. I always try to put a waterfall in when I depict Beren and Luthien, symbolizing their tears, and then a red tree, which indicates the blood of Beren. And yet they are stronger than, their connection is stronger than death. In the image of Glorfindel battling a Balrog of Morgoth on a pinnacle of rock, it's obviously when Morgoth has discovered the location of Gondolin and sent a destroying army to take the city, and Idril, having prepared a tunnel for safety, has escaped with a lot of the refugees and her husband Tuor, and the various passes have been staffed with forces to prevent the refugees from escaping, and this particular pass had a unnamed Balrog of Morgoth, which Glorfindel stepped up to fight on a pinnacle of rock, a mighty elf lord, one of the greatest of all time, it would appear, and was able to protect the refugees. With his death, they both fell from the pinnacle to the rocks below and were killed. But it's a magnificent passage, and of course one of the great passages in Tolkien's lore.
Book 2, Chapter 1, Many Meetings. Frodo woke and found himself lying in the bed. At first he thought that he had slept late, after a long, unpleasant dream that still hovered on the edge of memory. Or perhaps he had been ill? But the ceiling looked strange. It was flat, and it had dark beams richly carved. He lay a little while longer looking at patches of sunlight on the wall and listening to the sound of a waterfall. "Where am I? And what is the time?" he said aloud to the ceiling. "In the house of Elrond, and it is 10 o'clock in the morning," said a voice. "It is the morning of October the 24th, if you want to know." "Gandalf!" cried Frodo, sitting up. There was the old wizard, sitting in a chair by the open window. "Yes," he said, "I am here. And you are lucky to be here too, after all the absurd things you have done since you left home." Book 2, Chapter 2, The Council of Elrond. Next day Frodo woke early, feeling refreshed and well. He walked along the terraces above the loud, flowing Bruinen, and watched the pale, cool sun rise above the far mountains and shine down, slanting through the thin silver mist. The dew upon the yellow leaves was glimmering, and the woven nets of gossamer twinkled on every bush. Sam walked beside him, saying nothing, but sniffing the air and looking every now and again with wonder in his eyes at the great heights in the east. The snow was white upon their peaks. On a seat cut in the stone beside a turn in the path, they came upon Gandalf and Bilbo, deep in talk. "Hello, good morning," said Bilbo. "Feel ready for the great council?" "I feel ready for anything," answered Frodo, "but most of all I should like to go walking today and explore the valley. I should like to get into those pine woods up there." He pointed away far up the side of Rivendell to the north. "You may have a chance later," said Gandalf, "but we cannot make any plans yet. There is much to hear and decide today."
Hey everybody, welcome. This is for the Long-Expected Soundscape holiday special. We have Uraloke, Trotter, and Mr. Underhill here from the Tolkien Collector's Guide. Well, very happy to be here. We're going to talk a little bit about the Fellowship of the Ring, various editions, publishing history, some stories behind it, and just have some fun talking fellowship with our friends and all of you. So welcome. We are so happy to be here. I'm going to pass the ball over to Trotter to start off, and we're going to take a look at the very first Fellowship of the Ring. It came out in 1954.
We've got a few copies between the three of us. So.
Oh my goodness! Yes, yeah. We could probably do this for months, but we have a few minutes.
Yes, I don't know how many copies of this book between us we've got, but it must be a couple hundred probably. But anyway. Right, so this is the first printing of the Fellowship of the Ring, but unfortunately I don't have a first printing dust jacket. This one is actually a second dust jacket, which came out a few months later. But the book is actually a first printing.
How's the top stain looking on the?
Oh, the top stain's quite good actually on this one.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's excellent.
Yeah, because it's one of the things that a lot of British publishers did at the time, and a huge number of US publishers did, was to stain. Though the US ones tended to stain the whole book, not just the top, but the British ones, I think, were skimping a bit on the stain, so going to the top of the book. But they, George R. R. Unwin used to stain their books the same colour as the cloth binding. So the cloth binding's red, the top will be red. And they did this on all of their books. It wasn't just Tolkien ones. So you see green ones, which is the Hobbit's green, and then I've seen yellow ones and orange ones and all kinds of things. It's quite a nice thing to do. So this book, when it first came out, was obviously done in fairly small quantities because the publisher didn't really know how much it was going to sell, and in fact they probably thought that they weren't going to sell many at all. They actually entered into quite an interesting agreement with Tolkien based on royalties, which was something that they didn't do with too many of their authors. But he didn't get any royalties until the entire cost of the production was paid for.
Mm-hmm.
So he got nothing. So all he got, I think, was originally he might have got an advance or some money, and then absolutely nothing until the entire cost was paid for. And then he got a really good royalty term, which of course I imagine that the Tolkien estates nowadays all love the fact he got this, because
still getting tons of royalties.
And he's still getting it, yeah.
Still hitting that cash register.
Well, it was a great deal. And again, he would probably wouldn't. I don't think he was savvy enough at the time to have argued about it. He'd have accepted whatever, because I think, as people know, he made a bit of a mess with the book and went to Collins, and Collins decided not to publish it, and he thought no one was going to publish it. And we got to the point where it actually came out that I think he'd have accepted anything really just to get to get it published.
Well, and Rayner had to talk Stanley into doing it, right?
Yeah.
Well, yes, and it's something that I'm going to get on to with my next book, is to which I'm going to show, is to why allegedly it's called a trilogy when it's not a trilogy, but why it's called that is all down to costs. If you're George R. R. Unwin and you think he was a relatively unknown author, he was quite successful at the time. I think people forget this. The Hobbit was actually quite a successful book. It had been reprinted quite a lot. It never really went out of print in the UK, and certainly in the US, I think it was in print permanently up until the Lord of the Rings came out. So he wasn't an entirely unknown author, but he was a bit unknown, really, and it was a massive gamble by the publishers to do it. And in particular, when you look at things like the page that I'm showing at the moment, the runes across the top, now that would have cost them quite a lot of money to actually go and create those, to actually put into the book. So they were fairly happy to accommodate Tolkien a lot more than I think a modern author would be accommodated. I don't think they would get the same deal that Tolkien got. One of the things that's interesting as well with the with this one, can you read this screen? Yeah, one of the things that's interesting is you can actually see on here that it says 1954 on the page under the Fellowship of the Ring.
Mm-hmm.
They were only on the very early editions of the books actually had the date on that page. I think it was the first two printings of the Fellowship and the Two Towers, and the first one for Return of the King. After that, they obviously decided it was far too expensive to print a 1954 on that page, and they removed it.
That's where the extra expense was, putting the small.
It was the extra expense, a huge expense.
Someone was saying to themselves, we're not printing this in 1954, so let's take the 1954 off.
I mean, You're buying the books. You know what year it is. We don't need to tell you what year it is.
Yeah. So obviously there was probably lots and lots of meetings and lots of cups of tea and things like that that all went round while they were deciding on should we get rid of 1954 or not. So this book, this is the first one. Now, because it was so successful, it immediately pretty much got reprinted. And this one that I'm showing at the moment is from Boots the Library. And Boots are a chemist or pharmacy in the UK. They've been going for quite a long time, and in the 1930s, I think that's probably 1920s to 1950s. So this was towards the end of the period. I think they stopped in the 60s. We didn't have public libraries in the UK. You had to pay a subscription to it's a bit like Netflix. So there was their version of Netflix. You had to pay a subscription, and you could get depending on how much you paid, was how many library books you could take out. And you had a little tag that actually went in the top of the library book, and there's a hole at the top. Mm-hmm. You put your tag in there when you took the book out and when you took the book back to show that you were allowed to borrow it and you hadn't pinched one. I do like the fact that in these library books they don't actually have all the stamps open because they didn't need it. They used those tags. Mm. So I thought it was quite a clever way to do it. Now this is the second printing of Fellowship of the Ring. So the one that I showed was the first one. There was all kinds of errors introduced in this printing, which we'll show a bit later on. But the library would only pay at the time 21 shillings. They would not buy any books that cost more than 21 shillings. So if the book was 22 shillings, Rayner Unwin could not sell it to any of the UK libraries. So, and 21 shillings is actually a guinea, which was how it arrived at that. It's up just over £1 at the time. So £1 was 20 shillings and a guinea was 21 shillings. So we have all kinds of weird things like that.
I'm taking a whole episode on British currency.
So to actually get they thought, I think that Rayner decided that they wanted to sell the book for 63 shillings. So conveniently, if you split it into 3, you could sell them all for 21 shillings and the libraries will buy them. And this is a massive thing that actually caused it to be split into 3 volumes, was to get the library sales, because they absolutely thought nobody else was really going to buy it and people were only going to read them in libraries. And I know a lot of people actually who did just read them in the library. My uncle, when the book first came out, he couldn't afford it. He couldn't afford 21 shillings, so he used to read it in the library. And you go along and see whether they normally have one missing, so you turn up and they would have 2 of the books, and the one that you wanted wouldn't be there because somebody else had got it. And you have to keep going back every week because is the book back again? Is it back again? Can I borrow it? But it's certainly these books are absolutely fascinating in terms of why the Lord of the Rings is mistakenly called a trilogy today. It's all down to libraries. Well, I think I know Rayner said it was in the Remembrance set. He said it's down to libraries, but I can absolutely understand why they would do that and actually split it into those. Now, this one's been rebound, and so of course the library would get the book. And then they take all the nice dust jacket, throw that away, don't want that. Who wants a dust jacket? Chuck that in the bin. Rebind it, throw the binding off, and make them all look the same. So when they're on the shelves, you couldn't really spot where the book was. You had to look at every single book to find it. But I believe that was a ploy as well. That was a ploy to get people to realise how many books you got in the library. Mm-hmm. Whereas if you kept the original dust jacket on there and look, you'd see it straight away. You just go and pick that up and say, "Oh well, so I know what it looks like." whereas you had to look at every single book because they all look the same to see which was the one that they're even all the same colour. They made them all red, so that you couldn't find the books very easily, and then you would know what other books they've got, so you carry on paying your shilling a week or whatever it is, or shilling a month to borrow books. So it's a very, very clever ploy. The US, they do quite a lot of library editions. Well, I don't know. I assume that they were public library. I don't think you had to pay for those libraries, did you?
There were private libraries, but there's
as well. Okay.
Primarily a public library system.
And there are
Mr.
a lot
Underhill.
of library editions of the U.S. Yeah.
Yeah. You want to show us the first American we'll move on to?
Oh, yeah. So going on from what Trotter was saying. Trotter was showing us the first UK edition of the Lord of the Rings. Well, it so happens that I have the first US edition of the Lord of the Rings. It's looks different from the outside. This is a first printing in its original dust jacket. You can see the spine's a bit faded, but one of the things that's interesting about these is that the dust jackets, kind of unlike the Allen and Unwin editions, the dust jackets on these Houghton Mifflin editions, they don't tend to hold up as well as the Allen and Unwin. So these are actually a little bit more difficult to find than they're more difficult to find with the dust jacket than they are without. You see, if you go onto eBay and you look at Houghton Mifflin early editions of the Lord of the Rings, you're more likely to find editions that are without their dust jackets than are, because these, I've got mine in a protective archival sleeve here, but if you were to take the sleeve off and you were to feel it, it's very, very thin. It's very, very flimsy. It's a wonder that any of these have survived. And as you can see, the jacket design was by an artist named Walter Loren, and it's much different. There's a lot more going on than the UK. I believe that Houghton Mifflin. There. Yeah, Houghton Mifflin at the time felt that a lot of what they were getting from the UK market wouldn't sell because it wasn't eye-catching enough. There's a famous quote that the Hobbit, Tolkien's Hobbit dust jacket was too British, and that's why they redesigned for the.
I'm very pleased it's too British.
Yes. So if I open it here, it's the binding is different than it's a blue color. You can kind of see it here. So what the way that these were distributed was that Houghton Mifflin, they knew that they wanted to sell the Lord of the Rings, but they weren't printing the sheets. They were depending on Allen and Unwin to print the sheets, and so what they would do is they would order a certain number, and Allen and Unwin would send them the sheets that were unbound, and then they actually sent them over by boat. And so it took there was no air travel for these sheets in those days, and so they sent them over by boat, and then Houghton Mifflin would bind them in the United States, and they chose this nice blue binding, which I quite like. I mean I'm a fan of the red binding too. I have several of those, but the blue binding has always been eye catching for me.
It's what I grew up on.
Yeah, Urloke has a I know he's got a big attachment to these two, and so
the British one is a bit dull, really. The binding, I'll give you that.
It looks exactly the same as the British because it's the same sheets. So I'm going to open. Or that's how you can tell with that we could do a long video on the ways that you tell the early American printings apart, because it's quite difficult actually. You have to look for specific things, but one of the ways that you can tell first printings of the American edition is that it does have the year on the title page. The reprints do not have the year on the title page, except for in a couple of circumstances. And the copyright page, it's got the printed in Great Britain because where they imported the sheets. So everything is the same except for the binding and the dust jacket. And on the back, it's got this nice picture of Tolkien in red there's ways that there's things that you can look for on the back to tell whether or not it's an early print. There's like subtle things that you can look for, which I won't go into, but it's got like a nice little blurb about Tolkien there, and it's got the fold-out map in the back, which this one I won't fold out because I don't want to mess with refolding it back in. But they're just glued to the back. There's nothing special about the fold-out maps. They're just glued into the back there. There's according to records that we have, there were about 1,500 sheets of these. So Houghton Mifflin purchased about 1,500. It may be 1,550. It may be just depending, but it's around 1,500. So originally there were 1,500 of these that were purchased and bound. Who knows how many there are now that have survived? But this is one of the favorite books that I own. Actually, it's probably in my top 10 of Tolkien items that I own. So
very cool. I thought I'd go on next to the Dutch edition, which came out within a year of the British. It's the first translation of The Lord of the Rings that was published. It's a great little set. It's got one of the funniest little errors. I'm going to hold it up here. See if you can spot. I got to get closer to the camera and angle it right.
There it is.
See if you can spot the typographical error that been just on the Fellowship. They corrected it for.
You can pause the video right now and see if you can spot the error.
It's pretty obvious once you see it, but it's a great edition. This is kind of what spawned Tolkien to work on his translator's guide, the nomenclature of The Lord of the Rings, to help translators know which words could be translated and which ones should stay the same. He had long issues about that with various translations of his books. You mentioned the map. I love this one. Has a little pocket in the back with
I love those pocket maps.
It's great. But one of my favorite editions of the translations of The Lord of the Rings, just the fact that it was the first and came out early on. Let's move on. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say nice red top stain too, just like the Alan.
Oh, I know. Yeah, that's this one's in fantastic shape.
Ooh,
as well.
Very nice. Very nice.
So the US one got top stain on it.
It does not.
It does. Oh no!
No top stain
on it. Oh dear.
Yeah,
they did. Yep. Well, maybe that's a good time to move on to. We'll get there momentarily. We've done first editions, but there were changes made to the Fellowship of the Ring in the 1960s because of this issue. We're not going to spend a lot of time on it, but in 1965, Ace.
We have let me stop you right there. We have a whole video on the Ace paperback.
Yep.
So you should go to our YouTube channel and check out. We do a whole video on those.
Yep. So this paperback came out in 1965. It was not authorized by Tolkien or his publisher, and it is a setting of the first edition text. So in English, I think it's the only paperback edition with the first edition text. And because it came out, we won't go into the history, but Tolkien, in order to solidify his copyright, came out with the revised text that they could then publish. Chad, why don't you hold up the Ballantine, which came out first. So this was rushed out with text changes. He added material to the prologue. He
there's a nice green little box that says this is the authorized edition right here.
Please buy this.
Please buy this one. This is the good one. Please buy this one.
Yep.
And it worked as well. That works.
It worked really well. I mean, the fans responded. They bought this one. The Ace edition, they came to an agreement, so Ace did end up paying royalties to Tolkien and agreed not to publish any more after their initial print run was sold through.
Some people took their books back to the store and said,
they did. Wanted their refund. So, after the paperback came out, the U.S. Houghton Mifflin published the hardcover copy, and Trotter for you, they did top stain these. In fact, there's three different colors. The top stain matches the color of the book. So the three volumes of the Lord of the Rings.
Very 60s, very psychedelic.
I like this set as well. One of one of the ones I grew up on.
This one with the Barbara Remington cover art is very. It's just. I mean, what words cannot describe how fantastic this is.
Yep. And then the British second edition actually came out after the Americans. They were rushing to get the American copyright done. So the second edition came out paperback, then hardcover US, and then hardcover in the UK. So
the British second editions are nice too. They're a nice charcoal gray color. They're very nice volumes as well.
Yeah,
they are. I was looking at one today actually that someone has scribbled some Elvish inside, which
get out of here.
Yeah, they scribbled a bit of Elvish in there. Yeah. And they filmed themselves and were on the TV scribbling it as well.
Yep.
It was lovely to look at, and that was a 1967 one, so that was a second impression, the second edition.
Yep. Good. So that was a quick little publishing history, but I thought we could do like a little lightning round of some other editions just from each of our collections of some interesting fellowships. We haven't done one of yours in a little while, Trotter, so I think you had one ready to show us.
I've got this very small edition.
Oh my God. We're going to get your camera turned back on.
I'll turn the camera back on again.
This one's fun. It is small is not a word I would use to describe it if I was going to do that. It came out fairly recently. Was this just a year ago? When did this one come out?
These came out 2 years ago, 2021, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this is absolutely enormous.
This is
very heavy.
This is not tiny.
No, it's not tiny at all, and you can see
true coffee table book size.
It's a very nice edition. Now the book came out. It was advertised for sale and pretty much sold out.
Less than a day.
48 hours.
48 hours.
48 hours. Yeah, it was less than 48 hours. It was about 37, 38 hours, if I remember correctly.
We do get reminded that Stephen King tends to sell out in about 5 seconds after it goes on sale. But this was I still thought it was quite impressive. And it's illustrated by Alan Lee, so it's the original with some new illustrations in it. Like this is one of the illustrations that he did for the ring.
The bottom of the
just
river.
about just as it's fallen out of somebody's hand, and so there's a few extra illustrations in there. Whether it's that practical a book to read, it's absolutely lovely printing, and the illustrations are cool. There's one of the illustrations.
The image reproductions are fantastic.
Yeah, because they're actually like paintings. They're printed separately on proper paper, and
those are tipped in, right? Those
are
tipped in. Yeah.
So a very, very, very nice edition. I'm always hopeful that they might think about doing the Hobbit as well like this, but so you never know. But yeah, it's a great. So that's really nice. But it's not overtly practical for casting about with you because it's too heavy. It's one that you can read at home, really.
It's a show piece, not a reading piece in my mind.
Correct. Yes. Exactly.
Right, okay.
Well, so, Mr. Underhill, you got something you want to?
Yeah. Okay. Well, a little bit more of a novelty piece than what Trotter just showed us. So, in the late 1980s. Ballantine decided to print. I like to call these the romance novel versions of the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit. So the first of these came out around 1987 with a black covering, which I have somewhere, but they weren't easily accessible. But the later prints were done. Both prints were done by an artist named Michael Herring, and he decided to depict. Chapter 2 on the cover of Fellowship, which is a Shadow of the Past, and it's Gandalf and Frodo. They're talking about the ring, and he decided to depict them like this.
Well, of course. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, and it's just a cheap little paperback. This is a later printing. The first printings are black, but the later printings are multicolored, and the Fellowship is green. But it's these came in a box set, which I've taken this one out of the box to show. But yeah, these are great because these look like the couple dollar romance novels that you see at the grocery store. But for a lot of Tolkien fans, this was their first. These were their first volumes, especially people who were young people in the 80s and early 90s. A lot of people, this was their first volume, but yeah.
Yeah, they're inexpensive books.
Yeah, they're very cheap. Yeah, they're very cheap.
Yeah.
Yep. So I wanted to, if you can't afford the folio set, which sold out and is only secondary market, there are nice Alan Lee illustrated editions. I happened to grab a Houghton Mifflin one. It's probably 20 years old now.
But those are still in print, though. You can buy those new.
Yep. And as far as editions go, if you want a reading copy, these are printed on really nice bright white paper for the illustrations. It comes out really well. Some people think the text is harder to read on the bright paper rather than a more mellow, less glossy paper, but the illustrations are fantastic. It's a great edition set to pick up, and as Mr. Underhill and Trotter said, they're still in print. You can still track those down, and Alan Lee is a fantastic illustrator. So yeah, anybody else have something you want to show?
Well, I have this last one that I have right next to me. So recently, the Lord of the Rings was printed in Chinese in the Chinese language, and they used the maps. If you check out the spine here, it's got the maps on there, and they used the maps as boards for these paperback books, and they came in a box. And it is in the Chinese language, so you can't read it unless you speak Chinese and read and write in Chinese. But I think that they're wonderful pieces of art. They come in a slipcase with a nice plastic covering, and they're just very nice. They're sturdy. They feel very, very nice in the hand. It's just
open. Awesome. So, yep. I love that set. I think I'm probably going to have to be getting one of those myself just because of the maps used as boards. This is we are the Tolkien Collector's Guide. I wanted to thank Trotter and Mr. Underhill for hanging out with me, and we've done a little brief overview of the Fellowship of the Ring with our own little fellowship here. We love hanging out and talking books. Please check out Jordan's Long-Expected Soundscapes. He's got some fantastic other ones in production. I know he's just done Winnie the Pooh with Lord of the Mark, Sean Marchese. That's
I heard about that, yeah.
And also, please do check out our YouTube channel if you're interested in this sort of chat. We love talking about Tolkien books. We've mentioned a couple of our videos as we've gone through this, but we're happy to be here, and we're happy to talk Tolkien all the time. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And enjoy the rest of the day.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, this is Sean Marchese, the Lord of the Mark, from the Prancing Pony podcast and co-author of the new book, Why We Love Middle-earth. Now, anybody who knows my voice probably knows how much I love Eärendil, and is probably expecting me to say something about Bilbo's Song of Eärendil in many meetings. And I do love this poem, not just because of who it's about, which does happen to be my favorite character in Tolkien's Legendarium, but also because it's just such a delightful poem with some beautiful imagery and a fascinating rhyme scheme and a really interesting narrative structure that I'd like to talk about here. Now, of course, Tolkien had been writing poems about Eärendil for decades before he wrote this one. The first poem he wrote about Eärendil was The Voyage of Eärendil the Evening Star, which he wrote in September 1914. He also gave that one an Old English title, which I think I can pronounce, Schipfereld Eärendillis Evensteren. Something like that. Schipfereld Eärendillis Evensteren. That's the Old English title for The Voyage of Eärendil the Evening Star, and that is published in the Book of Lost Tales, Volume 2. That's the first poem that Tolkien wrote about Eärendil, and has nothing in common, structurally or narratively, or the language with this poem. There's also a very brief fragment, less than 40 lines, of an alliterative lay of Eärendil that was started around the mid-20s. That one's published in The Lays of Beleriand, in the Poems Early Abandoned section of that book. But this poem, the poem we have here in The Lord of the Rings, that's usually called the Song of Eärendil, or the Eärendillinwe, this is based on a poem that Tolkien first wrote around the early 1930s, which is called Errantry. This poem, Errantry, is a poem that Tolkien would have read to the Inklings around that time, and he published it in the Oxford Magazine in November 1933. And you can actually see the published version of the Errantry poem in The Adventures of Tom Bombadil. It's actually not exactly the same as the version that was originally published in the Oxford Magazine, but it's very similar to it. And again, part of The Adventures of Tom Bombadil, which you can find in the Tales from the Perilous Realm collection. So it's not hard to find, and it's definitely worth reading the earlier version of this poem. It's basically a patter song, kind of along the lines of Gilbert and Sullivan's Major General's song, I am the very model of a modern Major General, that kind of thing, where it's meant to be sung really fast. It's got a lot of, I believe Tolkien called them metrical hijinks. It's kind of a tongue twister, a lot of internal rhyme, and just like a really fun sound and feel to it. And it's just absolutely delightful in terms of the story it tells. Errantry is about a merry passenger, a messenger, a mariner, who goes on a series of bizarre adventures. It's fun stuff. I mean, he fills his boat with oranges and fragrant spices. He wanders all around and he fights these epic battles with insects. He fights honeybees, and he falls in love with a butterfly and tries to get her to marry him. It's full of whimsy. It's so much fun. It's not Eärendil. It's kind of Eärendil-esque in the sense of, it's about this wanderer who goes on some very wild adventures, getting lost, getting found again. So it's Eärendil-esque in the sense that it's about this wanderer, but it is very much not about Eärendil. And in fact, even within the Errantry poem itself, there's a kind of bathos in the way that the poem is written in this very lofty style with very complex vocabulary. There's a lot of big words, complex structure, and really interesting vocabulary. And then the story told is very small, literally small. I mean, obviously this character is apparently small enough to be battling with honeybees and falling in love with a butterfly. So it's a very small scale story, and it's very whimsical, and it's even silly. But again, it's written in this very lofty kind of epic style. So Errantry is a delight unto itself, and it's highly recommended. If you have not read it, you should go seek out The Adventures of Tom Bombadil and read it. And actually read it side by side with the Song of Eärendil, because you will see how the structure is very similar, and it'll be very fascinating to see how two completely separate poems kind of came out of the same origins. But back to this poem, the Song of Eärendil, because The poem went through something like 15 iterations to get from errantry to Bilbo's Song of Eärendil that we have here in Lord of the Rings. The complete textual history of the poem is actually documented by Christopher Tolkien. The entire sort of transformative process that it went through is documented in The Treason of Isengard in the History of Middle-earth. And Christopher Tolkien says that none of his father's poems had so long and complex a history. So this poem really went on an adventure itself. It sort of wandered in its composition, becoming different things at different times to Tolkien. And, you know, as I mentioned earlier, this entire process of change and restructuring and rebuilding kind of left us with two completely different poems. And yet, if you read the Song of Eärendil, especially if you read it aloud, and again, that's why I recommend reading these two poems side by side and read them aloud, because you can still hear errantry in it. The meter is the same. There's even one line, surprisingly only one line, that is exactly the same in both poems. The line, "His scabbard of Chalcedony," appears in both the Eärendil poem and errantry. And even though it's a more solemn poem, the Song of Eärendil is, about, you know, shall we say, a more dignified topic, it still has the same pattery kind of quality that the errantry poem has. And you know, again, you can hear it in the same vein as songs like the Major General song from Gilbert and Sullivan. In fact, Stephen Colbert once did a video where he talked about the Song of Eärendil and compared it to Gilbert and Sullivan's Major General song. That video is going around the internet. Definitely worth checking out. I'm not crazy about the way Colbert says Eärendil's name, but aside from that, it's a very cool analysis. So again, back to the Song of Eärendil. It's got that same kind of patter quality to it, and part of that comes from the meter, but part of that also comes from the complex rhyme scheme that exists in the poem. The poem can actually be grouped into sets of 4 lines each, or quatrains, you'd call them. Now, this is separate from the stanza structure that Tolkien has put in place. Tolkien has actually broken up the poem into stanzas based on what's happening in the story, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. But what I'm talking about here is just grab each set of 4 lines and compare those. View each one of those as its own quatrain, and you'll see in each one of those quatrains that not only do the second and fourth lines rhyme with each other at the end of the line, but you'll also find that there's a syllable in the middle of the second line that rhymes with the end of the first line, and you'll find that there's a syllable in the middle of the fourth line that rhymes with the end of the third line. Now, I know that sounds complicated, but it's really not. Here, let me just go ahead and read an example, and you'll hear. In panoply of ancient kings, in chained rings he armored him. His shining shield was scored with runes to ward all wounds and harm from him. I'm sure you can hear what I'm talking about there. You can hear the obvious rhyme of him and him at the end of the second line and the end of the fourth line. That's straightforward, rhyming lines. But then you've also got kings at the end of the first line, rhyming with rings in the middle of the second line. And you've got runes at the end of the third line, rhyming with wounds in the middle of the fourth line. And so this pattern actually continues throughout the poem, where you've got not only the rhyming of the even-numbered lines, but also the odd-numbered lines rhyming with the middle of the following line. And it's a very cool structure that makes for a very sing-songy and fairly complex, but fun if you read it fast, kind of structure. Now, some of those half-line rhymes are really obvious, like rings with kings, or wounds with runes. And those are obvious because they're standalone words. But sometimes you get a syllable in the middle of a word that rhymes with the previous line. So, for example, you've got, from other world beyond the sea, there strong and free a storm arose, a wind of power in Tar-Manel, by paths that seldom mortal goes. So, sea and free, that's fairly straightforward. But then in the next couplet, Tar-Manel rhymes with seldom. And so it's not rhyming with the last syllable of a word in the middle of a line. It's rhyming with the first syllable of a word in the middle of a line. And so that contributes to the complexity of this rhyme scheme. He just sort of like found, okay, which is the syllable that needs to rhyme, and I'm just going to put the word there that's going to make it rhyme, even if it's the first syllable or a medial syllable in the word. And then some of them are not even exact rhymes. Some of them are just kind of approximate, not even very approximate. Like, take, for example, the first lines of the poem. Eärendil was a mariner that tarried in Arvernian. He built a boat of timber felled in Nimbrathil to journey in. So that's not even very precise. I mean, mariner and tarried in, if you say those precisely, they don't even really rhyme at all. But they're kind of close, and if you recite the poem quicker, they rhyme a little bit closer. Eärendil was a mariner that tarried in Arvernian. You do it quickly, and the rhyme kind of works a little better. And that's another reason why I always recommend reading this poem aloud, and do it as fast as you can, because you'll really hear the magic of those half-line rhymes come to life. Eärendil was a mariner that tarried in Arvernian. He built a boat of timber felled in Nimbrathil to journey in. If I'm not stumbling over my own words, you really do kind of hear the rhyme when you say it quickly like that. And so it really does add something to the poem to think of it as still being, at heart, just a patter song, like errantry, even though it's a much more serious topic and I think tells a much more epic story. So let's talk a little bit about that topic and that story. If you've read the Silmarillion, you know the story already. You know that this poem is about Eärendil's great journey, this dangerous mission that he went on to go seek the aid of the Valar in saving Middle-earth from Morgoth. And despite the pattery meter and the playful rhyme scheme and the kind of the surface silliness of the song, the stanzas of the poem are organized in a way that does bear out the epic nature of the story. And this is my other favorite thing about the structure of this poem, is that the stanzas are organized in a very precise way, where, again, you can kind of group stanzas together and see how they contrast each other. Now, to do this, we're going to take these stanzas two at a time. The first stanza is all about the ship, Gil-galad. It's mostly describing how beautiful it is, how fair, what an awesome piece of machinery this boat is. It's beautiful, it's bright, it's made from this white birchwood from the forest of Nimbrathil. It's got these silver sails, these silver lanterns. It's got this prow shaped like a swan. Really a beautiful craft that Eärendil is sailing. The second stanza pairs with the first stanza. You can actually view these two stanzas together, but in the second stanza, instead of talking about the ship, we're talking about the captain. We're talking about Eärendil here in the second stanza, and specifically about his gear, this heroic and kind of impractical suit of armor and weapons that he carries. We're told it's a panoply, a full suit of armor. We're told that he's got a shining shield scored with runes of magical power. He's got this bow of dragonhorn, which is just an awesome image. He's got ebony arrows. He's gear of silver and gemstones like chalcedony and adamant and emerald. And so these first two stanzas are really kind of painting the picture of this beautiful ship in the first stanza and this amazing hero in the second stanza. We don't actually get the start of the story until the third stanza, which shows our hero wandering, bewildered, and lost in the dark. We're told of starless waters. We're told of this night of naught, this kind of dark night of nothingness. We're told that never sight of shining shore nor light appears, and we're told that blindly he fled. There's all this language that talks about darkness and sightlessness and sort of being bewildered. He's really kind of aimless here. This is the wandering part of the journey where he's not sure how to get to where he's going, and his quest is really not going well. But then in the fourth stanza, which contrasts the third stanza, we get light and we get sight. Elwing comes to Eärendil. She brings the Silmaril, and now they have something to light their way. And this is what allows them to get back on course and sail into the west with direction. So in the fourth stanza, we see references to flame in the darkness lit. We see a fire upon her carcanet, this heavy jeweled necklace that Elwing must be wearing called a carcanet. There's a fire upon it with just the light glinting off the jewels in her necklace. We see living light then on Eärendil's burning brow as the Silmaril is placed on his forehead. And all the light imagery in this fourth stanza contrasts with all the darkness imagery in the previous stanza. Then we get the fifth stanza. Now, this poem is 9 stanzas, so the fifth stanza is the middle one. And the way I read the poem, the fifth stanza doesn't have a mate. It doesn't have another stanza that you can pair it with for this kind of contrast that we've seen in the previous 2 pairs. But the fifth stanza can actually be divided into 2 parts on its own, because the first half, or roughly the first half, it's not exactly half, but the first part of the fifth stanza is full of sound imagery. You've got roaring waves. You see that Eärendil heard the music long. So there's a little bit of sound imagery in that first part of the stanza, and then in the second part of the stanza we start to get visual imagery. We get sights, and the sound actually ceases at this point. He saw the mountains silent rise. We're told that he beheld afar, that he escaped from night, meaning that he's come out of the darkness and now has light to see. We see a haven white. We see descriptions like green and fair or pale as glass, all very visual descriptive imagery. And we get lamplit towers mirrored on the shadow mirror, which is this sort of a shadowy lake. So again, tons of sensory imagery in this fifth stanza, moving from sound and no sight to sight and no sound. Then we get to stanza 6, which starts another pair. Not surprisingly, 6 and 7 are going to be another pair here. Now, stanza 6 is all about stillness and rest. This is after Eärendil has arrived at Valinor. He has completed the first part of his quest. He's reached the Undying Lands, and we see there that he tarried from errantry. He took a break. He rested for a little bit, and the use of the word errantry also is a nice nod to the original poem. He's taken to the timeless halls, we're told. Now, I think this is a little bit of poetic license on Bilbo's part. This is clearly not the real timeless halls, which, if I read the Silmarillion correctly, is Iluvatar's halls beyond the circles of the world. This is really Manwë's hall that's on Earth in Valinor that he's being taken to. So a little bit of poetic license, but still the use of this phrase timeless, again, kind of speaks to stillness and sort of eternity and endlessness. And then we get that later on too, when Manwë, who's the elder king in the poem, is described as having a reign endless and lasting countless years. So there's all this imagery, all this wording that implies sort of eternity, timelessness, immortality, undyingness, and sort of a lack of change. And then in stanza 7, we get back to some change and motion. We see Eärendil begin a new journey with his newly rebuilt ship, which has no shaven oar nor sail. So the ship is rebuilt, so there's change there. And it doesn't have any apparent propulsion system, so I don't know, does it have rockets? It might, for all we know, based on what's going to happen to it and where it's going to go. So we get the change of the ship itself. We get motion implied with phrases like living flame of the Silmaril, living light in the fourth stanza kind of is echoed here in the living flame of the Silmaril, and it evokes something that's alive and animated, not still. And just like in the previous stanza, we have more references to eternity, but instead of timeless halls and endless reigns that sort of imply almost a kind of stagnation in stillness, here we have continuing motion. We have an undying doom to do this quest. We have wings immortal, which I love that phrase because it sort of implies almost kind of a perpetual motion. These wings that are immortal and that will never stop flapping. So that's the 6th and 7th stanzas. And then finally in the 8th stanza, we have the start of another pair. In the 8th stanza, Eärendil returns to Middle-earth, or at least he tries to. He comes back, shines over Middle-earth as Venus, the morning star or the evening star, also known as Gil-galad, the star of hope. And so this is Eärendil's return. He's done his quest. He did what he set out to do. He was successful. He'd love to just come back home and rest from his labors, but he can't. As we discover in the 9th stanza, which is the last stanza of the poem, he can never return. Part of his sacrifice in being allowed to sail into the west and complete this quest, part of his sacrifice is that he can never go back to mortal lands, and instead must tarry nevermore. He can never stop again. He must go on and on as a herald on an errand that should never rest, as the Flammifer or the Flame Bearer of Westerness. So even in the last two stanzas, we've got this contrast between the attempted return of the 8th stanza, and in a sense he does return in the sense that he is able to shine on Middle-earth again, and we can still see him in the night sky sometimes, but he can never truly return, and that's what's borne out in the 9th stanza. And that's quite lovely. It's a beautiful contrast. It's a bit of a heartbreaking contrast. It reminds me a little bit of Frodo's journey that he's going to go on in the course of Lord of the Rings. You know, the way that he sets out to save the Shire, and he comes back and he does save the Shire, but he doesn't save it for himself. He has to make a sacrifice. He can never return home, truly. And Eärendil's the same way here. And I love that about this poem. It's not flirting with butterflies anymore. This is not fighting bumblebees. This is not a ship that smells of oranges and cardamom. This is an epic, mournful song about sacrifice and about hope that actually bears more than a passing resemblance to the quest that Frodo is on and his ultimate fate. And I think it's a testament to Tolkien's incredible skill with words and poetry that he's able to make this poem work as well as it does, and using the language and the meter and the rhyme that he does, and it's just lovely. So thank you.
Book 2, Chapter 2, The Council of Elrond. Next day Frodo woke early, feeling refreshed and well. He walked along the terraces above the loud flowing Bruinen, and watched the pale, cool sunrise above the far mountains, and shine down, slanting through the thin, silver mist. The dew upon the yellow leaves was glimmering, and the woven nets of gossamer twinkled on every bush. Sam walked beside him, saying nothing, but sniffing the air, and looking every now and again, with wonder in his eyes, at the great heights in the east. The snow was white upon their peaks.
Here follows a dramatis personae of Book 2, Chapter 2, a short rumination that Jeff Lasala calls RingCon 3018, a who's who of the Council of Elrond in the style of the Silmarillion primer.
The final section of the Silmarillion provides a beautifully written, yet woefully abridged, and eagle's eye view of the Third Age, and the War of the Ring that concludes it. Today, let's just zoom down to one particular time and place, and one particular group of people, through the lens of the Silmarillion. The time, the 25th of October, in the 3018th year of the sun of the Third Age. The place, Imladris, aka Rivendell. The people, somewhere between 14 and 18 individuals, depending on how one defines the word several, of varying ages, mortality, and longevity. The event, the Council of Elrond. First, why was this meeting called? To answer that, a brief look back to the Elder Days is required. It mostly begins in the First Age, with Morgoth's original lieutenant, a Maya of immense power, who for a very long time was called by his Sindarin name, Gorthaur the Cruel. With Gor meaning horror or dread, and Thaur meaning abominable, this guy's name essentially meant horrible abomination. You don't get a name like that lightly, and elves aren't shy about calling things as they see them. In any case, Gorthaur was a very appropriate name. In the First Age, he was, quote, a sorcerer of dreadful power, master of shadows and of phantoms, foul in wisdom, cruel in strength, misshaping what he touched, twisting what he ruled, Lord of Werewolves. His dominion was torment." End quote. And yet this Gorthauer played second fiddle to his boss, the OG Dark Lord, who, as one of the original Valar, was greater in power by far. In fact, Gorthauer essentially just kept Morgoth's seat warm in Middle-earth for more than 3 ages, while his boss was doing hard time in the prison of Mandas, way over in the uttermost west. When those 3 ages had finished, Morgoth broke parole, did some especially egregious things that involved 1. Sowing lies and discontent among the Noldorin elves, 2. Putting out the lights of Valinor, 3. An act of elf regicide, and 4. Stealing things that didn't belong to him, before he returned to Middle-earth. With his boss back in the driver's seat of destruction, the Maya Gorthauer was eventually reassigned to the command position of a river island tower known as Minas Tirith. No, not that Minas Tirith, a whole other one, a much earlier one. Gorthauer drove out the elves who'd built and occupied the tower, flipped it for evil, made it lousy with orcs and wolves, and then renamed the place Tal in Gaurhoth, the Isle of Werewolves. In this role, he seemed to have enjoyed some successes in Morgoth's ongoing war with elves and their mortal allies. However, Gorthauer was finally defeated by an elf maid you've probably never heard of named Luthien Tenuviel, and by her furry friend Huan, the very best dog in all Arda, of which Middle-earth is but one continent. Thus did this Mayan spirit of shadows and phantoms fade out of stories and songs for a good while. In fact, until long after Morgoth and all his forces were defeated at the end of the First Age. Cut to the next age, the Second Age. It was under his Sindarin name, Sauron, the name that really stuck, that he became the nouveau Dark Lord. He rose like a shadow of Morgoth in the Second Age, advancing his agenda only quietly at first. The elves didn't know him for who he was, or that he was the primary source of evil in Middle-earth, until he carried out his ring-based pyramid scheme. 16 rings of power were made under his supervision, while 3 were forged behind his back. Sauron then crafted his own personal one ring to rule them all, fully expecting it to govern the minds of those who wore all the others, specifically the elf lords who possessed them. Most, if not all of those ring-wearers were of the Noldorin variety. The Noldor had been the most troublesome to Sauron's boss back in the old days, and were his chief obstacle to dominating Middle-earth now. You know who didn't fall for any of this, though? Galadriel and Gil-galad, 2 very notable elves of the royal house of the Noldor, not to mention a young Elrond. Still, their ambitious jewelsmith friends and relatives did take Sauron's bait. Well, the ring scheme failed after a fashion, but it did lead to war, division, corruption, and the emergence of the Ringwraiths. But all that mayhem also led to the formation of the Last Alliance, which saw defiant elves and men team up and bust their way into his gated community, Mordor. Even some dwarves marched out to join the fight. At the war's conclusion, Noldorin Elf King Gil-galad and expat Númenórean Mortal King Elendil brought Sauron down in single combat. Those 2 paid the price with their lives, an act which truly ended the war, but they did not count the cost. Isildur, son of Elendil, in a rash but understandable decision to loot the body of the fallen Dark Lord, took the one ring to rule them all for himself, sadly unaware that legends will call that same ring Isildur's Bane someday. This act of not destroying Sauron's favorite world domination accessory was followed by the big changeover from the Second Age to the Third. The Third Age. See, we're nearly caught up. A couple of years after keeping it, Isildur was ditched by the One Ring, just as the arrows that filled his body ditched the orc bows in which they'd been knocked. Sauron's return to power was a soft launch, very hush-hush, very slow, and very effective. And this return was made possible precisely because the One Ring still existed, mostly at the bottom of the great river Anduin, and later in the possession of a riverbank-dwelling halfling of sorts, who went on to make poor life choices after acquiring it, becoming the loathsome Gollum. But even Sauron didn't know what had become of his ring, and he knew nothing of Gollum. The 9 ringwraiths eventually returned, and their chieftain even set himself up as the Witch King, using his own new realm, Angmar, to gnaw away at the declining kingdoms of the Dunedain, that is to say, the survivors and descendants of lost Numenor, the men of the West. Those mortal kingdoms that didn't fade away completely, like Gondor, the south kingdom of the Dunedain, gradually grew apart from their elven friends. The last alliance was truly the last, and the dwarves had their problems too, particularly when one of Morgoth's smoky old Balrogs was awakened by the incessant hammering and chiseling of their miners. Durin's Bane, they called this nameless fear. Huh, that's another Bane. You get a Bane, and 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 you get a Bane. Not to mention the return of orcs. Let's not forget about them. Orcs had been growing in numbers over the years. Word of their multiplying, and even stories about smarter than the average trolls popping up, had reached the Shire. The Shire being an agricultural little country of little people, situated in lands that had once belonged to Arnor, the north kingdom of the Dunedain. But it's not just talk of monsters that have become alarming. So-called wild peoples in the east and south were also arming up. And why all of this new mustering? Because Sauron is truly active again. Because he's waited 3,000 years, and he's an ancient spirit of evil that had not been properly defeated yet. And because the One Ring had been found by a, quote, chance more strange than even Mithrandir had foreseen, end quote. Now, Mithrandir is the Sindarin name for Olorin, wisest of the Maiar of Valinor. He was introduced in the Valaquenta, where we were told he learned pity and patience from Nienna, the Valia of grief, mourning, and wisdom out of sorrow. These days, Olorin, now incarnate, in the form of an old man, quote, subject to the fears and pains and weariness of earth, end quote, goes by the name Gandalf. Gandalf is one of the Istari, better known as wizards, who were specifically sent to Middle-earth, quote, to contest the power of Sauron, end quote. They're not necessarily supposed to lead the charge, but, quote, to move elves and men and all living things of goodwill to valiant deeds, end quote. Gandalf will also be the only spellcaster the adventuring party of the Ring will have. So, we're told that it was by Gandalf's fortune and his vigilance, 2 important ingredients in this world, that he learned of the Ring's finding before Sauron did. The Ring! What shall we do with the Ring? The least of rings, the trifle that Sauron fancies. That is the doom that we must deem. That is the purpose for which you are called hither. Called, I say, though I have not called you to me, strangers from distant lands. You have come and are here met, in this very nick of time, by chance as it may seem. Yet it is not so. Believe rather that it is so ordered that we, who sit here, and none others, must now find counsel for the peril of the world. So speaks Elrond half-elven, the son of Eärendil, the mightiest mariner of song, and Elwing of Doriath, who are themselves descended from Turgon and the royal house of the Noldor, and of Beren and Luthien, and of King Thingol, and of Queen Melian. Theirs was a whole great line of storied heroes and heroines, elves and men of high doom, who snubbed and battled Morgoth in the elder days, each in their own time and in their own way. And so now it falls to Elrond, survivor of the First Age, to host this meeting at the tail end of the Third. It's the meeting to end all meetings of this sort, to determine how best to respond to the return of Sauron, the enemy, the Shadow, the only Dark Lord remaining. The Council of Elrond is his impromptu conference, attended by a few locals in Imladris, but mostly by visitors and strangers. So, to the matter at hand, just who is in attendance at this esteemed council anyway? Let's take a quick look at each. Number 1, there's Elrond himself. His name's right there in the label. Of course it is. He's chairman of the board. Elrond's parents might have been heroes, but he and his twin brother, Elros, had been orphaned, in a manner of speaking, under unfortunate circumstances near the end of the First Age. The brothers were fostered by Maglor, one of the last two living sons of Feanor. You know, Feanor, maker of the Silmarils, artist, crafter, malcontent, sword maker, sword pointer, rebel, oath maker, slayer of kin, burner of ships. In any case, Elrond is not only the Lord of Imladris itself, but a master of healing and lore. He's the perfect host. Not to mention, Elrond was there in the days of the Last Alliance, serving as the herald of Gil-galad himself. He was there 3,018 years ago, when Sauron was defeated, when Isildur took the ring, when Isildur wouldn't listen to the advice of two wise elf lords, Elrond himself and Círdan, who basically suggested, hey, maybe cast that ring into the fiery mountain we're standing right next to. I mean, it's right there. It'll never be this easy again. With Círdan absent, Elrond is the only one in this council who bore witness to the ring not being properly disposed of the first time. Number 2. Olorin / Tharkun / Incanas / Mithrandir / Gandalf. Previously described. Of everyone present, Gandalf is the one who most knows what's up, and since he's one of the Istari, and this council is held to deem the doom that's upon everyone as a consequence of the ring's re-emergence, Gandalf is on the clock. There's literally no more appropriate place for him to be in Middle-earth than right here, right now. Sadly, his other colleagues, the other 4 known Istari, should be here with him, but they are not. Number 3. Frodo Baggins of the Perianath, the Elvish name for the little people. Frodo is specifically present because Gandalf had strongly encouraged him to come. As for the last 17 years, he's been the keeper of the One Ring to rule them all. The singular object Sauron least wanted to have lost, but totally did. Again, like 3,000 years ago, lost. Sauron is really jonesing for some ring-based world domination, and to achieve that, he needs what Frodo has. How else is he going to get the strength and knowledge to beat down all resistance and break the last defenses? And that second darkness isn't going to cover all the lands by itself. Number 4. Bilbo Baggins, of course, is Frodo's cousin / uncle, the very wayfarer who acquired the One Ring 77 years ago. More than a ring bearer, he is the ring finder, the hobbit who, according to Bilbo himself, erroneously, started the whole affair. It was Bilbo's reluctant courage that led him to Gollum's cave in the first place, even though he'd been fleeing from orcs at the time. It was he who plucked Sauron's greatest weapon and greatest weakness from out of obscurity, and he who years later dropped it in Frodo's hands. Well, figuratively speaking, he actually left it in an envelope on the mantle. Number 5. Yellow-haired Glorfindel, an elf, one of the mighty of the Firstborn. As Gandalf earlier explained, he was also once the chief of the House of the Golden Flower of Gondolin. Sadly, Gondolin is long gone, and so is Glorfindel's original body, fallen from a high place alongside of the Balrog he took down with him in the First Age. Rehoused and sent back from Valinor, Glorfindel is a First Age powerhouse who just seems happy to help out, and he'll have some sensible advice to give. Despite his strength, he is humble. At no point does he nudge the person next to him in the council and remind them about the off-the-cuff prophecy he once made to the last king of Gondor, almost 1,000 years before, when speaking about the Witch King of Angmar. Quote, "Far off yet is his doom, and not by the hand of man will he fall." End quote. Nor does Glorfindel clarify, because, well, he probably doesn't know, by saying, quote, "By which I totally meant his destruction would be achieved by a mortal woman and a halfling, acting in tandem." End quote. Personally, I just appreciate the fact that Glorfindel's already met one of the 2 not men, and recently. Glorfindel is also one of the 2 people in the whole story who gets to say "the Lord of the Rings" out loud, right there in his dialogue, Gandalf being the other. Number 6. Erestor, chief of a few unnamed counselors of Elrond's, an elf with a couple of ideals that no one will go with. Number 7. Aragorn II, a long-lived but decidedly mortal man, also known as Strider, Arranger, and Chieftain of the Dunedain, heir of Isildur. And let's not forget that he's a crazy super distant descendant of Elrond's long-lost twin brother, Elros, who was the first king of Númenor. Aragorn is Rivendell's resident Dunedain/Númenorian, and appropriately, he's got quite a few lofty life goals. Become the king of both Gondor and Arnor, and marry Elrond's daughter, Arwen. And he can do neither of those two things until Sauron is removed from the picture, which in turn can't happen unless the ring is dealt with. Among his many adventures and tasks, his most recent was helping to keep watch with his ranger buddies over the Shire, per Gandalf's request. Number 8, Boromir, the son of the current steward of Gondor, who was invited to join Elrond's council because he needs, quote, the unraveling of some hard words, end quote. Poor Boromir only just arrived in Rivendell on foot after a 110-day solo journey this very morning, before the sun was fully up, and the Council of Elrond is beginning just a bit later this same morning. The dude probably hasn't even had a catnap after his arduous journey. He's lucky if he got a bit of breakfast and a quick shower. No wonder he's cranky. Somebody give Boromir some strong coffee. He's got some words of both valor and discontent to share with the council. Numbers 9 and 10, 2 dwarves, Glóin of the famous Thorin and Company, and Glóin's own kid, Gimli. This father and son duo have traveled all the way to Rivendell from Erebor, the Lonely Mountain, to share some news. Evidently, a creepy horseman arrived at their doorstep one night, a messenger from Mordor, seeking hobbits in general and one thief in particular, who Sauron knows has a little ring of his. This sus horseman came not once but 3 times now. The dwarves did not give up Bilbo, the hobbit who Sauron is clearly looking for, but with their non-committed response to the messenger, the dwarves have earned the passive aggressiveness of Mordor. And so Glóin and Gimli have come to tell Elrond the situation. Number 11, Legolas, is a messenger too, a Sindarin elf prince, whose lineage comes from the elves of Doriath in Beleriand, though his father's subjects are mostly Sylvan elves, that is to say, originating from the Nandor, a group of Eldar that splintered off from the last-coming, water-loving Teleri. Legolas's news, like Glóin's, is also worrisome. The creature Gollum, who Gandalf had left in their custody, is now an escapee. The elves of the Woodland Realm aren't actually looking for him or anything, but hey, maybe the folk of Rivendell ought to know. That twisted little kind of hobbit is on the lam. Which isn't great news. Put another way, the previous bearers of the One Ring are not all accounted for. We do not know who else may be looking for them. Incidentally, Legolas is pretty good with a bow, just in case anyone needs an archer. And finally, number 12, an elf named Galdor, who just happens to be in Rivendell on an errand for Círdan the shipwright. What errand? We don't know. He seems to have been invited to the council because, well, why not? He'll represent Círdan, one of the oldest elves that we know of still living on Middle-earth, older by far than Elrond. And of course Círdan was one of the 2 elf lords standing by when Isildur rudely ignored their ring disposal advice. Círdan is a Telerin elf who's been around at least as far back as the Great March of the Quendi, back when one of the Valar, Orome the Hunter, first led the willing elves across the world towards Valinor in the uttermost west. Here at Elrond's conference, Galdor, his representative, will bring a healthy skepticism. Is this really the One Ring? How do we know? And he will ask the very sensible question. Hey, why isn't Saruman here? You know, the guy who studied Elven rings the most? All told, 12 people in attendance, of whom 5 are named elves, 2 are hobbits, 2 are men, 2 are dwarves, and 1 a member of the Istari, plus several other unnamed counselors of Elrond's. Now that we've profiled a dozen of the attendees, it might be worth noticing who isn't in attendance, that you'd think should be. But remember, this isn't a meeting Elrond orchestrated, merely one he curated with the people who just happened to be crashing at his house. See, for centuries the White Council was the gathering of the wise, to discuss exactly the sort of matter Elrond's improbable morning meeting is taking on instead. On the White Council was Gandalf and Elrond, so at least 2 of the wise are at least present today. Yet missing here is Galadriel, Had she been nearby, I'm quite sure both Elrond and Gandalf would want her here. So why doesn't her name come up during the Council of Elrond? Well, Lothlorien is a secretive place. I think if the dwarves, hobbits, and men weren't present, it would be mentioned. Círdan was also part of the White Council in the past, but his emissary Galdor will have to do. Then, of course, we're missing Saruman, whom the elves called Curunir, the head of the White Council. But, it's probably for the best that he's not here. Gandalf will explain why.
With Sauron versus Elendil and Gil-galad on the slopes of Orodruin, I wanted to portray the author's description in that they were the only two soldiers, warriors, who were brave enough to go fight Sauron when he emerged from Barad-dûr after a long siege, and that Gil-galad, they were both slain, but Gil-galad, I imagined him going around back so that he could stab Sauron with his great spear, and in doing so perished, as did Elendil, and Isildur and Elrond and others must have been looking on to collect the shards of Narsil.
Barad-dûr. I had already designed the Dark Tower and the Fell Beasts earlier on, so this illustration was an opportunity to revisit the Nazgul against a wider background. The River of Fire running parallel to the road to Mount Doom is borrowed from one of J.R.R. Tolkien's own depictions of Barad-dûr. The plain of Mordor is twisted rock in swells and waves, as if a rough sea had suddenly turned to stone.
seeking directions, Saruman and the Witch King. Now, as a private commission, it was an interesting idea to consider this very sort of obscure moment in Lord of the Rings. It's referred to in Unfinished Tales. It's also referred to in the appendices. And there are different sort of accounts. And so it was left to me to interpret it as I felt it needed to be. And I had a strong vision of a stormy night, a lot of fog and sort of obscure sort of shapes, the nine sort of milling around behind with the Witch King and Saruman together in a scene that would be pretty rare and unusual. Now, at this point, it turns out that Saruman had been breeding Uruks for quite a long time, for years in fact. So I thought, well, that would be appropriate for him to be accompanied by someone of that sort. And originally had been considering Grima Wormtongue, but he wasn't there at that point in time. Anyway, it's to me a very compelling moment where it just seemed like a nightmare-like scene, nighttime, a windy, stormy, and this most kind of significant meeting of two figures would take place. And I took some liberties with descriptions of things like the outer wall, Visengard, whether it has towers or not. I felt that worked very nicely visually. So it doesn't say there isn't anything of that sort. And, I understand that there are things that weren't quite accurate, but I can live with it. I hope you can.
Hi everyone, I want to talk to you about my favourite chapter in the Fellowship of the Ring, and that is the Council of Elrond. Now, I know this chapter is often accused of being a bit boring. It's the second of the exposition chapters after the Shadow of the Past in Book 1. It is the longest board meeting in Middle-earth. It's also the longest chapter in the book. It's about 15,000 words. It throws you into the deep end, learning about the wider world and the history of Middle-earth. The Council has some of Middle-earth's most important people there. And it's a bit like an ordinary person sitting in on a meeting of world leaders who are discussing the most dangerous weapon that the most dangerous enemy is looking for. Now, it's true that if you've read the Silmarillion and also the Unfinished Tales, then it's easier to join the dots. And by reading those two books, you get a better idea of things like the story of Gil-galad and Luthien, the story of the first overthrow of Sauron, who Elendil and Isildur really are, how they came to Middle-earth, the history of Aragorn and who exactly the Númenóreans are that the Rangers come from, who Gandalf really is, who exactly Círdan the Shipwright is, who exactly Galadriel is, who Morgoth is, how Sauron came to be in power. So much there, and many of these are touched on in the Council of Elrond. And I know that not everybody has read the Silmarillion and the Unfinished Tales, and that can help to make this chapter a little bit more dense. But I want to persuade you, if you weren't already persuaded, that this is a chapter that rewards being read again and again after at least one full read through of the whole book. So even if you find it a little tough going the first time, it's worth having another go at it once you've read the whole book, because there's so much in it. Apart from anything else, the battleground for the War of the Ring is laid out here. It sets up the tale as it will move from this point, and it allows the reader to grasp the extent of the peril that's threatened by Sauron and the Ring. The Council of Elrond chapter is split into stories that are told by different people, with some little bits of dialogue between those present in between it. And some of them are quite lengthy, like Gandalf's contribution, and others are quite short, like Bilbo and Frodo's. And even though there is so much information, Tolkien still tells us not all that was spoken and debated in the council need now be told, inferring that what follows is just a snippet. And he's writing like a documentarian, recollecting events many years afterwards. But the overall theme for many of these stories is a feeling of gathering darkness.
of good things having a shadow cast over them, of doom encircling the free peoples of Middle-earth. And there's a lot of detail that you can get out of this chapter, which is perfect for us Tolkien nerds. So, for example, there's a wonderful discussion on Reddit about why Elrond uses the word sire instead of the word father when he's talking about his father Eärendil. So he says, Eärendil was my sire who was born in Gondolin before its fall, and my mother was Elwing. So in the same sentence, he describes Elwing as his mother. So you'd think that to make the sentence symmetrical, Tolkien would use father, but he doesn't. Now, he does use the word father when he's describing, events that have ended the Second Age. For example, he alone stood by his father in that last mortal contest. And then when he's describing the aftermath of the duel between Sauron and Elendil and Gil-galad, Elrond refers to Elendil as Isildur's father. And then he quotes Isildur as saying, "This I will have as weregild for my father and my brother," he said. So this is a great conversation. Some of the reasons that responders came up with were things like, Elrond is really the bridge between the world of the Elder Days and the later time of fading. The Silmarillion is more or less Elrond's family history, so his perspective is unique. I suspect Elrond thinks of his father not so much in personal terms, but as part of this mythic background, almost like how a demigod hero of Greek mythology might think of their divine parentage. Somebody else said, Elrond truly barely knew his father. Eärendil was out of his life at a very early age, and he was raised by Maglor and Maethros. It makes sense that Eärendil would be a mythic figure, even to his son. And another person points out that Tom Shippey has some insights about Elrond's archaic speech patterns. And for example, he speaks in what we would consider inverted, almost Yoda-like syntax. Shippey makes the point that everyone at the Council of Elrond is speaking the common speech, but the translator of the Red Book of Westmarch, which is of course Tolkien, lets their different dialects shine through by using different sorts of English. I love these little details, right? But there's also some of the most wonderful quotes to be found in this chapter. For example, when Gandalf says that despair is only for those who see the end beyond all doubt. Also, for nothing is evil in the beginning, even Sauron was not so. Those are the kinds of words that go through the story with us and remain important. And on top of all this, we get a few more hints about Aragorn that help to establish his importance in the text. He says, little do I resemble the figures of Elendil and Isildur as they stand carven in their majesty in the halls of Denethor. I am but the heir of Isildur, not Isildur himself. I have had a hard life and a long, and the leagues that lie between here and Gondor are a small part in the count of my journeys. I have crossed many mountains and many rivers and trodden many plains, even into the far countries of Rhûn and Harad, where the stars are strange. The importance of all the free peoples standing together to counter Sauron is made clear in the Council of Elrond, but the tension between Boromir and Aragorn and between the dwarves and the elves shows that there could be trouble ahead. And terrifyingly, we're told at one point that in the end, if all else is conquered, Bombadil will fall, last as he was first, and then night will come. So Tolkien really makes sure that we understand just how perilous it is right now for the world, for the whole of Middle-earth. But this tension is kind of countered by Elrond, who believes that all things are somehow meant, including this gathering of people. He says, called, I say, though I have not called you to me, strangers from distant lands. You have come and are here met in this very nick of time, by chance as it may seem. Yet it is not so. Believe rather that it is so ordered that we who sit here and none others must now find counsel for the peril of the world. And I love that, because it just positions Elrond as that ultra-wise person who's seen it all and been through it all, and he still believes that here in this moment, everything has come together serendipitously. Now, I do agree that this chapter represents a definite change of pace in the book, and we're only partway through the Fellowship of the Ring. But this was intentional on all Tolkien's part. This is a moment of calm after trials and difficulties, which include Frodo almost dying. And Tolkien uses this pause to fill in more background and flesh out some things that have been touched on earlier. There are lots of interesting stories and tales told here, from Gloin's opening account of what happened in Erebor, through to Gandalf's elongated attempt to patch some holes in the narrative told thus far. There's lots of new and interesting characters that are introduced or alluded to, and the Boromir-Aragorn dynamic is set up nicely. This chapter's important in setting up Frodo's decision to take the ring and the council's decision to send it to Mordor. The reader has to believe that the ring must go to Mordor and that Frodo has to be the one to take it. This chapter presents Tolkien's arguments for why that has to be so. And a long and difficult journey into darkness is now going to take place, with Frodo at the centre of it, the latest part in a very long and very old story. And all of this adds to that sense of historicity that contributes to the depth of the narrative, and it pulls you right into the secondary world. It's a chapter that becomes infinitely more rewarding the more Tolkien you consume. And that's why I love it so much. And I hope you do too.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Robney, and I had the honor of being the violinist for A Long-Expected Soundscape. Doing this project was a big full circle moment for me because the works of J.R.R. Tolkien have played a really big role for me in my life and in my journey to becoming a musician. So when I got this beloved violin of mine, which is the same one that you hear in the soundscape, I named it Eärendil because it's a light for me in dark places and a mighty mariner of song. So to be able to have this violin to record on was really, really special. To record, how our process went is Jordan would tell me the context for the part of the story that he wanted me to record on. Then he'd send me a little audio file of that section along with the music for what he wanted me to do. Most of the time, there were a couple places where he just had me improvise, and that was really fun. But most of the time, he would send me the music for it, so I could download the audio file and then put it into my my workstation where I could listen to it, practice along with it, and learn it. And once I was ready, I was able to put in my headphones and my microphone and record along with it. So for everything that I recorded, I had the headphones on so I could hear the audio to make sure that I was matching along with it. But that played a much bigger role than I was expecting because I was constantly hearing the themes as we progress. I got to go through the story in a very different way than I've ever gone through before. So when we started off in Fellowship of the Ring, what I heard in my headphones was, fairly happy and kind of simplistic sounding. It was very pleasant to listen to. It was very easy listening. And the themes that I knew, the themes for the characters like Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin, they were all played in a very, very honest, simple presentation of them. And I got to hear and listen to that all through recording for Fellowship of the Ring. And then as soon as we got to Two Towers, I could immediately feel a difference. So even if nobody had told me that this wasn't Fellowship of the Ring anymore, this was Two Towers, I feel like I would have known because what I was hearing was so different. Just immediately, it was so different. These themes, which before had been presented very simply, mostly one at a time, sometimes two at a time or something like that. Suddenly we had a lot more at a time as the characters of the Fellowship were starting to come together. Then some would split off and go different ways. The themes were doing that along with the characters for every step of the book. So as soon as I got to Two Towers, it was a very obvious, audible difference in what I was recording along to. And I think in a way it kind of made me change my playing as well, because the where I found myself, I was in such a different landscape. We play kind of according to where we are. We play to fill the room that we are in. And when we got to Two Towers, I was in a very different room, and I feel like that kind of affected my playing a little bit too. So naturally, when we got to Return of the King, that just compounded immensely. So many themes, all the themes that I had been hearing kind of one at a time or two at a time or something, they all started coming together. Everything started to make sense. we knew everything, no new things were being added. We had our locations and our characters. So now I just got to audibly experience them coming together and having these trials and these tribulations, and just the music and the sound effects really gives you an insight to these characters that sometimes you don't by yourself dive that deeply into them. And scores, whether it's a film score or a soundscape, they have this really wonderful ability to dive into a deeper narrative and tell the subtext of a story that frequently you don't get to experience unless you really, really look for it. So being able to hear the soundscape as I recorded each section really gave me that subtext and allowed me to experience these stories in a new light, which is always a joy and a blessing. I think a number one theme and character that I got to really challenge how I thought of this character just by doing the soundscape was Gollum and Smeagol. So I got to play the theme for both of them, and it became a lot more real and personal to me because I had to figure out how do I physically convey the difference between these two and the torment that Smeagol's going through as he battles Gollum in his mind. I had to figure out how to physically replicate that and make my playing sometimes kind of treacherous but very smooth and sly. And sometimes it was more simple. It was just a clear presentation because we were talking about Smeagol in that scene. So that was a big theme for me that really challenged how I thought about this character. But the number one standout theme I think that I got to play was the theme for eucatastrophe. So eucatastrophe being Tolkien's idea of the sudden joyous end when everything seems hopeless and lost. The eucatastrophe was this joy that came in, this saving power. So throughout the trilogy, we have like little tiny moments of eucatastrophe, these little tiny miracles that just make things go okay. So we have all these small moments, and I got to play that through it. But of course, the big eucatastrophe moment is at the end in Return of the King when the eagles come. That's when I really got to play this theme and showcase it. That was such an experience to do. I remember I got chills while I was playing it, and I remember it took me a couple of takes to do because my arms started shaking because I just had this adrenaline rush. I could hear, so many themes coming together for this particular cue. We had Legolas, Aragorn, the Hobbit, everything was there. Everything was coming together in this one moment, and the eucatastrophe was singing above it all. And I heard all of that while I was playing it, and my arms just started shaking, and the adrenaline was going. I can't even speak by the mere memory of it. That was such a special cue to do. And I just think it's so amazing and like a little stroke of genius that Jordan had to even set eucatastrophe to music. I think that was such a brilliant thing to do because throughout Tolkien's books, music is kind of used as a eucatastrophe. It's this thing that he uses to tell the truth, and it saves characters so many times throughout the Legendarium. I think there's a lot of instances, but notably, I think when Maedhros is taken captive in the Silmarillion and Fingon is searching for him and he can't find him, but he's searching and trying to save him. And so Fingon sings, and Maedhros hears that song and he responds to it, and that's what saves him. That's what shows Fingon where Maedhros is so that he can save him. And that scene is beautifully paralleled in The Lord of the Rings on the steps of Cirith Ungol as Sam is searching for Frodo, and he's searching and he can't find him. Sam starts to sing, and it is that song that leads him to be able to find Frodo. So music plays a role throughout Middle-earth as this kind of mini eucatastrophe, this thing that saves. So to actually have a theme for the eucatastrophe and to have it weaving its way through the soundscape, through the trilogy, I think was just such a brilliant and a very Tolkienian idea that I was just so thrilled that it existed in the first place, but also that I got to be the one to play it. So this whole experience was very, very special, and I'm so glad I got to be able to be a part of it and to work with Jordan and all the other amazing musicians and creatives on this project, and I cannot wait to see what Jordan does next.
All right. Hi, this is Corey Olson, the Tolkien professor, president of Signum University. And I want to talk today about a short passage and look at the way that it changed from the earlier drafts, because I think we can see a really interesting thing here. So I want to look at the passage in Eregion when Legolas is talking to the hobbits about the rocks. So in the published text, you may remember, Gandalf has just said that much evil must befall a country before it wholly forgets the elves if once they dwelt here. And then Legolas, of course, the only elf present, pipes up and says, again, this is in the published text, "That is true," said Legolas, "but the elves of this land were of a race strange to us of the sylvan folk, and the trees and the grass do not now remember them. Only I hear the stones lament them. Deep they delved us, fair they wrought us, high they builded us, but they are gone. They are gone. They sought the havens long ago." Okay, so that might be a familiar passage to you. The passage in the original draft is not very far different from this, but there is a fascinating change, a small but really important change, which you'll probably notice when I read you the original. Here's how that goes. "That is true," said Legolas, "but the elves of this land were of a strange race, and the spirit that dwells here is alien to me, who am of the woodland folk. Here dwelt the Noldor, the elven wise, and all the stones about cry to me with many voices. They built high towers to heaven, and delved deep to earth, and they are gone. They are gone. They sought the havens long ago." Okay, so the essence of this passage is very similar. But the one thing, which I don't know if it jumped out to you like it always jumps out to me, is remember in the original text he says, "The elves of this land were of a race strange to us of the sylvan folk, and the trees and the grass do not now remember them." Remember, Gandalf has just said, the country's not going to wholly forget the elves. And Legolas is like, well, I'm a wood elf, and I can tell you the trees and the grass here, actually, they have forgotten the elves. Gandalf, right? I hate to tell you, but in fact, the grass and the trees don't remember. And so there's an implication that being a sylvan elf, being a woodland elf, he has like a rapport with the trees and grass. And so he can tell. He knows that they don't, in fact, remember the elves who used to dwell here. But he says that he can hear the stones, right? So that's then he says what he hears, the rocks. So the rocks do remember the elves there. And Legolas notes at the beginning that the elves of this land were of a strange race. He doesn't mention Noldor specifically, but he says they were strange. So that's a detail of the backstory that Tolkien cuts in the final version there. Okay, but in the original version, in the older version, he says, "The elves of this land were of a strange race, and the spirit that dwells here is alien to me, who am of the woodland folk." So, okay, so there's a spirit who lives here. This is not just Legolas talking to the grass, trees, and rocks. There's a spirit that lives here in Eregion. And his problem, Legolas's problem, is not that he is just unlike the Noldor, but that the spirit who lives here in Eregion won't talk to him because he's a woodland elf. Like, it doesn't recognize him. You know, he's like, yeah, there's a spirit that lives here, but I can't connect. And then he goes on to add, "Here dwelt Noldor, the elven wise, and all the stones about cry to me with many voices." So he can still hear the voices of the stones, right? But but the spirit that dwells here is alien to him. It's like that's how he can tell that it was Noldor who lived here or something. I mean, it's a little unclear, the kind of causality there. But that one little detail about how there is a spirit that dwells in the land is a little glimpse into a part of Middle-earth world building that it's much, much easier to overlook in the published version, right? That is to say, if you go to a reader of Tolkien, right, somebody familiar with The Lord of the Rings, and you say, hey, in Middle-earth, is like the whole countryside of Middle-earth full of like animate spirits that are aware of what's going on? You know, most people would be like, well, no, I don't think so, right? I mean, that's not obvious in the text. You can certainly forget about it. But then you come across something like this and you're like, well, okay, maybe it is. Maybe the elves are aware of it. Legolas is aware of it. Nobody else in the party was aware of it, right? Nobody else is thinking about the spirit of the land. But Legolas was attuned to it. He was sensitive, even though it was weird, and thought he was weird, right? Because he's a woodland elf, apparently. But again, it suggests that this is like a normal thing. And then as soon as you see that suggestion, I know this is my experience. I remember when I first read, this is the passage that I'm reading, by the way, is from the Treason of Isengard, Volume 2 of the History of the Lord of the Rings, aka Volume 7, if I'm counting correctly in my head, of the History of Middle-earth. So anyway, in this, I remember when I first read this passage, and it immediately, like, at first I was like, wow, that's weird. Tolkien really changed his mind about that, didn't he? Took that out of the published text. And so he really went in a different direction. And then I'm like, or did he go in a different direction? Right. Because then I'm thinking back and I'm like, isn't that actually kind of a lot like Tom Bombadil? And wait a second. Isn't there a mountain literally right next door to this, which is going to be flinging snow at them and stuff? Like, they talk as if there is clearly a spirit who lives in Carothros, and he's a particularly cranky and unpleasant spirit who lives in Carothros. Like, I don't believe that the published text invites us to think that there is not, like, Carothros, they speak of Carothros, they personify Carothros, right? But it's not just anthropomorphism. They're not just talking about him as if he is a person. Remember when Boromir says that he can hear sounds on the wind, voices on the wind up in Carothros. Call it the wind who will, Boromir says, right? And Aragorn responds by saying, I do call it the wind, but that doesn't make what you say untrue, right? It is the wind, but it's also voices, right? And I think what Aragorn and Boromir are both pointing to there, they are hearing the voice of Carothros, of the spirit of the mountain. So actually, yeah, it kind of is a thing in Tolkien, and it makes you wonder. Seeing something like this makes you wonder: is that a thing that we see in all kinds of other places? And then it makes me think about other, like, what about places like the Dead Marshes, or the Dagorlad and the no man's land outside of Mordor, when Tolkien describes in his description like the torture and suffering of the land, right? Maybe this is also a kind of thing that he has in mind there. Maybe in fact, in Tolkien's imagination, there were spirits of the land all over the place, and sometimes we do see them peeping their way up, they poking their heads up into the narrative in certain places, but not everywhere. So one last thing that I would point to, the difference, right? The change from the earlier version to the later version. It's tempting, as again, my first impulse was to say he changed his mind about that, right? He cut that out of, the spirit of the land that he mentions here in the original version is not there in the published version. So, okay, so whatever. Maybe I'm making too big of a deal out of it, right? It's not that big a thing. But this is something that you learn. Christopher Tolkien speaks of this in his editorial commentary multiple times in The History of Middle-earth. And if you read the entirety of The History of Middle-earth, you will see this pattern coming up again and again. What Christopher Tolkien often says is, just because my father cut something from an earlier draft and chose not to include it in a later draft does not necessarily mean that he rejected it as an idea. Sometimes it merely means he chose to not say it in the text. He's trying to be more efficient, or believes it's more effective to leave it unsaid explicitly. Just as we can see in this same passage, he cuts out the more historical reference to Noldor, the Elven Wise, right? And instead just has Legolas say, of a race strange to us, right? That's like an artistic choice. He felt that worked better there, but it's not like he changed his mind about the fact that they were Noldor who lived here. Like, that's still totally true. He just changed how he expressed it. Sometimes when he cuts things from passages, it is because he's changed his mind. Sometimes it's not at all. Sometimes it's because he changed his mind, but then he changes it back again later on. And again, we can see this happening in The History of Middle-earth. Like, for instance, when he makes a particular choice, which might seem strange to us, in the early, like in the Book of Lost Tales, at the very beginning of his Silmarillion writings. And then he changes it, and that idea goes away and doesn't appear again. And then, hey presto, in volume 11 of the History of Middle-earth, right? In the stuff that he's writing in like the 1960s, 40 years later, it comes up again, right? He comes back to that same idea again. So when it's really, really fun to look at the earlier drafts. I strongly recommend the History of the Lord of the Rings. The History of Middle-earth is fun in general, but the History of the Lord of the Rings is really fun, going through these early drafts and the decisions that Tolkien makes. But this is one of the things that's most fascinating and most tantalizing, to see this evidence of the way that his thought was going, knowing that he's going to change his mind, knowing that that's not going to get included in the final text, but then trying to wonder, does this mean that he changed his mind, or is that stuff still active in some way? So this is a short little passage that I think has some really, really interesting implications for how we read The Lord of the Rings as a whole, and how we understand the progression of these ideas in Tolkien's mind over time. Thanks, everybody.
Book 2, Chapter 4, A Journey in the Dark. It was evening, and the gray light was again waning fast when they halted for the night. They were very weary. The mountains were veiled in deepening dusk, and the wind was cold. Gandalf spared them one more mouthful each of the Miruvor of Rivendell. When they had eaten some food, he called a council.
"We cannot, of course, go on again tonight,"
he said.
"The attack on the Redhorn Gate has tired us out, and we must rest here for a while."
The moon now shone upon the gray face of the rock, but they could see nothing else for a while. Then slowly on the surface, where the wizard's hands had passed, faint lines appeared, like slender veins of silver running in the stone. At first they were no more than pale gossamer threads, so fine that they only twinkled fitfully where the moon caught them, but steadily they grew broader and clearer until their design could be guessed. At the top, as high as Gandalf could reach, was an arch of interlacing letters in an elvish character. Below, though the threads were in places blurred or broken, the outline could be seen of an anvil and a hammer surmounted by a crown with 7 stars. Beneath these again were 2 trees, each bearing crescent moons. More clearly than all else, there shone forth in the middle of the door a single star with many rays. I'm Chad Bornhold, and I'm going to be discussing the Doors of Durin, or also known as the Holland Gate. Now, the main entrance to Khazad-dûm was the Great Gates in the Dimril Dale on the eastern side of Moria, Khazad-dûm. But during the Second Age, it was decided to open a way to the west side of the Silvertine, which would facilitate contact and cooperation with the Elven realm of Holland, also known as Eregion. Around Second Age 750, sometime between Second Age 750 and before 1500, we know, the 2 greatest craftsmen of the Second Age, the elf and lord of Eregion, Celebrimbor, and the dwarf Narvi of Khazad-dûm, built the Doors of Durin. These were the days before the dark years of Sauron's dominion in Middle-earth, and the friendship between elven and dwarven kingdoms was a rare and special event. During this peaceful time, the doors stood open, allowing unfettered trade between the dwarves of Khazad-dûm and the elves of Eregion. They were fashioned as flush doors with the jambs invisible to the eye, and they matched so perfectly with the mountain rock that when closed, the doors could not be seen. The slabs were made by Narvi out of a gray material stronger than stone, and the doors were inlaid by Celebrimbor with Ithildine. Ithildine, which means moon twinkle, from the word Ithil, moon, and teen, twinkle, and that could only be seen by starlight and moonlight, which makes sense because of the name Ithildine. Now, when visible, these fine silver-like inlays showed a hammer and an anvil, and those were the emblems of Durin. They showed a crown with 7 stars, which was probably Durin's crown, and 2 trees surmounted by crescent moons, which probably symbolized Galathilion, the tree of the High Elves, and a single star in the center, which was the emblem of the House of Feanor. On the top left and right corners, there were Tengwar. In the top left corner was the Tengwa Kalma, which stands for a C in the mode of Beleriand writing of Tengwar, and that C was for Celebrimbor. And in the top right corner is the Tengwa Ore, which represented the N in the mode of Beleriand, and that stood for Narfi. Between their feet was an Ando, which stood for D in many modes of Tengwar, and that was for Durin. But the Gwaith y Myrdain, which Gwaith is people, and Mir is jewel, and Dain is jewel smith, so Myrdain, Gwaith y Myrdain, which is the people of the jewel smiths, they met with this guy, Annatar, in around 1200 of the Second Age, and they began making rings of power. First off, making many lesser essays in the craft, which also Gandalf originally thought that that's what Bilbo had. He had one of the lesser essays. They were plain gold with no jewels of any kind on them. So Gandalf thought that may be what he has. By 1590, the Gwaith y Myrdain had finished the greater rings of power, the 16 rings of power, and Celebrimbor made the 3 elven rings, Nienna, Vilya, Narya. In 1600 of the Second Age, Sauron finished making the 1 ring in the Rodruin, which was what we know as Mount Doom, which was Amon Amarth. And during the war so first of all, whenever he did that, his little plan didn't work, and he demanded the rings back, and they didn't give them to him. And Celebrimbor went to Galadriel, and they thought they were going to destroy him, and they couldn't do it. Surprise, surprise, and hint, hint for the future. But during the War of the Elves and Sauron, in the Second Age 1697, in that year, the doors of Durin were closed mostly permanently until what we know of was in the Third Age, years and years and years later, the Third Age, between 2845 and 2950, the wizard Gandalf entered the city looking for King Thrain II, who had disappeared on a journey to Erebor. After his search, the wizard exited through the doors of the Holland Gate on the left side by pushing them. From the inside, you just push the doors open. From the outside, you have to know the word to open them. In Third Age 2994, during the settling of Balin's company, they were attacked by an onslaught of orcs. Owain led a group to the west side of the city, hoping to find escape through the doors of Durin, but instead he found the water up to the doors, where the Watcher in the Water killed him. On June 20th of the year 3018 in the Third Age, Gollum was jailbroken from Thranduil's realm while he was out enjoying the sun. And by August of 3018, Gollum took refuge in Moria, but when he had at last discovered the way to the doors, he could not get out. So he was stuck there at the doors until on January 13th of 3019, the Fellowship of the Ring arrived at Moria at the gate. Frodo asked Gandalf what the inscription said, and Gandalf silently read the Sindarin words. And he silently read them to himself and then translated them into Westron to read them to the rest of the company. And he says, "The words are in the elven tongue of the west of Middle-earth in the elder days," answered Gandalf. "But they do not say anything of importance to us. They say only, the doors of Durin, Lord of Moria. Speak, friend, and enter." And underneath, small and faint, is written, "I, Narvi, made them. Celebrimbor of Holland drew these signs." And then Merry asks, "What does it mean by speak, friend, and enter?" Now, had Gandalf even read the original Sindarin aloud before deciding to translate it for the company, the doors would have immediately opened unexpectedly because he would have said Melon. So what he ends up saying is, in Westron, what we read here is where the professional translator, J.R.R. Tolkien, has translated it from the Westron into English. So Gandalf never read what it really said on the doors. What the doors actually said was, Enin Durin, Aran Moria, Pedo Melon Amino. And then under that it says, Im Narvi, Hein Hant, Celebrimbor o Region, Tathant Ethichin. And that is, Enin is doors, Durin, obviously, is Durin, and then Aran is Lord, and Moria is Black Pit. Pedo is speak, Melon is friend, A is and Mino is enter. On the next line, Im is I, Narvi is his name, Narvi, Hein is them, and Echant is made. So it means I, Narvi, made them. The words are a little out of order because of the way you speak in Sindarin versus in English. The rest of that line is Celebrimbor, which means silver fist, O, which means of, Region, which means region of Holly, or Holly region, Tathont, which means drew, and then E, the letter I is E, that's these, and then Thiw, Thiw, Thiw is letters, and then Heen is this. It's a little strange in the way that they write that sentence in Sindarin, but in English it would be Celebrimbor of Holland drew these signs. However, as we know, Gandalf doesn't say those words. He doesn't say Enin durin aran moria pedo melon namino, because as soon as he said melon, the doors would have opened. Instead, he says Onnon evelin edro hiammen, which means Elvish gate open now for us. And that's because Onnon is gate, evelin is Elvish, and then edro is the imperative word for open, like I command you to open. And then he, which is hi, is now. And then ammen is the first person dative plural for us. So onnon evelin edro hiammen is Elvish gate open now for us. Later on, you're going to see him say edro, edro. So he's saying open, open. And then he says it again in Westron, which Tolkien, the translator, translated into English for us. After he says Onnon evelin edro hiammen, he says Finnas nogothrim lasto bethlammen, which means doorway of the dwarf folk, listen to the word of my tongue. Because Finnas is great doorway, and then Nogothrim is the class plural for dwarf folk. And then Lasto is the imperative listen, like I command you to listen. And then Beth, B-E-T-H, like the girl's name Beth, is a soft mutation of Peth with a P, and that means word. And then Lammin is the first person possessive for tongue or language. Again, I am Chad Bornholt, and I am glad to have been involved in Jordan's holiday special.
Chapter 5. The Bridge of Khazad-dûm. The Company of the Ring stood silent beside the tomb of Balin. Frodo thought of Bilbo and his long friendship with the dwarf, and of Balin's visit to the Shire long ago. In that dusty chamber in the mountains, it seemed 1,000 years ago, and on the other side of the world. At length they stirred and looked up, and began to search for anything that would give them tidings of Balin's fate, or show what had become of his folk. There was another smaller door on the other side of the chamber, under the shaft. By both the doors they could now see that many bones were lying, and among them were broken swords and axe heads, and cloven shields and helms. Some of the swords were crooked, orc scimitars with blackened blades.
I got to do a whole lot of other stuff in this audiobook. And, well, I should first point out, when Jordan contacted me and asked me to make this video, he said, okay, we're just talking about the Fellowship of the Ring right now. So I just want to be upfront. I want to be clear. There are characters that I play in the Two Towers. There are characters that I play in The Return of the King. But we're not here to talk about those today. We're here to talk about the characters that I portrayed in the Fellowship... Oh, gosh. I am so sorry. I'm getting over a bit of a cold. Okay, I'm fine. Anyway, we're only talking about Fellowship of the Ring today. We're not talking about any of those other characters, so you're going to have to wait for the behind the scenes on that. But in the Fellowship of the Ring soundscape, I had the opportunity to portray, among others, Old Man Willow, the orc chieftain that confronts the Fellowship in Moria. Probably most of, if not all of, the orcs and goblins that you hear in Moria and other places throughout the book. And my personal favorite, the part of the process that I enjoyed the very, very most, the Balrog. Which, as an actor, getting to be the Balrog from Lord of the Rings, come on, it was amazing. So how did we achieve any of these things? Well, first of all, when we did Old Man Willow, one of the first things I recorded for this project, Jordan and I were working out, well, how are we going to make him sound? I mean, it's really just a bunch of kind of creaking, interesting, weird, malevolent sounds, but the book does specify there's a couple spots where Old Man Willow almost seems to be kind of laughing. And so for that, I really, really wanted to, for my part of the performance, before sending it off to Jordan for his kind of post-production work, which did much of the effect, I should point out, I just wanted to make him very, very dark and gravelly and malevolent, and it really ended up just kind of turning into one of those have your throat as loose as you can, get the deepest pitch you can get going, and just kind of go... and variations of things like that, where something you wouldn't think hearing it live would sound terribly tree-ish or evil, malevolent woodland creature. But you take something deep and gravelly and airy and breathy like that, and then you put some of the plug-in effects that Jordan was able to use to enhance the sound, and it really comes out sounding really, really cool and really creepy. So that was a lot of fun. Similarly, getting to work on the Balrog was also an interesting journey. Jordan and I were going back and forth on things for weeks and weeks and weeks, and it was, well, do we want it to be purely just mostly my voice performance and seeing how we can make it sound and not touching it a whole heck of a lot? Do we want it to be something where we're doing a lot of processing on the voice? Do we want it to be somewhere in the middle? Do we want it to sound like the films? Do we want it to sound more human, more how it's described perhaps in the book than in the films, arguably? We really kind of settled on something, I think, a really good mixture in the middle of honoring things we've heard before but trying to give a different take to it. And it really truly ended up being something where I chose something to kind of start as a base point and just played it up from there. And you might be interested to know that one of my sources for how to start working on the Balrog was none other than Jabba the Hutt. So I take that kind of sound I'm able to produce to sound like Jabba and turned it into what ended up being the Balrog. Now, when we were recording for the Balrog, I was doing the voice and the sounds, and if you were here standing in the booth with me listening to how I was doing it, it would not sound right. In fact, to me, just sitting and kind of doing it on my own, it doesn't necessarily sound right to me either. And that's one of the big challenges as a voice actor, when you're playing one of these characters that you know is going to have its performance changed through a computer and through specific plugins and things like that. Still giving the performance and having the confidence to know that what you're doing, even though it sounds weird in the moment, knowing what it's going to turn into, it's a challenge. But Jordan really helped me out in that aspect a lot, because after weeks and weeks of trying to tinker with how we're going to pull off the Balrog, he came to me one day and he said, "Hey, I've got what I think is a really cool way of doing this." And what we settled on was I was able to perform the Balrog into my microphone, send it instantly to Jordan over the internet, and we're sitting here talking on Zoom and we can see each other the whole time. And he processes that sound instantly through his end and routes it back to me. So I'm sitting here hearing the Balrog in its final processed form, like you hear on the soundscape, almost instantaneously, just a few milliseconds of a delay. And it really, really helped so much, because you feel really, really silly after a while sitting in a booth going and just going, okay, the emotion of it feels right. I can feel the anger. I can feel the hatred that I have when I see Gandalf, how upset the Balrog gets because he knows that he's a foe that could perhaps match or best him. All of these things that you're thinking as the character. But it doesn't feel quite right unless you're hearing how it's supposed to be. But Jordan was able to take what you hear in the final product and reroute it back to me so that as I'm performing it, I'm hearing how it's going to sound. And that, of course, just fuels the fire, figuratively and literally, I suppose, with the Balrog. And it makes it very, very easy to then get into that character and continue giving what you feel that character needs to give when you're hearing the final form right in real time. It was amazing. But one of the biggest challenges that came with that was that Jordan and I, we were also not just doing this to music. It wasn't just we're making Balrog sounds or orc sounds or we're having Hobbit kids clapping and cheering to music. Well, we also had to think of the fact that this was supposed to be superimposed on top of Andy Serkis, one of my absolute heroes. It'll probably come to very few people's surprise. We're superimposing this over his recording of the book's text. And so that makes it difficult, because when you're playing a character as big and as nasty and as loud and as just violent as the Balrog, it would be very, very, very easy for that to instantly just dominate over what Andy Serkis is doing. And he gives such a wonderful performance in these audiobooks. The last thing I would want to do is to overshadow him with character sound effects. So it was a real challenge listening to Andy in my headset while simultaneously hearing the way that the Balrog is being interpolated by Jordan's computer into the final product, and having all of that going on at once in my headset, and having to say, okay, when am I going to give the Balrog his big moments? When is he going to have his big shouts, his big cries, his big screams? When is he going to be just breathing and almost daring Gandalf to come at him? All of these things. And so I would be listening basically to Andy Serkis for all of those cues, and trying not to give the Balrog his biggest, loudest moments in the middle of Andy's speaking, but trying to find little places to place it here and there throughout Andy's dialogue that made it feel like it was all meant to go together from the very, very beginning. And that's one of the hardest things as a voice actor, especially in projects like this, where the other actor in the project, essentially, being Andy Serkis in this case, has already long recorded their dialogue. Everything that he's done is set in stone, and you have to work around it and make it fit. And that was a challenge, and Jordan and I worked on it an awful lot, but I'm really proud of what we achieved. And I think that there are a lot of sections of the Fellowship of the Ring soundscape that really, really stand out, and that were really, really enhanced by, hopefully, I genuinely hope, by the work that I was able to bring to the project, by the work that my daughters were able to bring to the project, by all of the other contributors to the project, the musicians, Jordan with his amazing score. I'm always blown away. People who can just come up with themes and orchestral arrangements and stuff just out of thin air. I find that absolutely amazing. It was a lot of fun, and it was a real challenge, but it was very, very worth doing. And for me personally, The Lord of the Rings, fantasy science fiction, has been such a massive part of my life, my entire adult life easily. It really, really meant a lot to me to get to be a part of this project. So thank you, Jordan. Thank you, everybody, for watching and listening. I hope you enjoy everything that we were able to bring to this, and hopefully sometime, relatively soon, maybe I'll be able to talk about some other sneaky or not creatures that I was able to portray for other sections of the book. But for today, that's all. So thank you so much for watching and listening, and see you next time.
Book 2, Chapter 7. The Mirror of Galadriel. The sun was sinking behind the mountains, and the shadows were deepening in the woods when they went on again. Their paths now went into thickets where the dusk had already gathered. Night came beneath the trees as they walked, and the elves uncovered their silver lamps. Suddenly, they came out into the open again, and found themselves under a pale evening sky pricked by a few early stars. There was a wide, treeless space before them, running in a great circle and bending away on either hand. Beyond it was a deep fosse, lost in soft shadow, but the grass upon its brink was green, as if it glowed still in memory of the sun that had gone. Upon the further side there rose to a great height a green wall, encircling a green hill, thronged with malorn trees taller than any they had yet seen in all the land. Their height could not be guessed, but they stood up in the twilight like living towers. In their many-tiered branches, and amid their ever-moving leaves, countless lights were gleaming, green and gold and silver. Haldir turned towards the company.
Chapter 9 The Great River. Frodo was roused by Sam. He found that he was lying, well wrapped, under tall grey-skinned trees in a quiet corner of the woodlands on the west bank of the great river Anduin. He had slept the night away, and the grey of morning was dim among the bare branches. Gimli was busy with a small fire near at hand. They started again before the day was broad. Not that most of the company were eager to hurry southwards. They were content that the decision, which they must make at latest when they came to Rauros and the Tindrock Isle, still lay some days ahead, and they let the river bear them on its own pace, having no desire to hasten towards the perils that lay beyond, whichever course they took in the end. Aragorn let them drift with the stream as they wished, husbanding their strength against weariness to come, but he insisted that at least they should start early each day and journey on far into the evening, for he felt in his heart that the time was passing, and he feared that the Dark Lord had not been idle while they lingered in Lorien.
I just have my own final thought as how grateful I am for this community. It has, literally changed my life for the better, and still continues to give me so much pleasure. So, I'm so happy that we could do this tonight.
Yeah, I get so happy at geeking out. I mean, I go to the conventions and we do the panels, but I just love geeking out with the people. Like when we go and have the little parties afterwards, it's just, what did you like? What costume have you made? What did you make it out of? That's like, I get real granular on that.
It's been a huge part of my life. And even today, like I have to tell my wife, hey, I can't, I'm going to be late. I'm doing a torn thing. And she knows that's code for like, I'm doing my thing, and she's like, okay, good luck with your torn thing. And that's it. 20 years on, she knows,
Yeah, indeed. In my new line of work as a wedding minister, I get to work with beautiful couples to do their wedding ceremonies. And countless times, year round, I get a bride or a groom who say, gasp, you're Quickbeam. I recognize you. I was reading the OneRing.net when I was just a kid, and I was so excited to learn about latex hobbit feet and what they were doing with forced perspective, and then I was reading all your stuff, and then here you are doing my wedding, and I'm just like, wow, this is a great honor. I mean, not only is it an honor to be able to bless them and to send them on their new lives in a new gateway through life, but it's also a blessing to me to see that everyone, so many different strata of people from so many places around the world love J.R.R. Tolkien, and they love the storytelling, they love his works, they love the movies, and they love to share. They just love to share and bounce that enthusiasm. And it still continues for a very long time. And thank you for Anne. It's very, very inspiring, really, when you stop and think, my life has changed as well, by writing a little email to you, Michael, and saying, hey, I would like to be a volunteer. Maybe I can volunteer and I can help bring you some little spy reports from Ian McKellen on the side. And in a very small act was my destiny changed by you saying, yeah, come on, we need more volunteers. We need folks to come and volunteer. And I was just so delighted to be part of it. And I haven't lost that fire or that enthusiasm. We do a weekly show every Tuesday for hundreds and thousands of people. For almost 6 or 7 years, we've been doing a live show. And the audience might be younger and the generations might be changing, but the fire of the beacons are very much lit.
Yeah.
Still, very much so. Yeah. It's been lovely, really lovely experience.
We are family.
I'll say.
This whole experience from then to now has just been such a wonderful one for me. Just getting to meet all of these people and getting to share my love for Tolkien and getting to expand that love for Tolkien. Like right now I am doing this huge project where I am reading through the entire 12-volume history of Middle Earth for the first time. And
ooh, ambitious.
I'm only on volume 3 so far, but it's fascinating reading this and really doing this incredible deep dive into the lore and into Tolkien's writing process. That really Christopher Tolkien did an amazing job curating all of that over the last few decades. And that this passion for Tolkien is still very much alive and well today. Like, I still remember from being in high school and reading Lord of the Rings for the first time and having to find people who like knew what I was talking about when I said something like Sauron or Gandalf or Frodo, and like most people looking at me like, what are you even talking about? What is this stupid language you're speaking? And now and then today, like just yesterday, Taylor Swift, the biggest pop star in the world, made a Gandalf reference in her Person of the Year interview for Time magazine, and everybody knows what she's talking about.
Any last thoughts? No, just
Thank
to keep
you.
reading Tolkien,
Yep. Thank you
carry
all.
on and read Tolkien.
Yes.
Yep.
Gratitude that Professor Tolkien wrote things that were so moving and so powerful for all of us. It has become a literary phenomenon that has carried over into popular culture in very unexpected ways. And that's part of what we do at theonering.net. We observe and report. This is a massive literary legacy. This is a strange rock and roll counterculture phenomenon. This is also a movies and video games phenomenon. It's growing and branching out and becoming so many interesting things. But we all of us acknowledge that it is the powerful storytelling and the way that our spirits and our souls are moved and changed by reading Tolkien that affects us all in this unique way. And that's just remarkable. It is so cool to be part of a community like this that treats itself well and is filled with the most creative and talented people who really know a cracking good story when they see one. I love it. I think it's great.
I was going to say, maybe we should close with like the favorite character that kind of pulled us into the stories. Well, as you can see, I have a shield behind me. That's my Éowyn as Darrenhelm's shield. So Éowyn was always my favorite character, partly because they rode horses, but also it was the first time I read a book where a female was in battle, was a heroine. And as a teenager and as a kid, that was powerful.
Samwise Gamgee. He is the everyman. He really is the everyman. He represents us and our curious entry point into the story. And, people talk about, Frodo being the lead character, and it's really not. It's not. It's Samwise's story. And by the time Samwise gets much farther into the story and makes this weird self-reflexive comment, and he says, I wonder what they'll say about us, or if we're ever going to fit into the great tales. I wonder if we will. And at that point, Professor Tolkien is deliberately telling us that Samwise is part of this engine of how we get introduced to elves and the excitement of seeing strange places and new locations and kingdoms. Yeah, and Oliphants.
His excitement.
And then at the very end, Frodo is long gone, and at the end, it's Samwise who has the last moment on stage. And he goes back to his family, and that shiny, beautiful yellow round door closes on him, and he says, well, I'm back. And at that point, his part in the story and his transformation is done. And we have also been transformed as readers. And we're at the end pages of the Grey Havens, and we're all crying. We're crying, and we don't know why. And this is the power of that storytelling. It is Samwise that takes us there. And as much as he is transformed, we are too.
Yeah. He takes us there and brings us back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on board with Samwise as well. But, your question was what drew you in? And for me, I thought about that. And it was Gandalf, because even before I caught The Hobbit on ABC, back in the 70s, like Josh was talking about, I was into Camelot and, Merlin, the Wizard of Camelot. So I think there was a seed there that Gandalf really hooked into. And I've just always kind of admired and the mystery, and his, he kind of, he embodies good, but he's tempted by evil, and he's got to temper his power. A lot of things going on with Gandalf. Plus, he's great with kids and fireworks.
There we go.
Well, I mean, character-wise, I'm going to have to go with Samwise again. But Cliff pretty much said everything that I was going to say about him, so I'm going to talk about the moment in reading the books that really kind of changed my perspective on things and went from like, oh, this is a good book, to, oh my god, I'm reading something amazing. And that is in The Two Towers, the scene when Gandalf breaks Theoden from Saruman's spell. The way he describes that whole situation and seeing the light come in from the window and shining on Theoden's face, it captured my imagination so powerfully that I went from being a casual reader to a fan in that moment.
So I read the Silmarillion first. I was 8 years old, and I was in the British Council Library in Bangkok, where my mother is from. And what drew me into Tolkien's world was the idea of the half-elvish, because obviously being half Asian, the similarities were there. Like, oh, you mean Elrond is also half Asian? I just thought of elves as Asian, clearly. The robes are the same, and they look young, So it was, that is what drew me in, the story of the half Asians or half Elvins through time.
Wow, that's great. So I'll say mine because I wanted to leave Michael for last, since he's, our founder. My first, I always have a soft spot for Bilbo because I read The Hobbit first. But I will have to say my favorite characters are the Ents. I just love them. And they just get all riled up and they save Middle-earth. So I just love them.
Boom, boom.
Yeah, I have a different take. Mine is actually Boromir. I like Boromir character depth, right? So he's a flawed character, and when when we're first introduced to him, you're almost on his side. You're thinking we should do this. Like this makes sense to like use this weapon. Like I have to save my father's kingdom, and this could work. And you're then on with him on this journey where he eventually starts to succumb, and he's coming at it still from this angle of I can use this tool, just give it to me, just give it to me. He's a very, very complicated character, and you sort of don't get into that until much later in Two Towers and Return of the King, when you start to see the rest of his family, understand that whole family dynamic. Understand the brother that can never be as noble in their father's eyes, right? And then their father as this massively flawed character, and so that always kind of fascinated me.
And I love the fact that at the end he realizes, oh dear, I made a mistake. I mean, it's like he is apologizing suddenly.
Yeah,
and goes off to save the others. So yeah,
exactly. He's a very, very dynamic character. So that's what kept me in, and that's my moment. That's my Josh's moment where I was like, this is awesome. Like this is really cool. Like I was genuinely scared. I remember still where I was when I was reading that, where he had turned on Frodo, and I still think like, oh my god, this is terrible, And so that was my moment of like really getting hooked in.
Book 2, Chapter 10, The Breaking of the Fellowship. Aragorn led them to the right arm of the river. Here upon its western side, under the shadow of Tol Brandir, a green lawn ran down to the water from the feet of Amon Hen. Behind it rose the first gentle slopes of the hill clad with trees, and trees marched away westward along the curving shores of the lake. A little spring fell tumbling down and fed the grass.
Well met, friends. I'm Jude Vase, and I'm here with Steph Midlock, and we're the hosts of Atherbeth, a podcast exploring the lesser-trod paths of Tolkien's Legendarium.
Today we're going to discuss the beginning of Chapter 10, The Breaking of the Fellowship, in which Boromir tries to procure the ring from Frodo. So, geez, Jude, I think everybody knows this part very well. It's been very well covered, but just a brief description of what happens. So our boy Frodo is like kind of conflicted about what he has to do, right? Does he have to go east or west? He asks the group to give him a little bit of space. He asks for an hour of time so he could wander off by himself and just have a think and basically try to gather the gumption to make the decision to go, right? So he's by himself in the woods. You know, the falls of Rauros are beating in the background, and Frodo gets this uneasy feeling, and all of a sudden our buddy Boromir is behind him. And Boromir sort of checks in. He's like, "Hey, what's up? Nobody should be by themselves, man. What you doing, right?" And he offers to sort of help Frodo, right? Basically he goes through these different sort of methods or tactics in a way to get the ring, right? He starts by offering help, right? And then he downplays the importance of the ring. He sort of denies it, right? He's like, "Oh, it's so small a thing," and whatever, I don't care if you want to, if I don't see it, it's fine. Then he starts to get more impatient, and he moves into this negotiation period where he's trying to convince Frodo that, he needs it, and he's negotiating with him, saying, "Come on, I'm a true-hearted guy, and it's a gift for the foes of Mordor, and that men would flock to my my banner if I had it." And Frodo the whole time is giving a major side eye, "I don't think so, man." Then after this negotiation period, he gets kind of needy, right? He's like, "I need your ring. Just lend it to me. Come on." Again, this negotiation continues. Then he sort of transitions into this anger, right? When Frodo finally says "No, it's my job to carry the ring," Boromir ticks over and is like, "Oh, how it angers me. Fool, obstinate fool." And then he really tries this anger thing where he's yelling at him, right?
Yeah.
He's saying, "It should have been mine. It should have been mine. Give it to me." That very famous part. For our boy Frodo at this point is trying to physically put space between him and Boromir. He positions a stone between them, and Boromir attacks Frodo physically, right? He jumps on him. Frodo dodges out of the way. He puts on the ring and he slips away. And for a moment, Boromir is fully in the ring zone here. He's fugue state. He's like, I'm going to get my hands on you. He sort of threatens him again. And then he accuses Frodo, "You're going to take the ring to Sauron, you little shit. You've been just waiting for this moment." And then he eats it on the ground, right? He trips on a stone. He falls over. He bumps his head. And the moment is sort of broken, right? And then we get this remorseful Boromir, weeping and saying, "Oh my gosh, what have I done?" And begs Frodo to come back, saying, "A madness took me. It is past. Come back, come back." But Frodo doesn't even hear this because he's already off up the hill, right? Yeah. So that's what we're working with. But can you tell us a little bit more about this, Jude? What's happening here? Why is this important? What does it mean?
So I think one thing that struck me as I was reading this chapter again is, and I think it's really highlighted by your summary here, is Boromir is sort of acting out the stages of grief. Mm-hmm. He's going through bargaining, denial, anger, and then finally remorse and acceptance, which I thought was really interesting, that the way that his struggle against the ring is expressing is in the same emotions that grief is expressed. I think that's really interesting. It's a pivotal moment, obviously, because Frodo is making this decision which direction to go. And this is the moment he decides not only where he's going to go, but he also makes that pivotal decision to leave, to go alone. And I think largely this is because he sees Boromir, who admittedly has never been an entirely steadfast companion. But I think watching Boromir fight the ring's influence here and struggle against it and fail, I think it convinces him of the pervasiveness of the ring's corruption. And I don't think he wants to see anyone else fight the ring. When he's faced with the choice of which direction to go and whether he should go back to his companions, he would rather bear this burden alone than watch Gimli or Legolas fall to that temptation. It's important to remember that he had just left Galadriel, who is this mighty, mighty figure, and she narrowly resists the ring's temptation, narrowly resists it, and considers it like the greatest trial of her life to resist the ring. And he is obviously concerned with it. It's obviously on his mind. It's obviously something that he's fighting with. And so I think it's a really interesting moment, the fight for him to how is he going to deal with that? And Boromir really answers that question for him, that this steadfast captain of the West, who has, while he's been kind of a skeptical and suspicious, has nonetheless fought hard for them and has been a pillar of strength for his own people, but is utterly unable to resist the ring. Mm-hmm. He fights it, but I mean, it doesn't take very long for him to fall prey to it. And I don't think he wants to see anyone else do that.
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Whilst I was reading this, when I was outlining it, I sort of made notes that I called proximity checks, where Boromir is moving sort of away from the ring and towards the ring. And you get this kind of these sort of peaks of his anger as he kind of gets closer. Is that a thing that everybody's already decided? Like, it is a proximity thing? Because I feel like it's only when Frodo like runs. Now he does fall on the ground, right, to break the spell. But it's also, Frodo has cheesed it and he's not even there anymore. That's when also the spell is broken, when the ring has moved away from his. Is that right?
No, I think that's absolutely a case. The ring is possession of the ring.
Yeah.
Is power of the ring. And I think that is by necessity limited by distance.
Okay.
When the ring is closer, it can be taken, and it is working harder to get Boromir to take it from Frodo when he is close enough to do the taking.
Yeah.
I don't know. We don't have like strict rules. The ring doesn't have like,
yeah.
2 square radius area of effect.
Yes.
But I think that's a really good observation, that the closer he gets, the more powerful the effect is. Mm-hmm. And certainly I think we can sort of observationally assume that the closer he gets to the ring, the more intense that effect is, for good reasons.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And then it's interesting, directly after that, when Frodo runs away, he finds himself up on the summit of Amon-Hen, right? And, which is, the hill of the Eye of the Men of Numenor. And he finds that he sits on the seat of seeing, right? Which is a very significant place. Yeah. And from there, he can view all 4 corners of Middle-earth. He can see, there's a moment where they're all so beautiful, right? Like the misty mountains look like teeth, and you can see the green and silver sea with the seabirds. It's kind of beautiful, but then he sees all of the corruption of war in all these places, and he basically feels almost surrounded by the war. And then he feels the eye searching for him, and this other voice comes into his head saying, like, take off the ring, you dumbass, basically. We find out later that's Gandalf's voice, right? There's kind of a tell because he calls him a fool. Take it off, fool. But I just think this is that putting on that ring. That do you think that this was the push Frodo needed to make this to basically get into this state where he could clearly see what was happening and make his choice, I don't know, more clear to him what he had to do?
I think that he had already, by the time he ran from Boromir, he had already decided to go alone. Mm-hmm. I think seeing everything that was ahead of him, I think the sequencing there of facing Boromir is there to impress upon us that he's made the decision to leave his companions because the corruption is too great. And then we're shown what he's up against. We are shown the enormity of this task that this little hobbit has taken upon himself. We are shown that this war is not simply in this corner of their world. There is no safe place for him to go. There is no place for him to flee. He must complete this task. That's just all. There's no escape. And Sauron is looking for him, actively looking for him. That impression of power that all he need do is put the ring on and Sauron will search for him. And I also think it's very funny that like Gandalf's tell linguistically is calling hobbits fools.
It's kind of perfect,
Gandalf's,
right?
A little patronizing, frankly.
Oh no, he's just like a dad who's sick of their shit, don't you think?
I mean, that's fair.
Sick of their shit.
He's been watching over the hobbits for a long time.
A long ass time. I know, bless him. Oh my gosh. Well, I will say I really enjoyed Jordan's soundscape for this section. I did go ahead and I lined them up and I listened to the Andy Serkis audiobook along with this section, and it's pretty amazing. We start with nature sounds. You can hear Rauros, the waterfall, kind of beating in the background, and then this kind of like uneasy music comes in as Frodo is feeling, being watched. The music really goes so well with the drama. It builds and it intensifies, and then it becomes this, like during the fight when he gets attacked, it feels like this cacophony of strings and sound, and like when they first mention the ring, you hear this sort of ancient choir like ring theme come in, and oh gosh, it's just so atmospheric. And then at the end when Boromir falls, the music kind of cuts out and we're left just with like nature sounds to kind of finish out that that transaction or that event, and it's so perfectly it's just so perfectly done. So kudos to Jordan. It's beautiful. It's a very cool section. I love it.
Agreed.
Yeah, cool. Well, thanks, Jude. This was fun.
Yeah, thank you.
Those of you who have been paying attention during the Prancing Pony podcast episodes have probably noticed that the passages I am most often drawn to, or at least the ones I'm drawn to discuss, are the ones that strongly illustrate some of Tolkien's most recurrent themes: hope and despair, temptation and fall, isolation and teamwork, and so on. Well, this one's no different. Today, I want to look at the theme of humility and pride by looking into the last moments of the life of Boromir. We begin then where Book 3 of The Lord of the Rings in the Two Towers begins, with Chapter 1, The Departure of Boromir. A mile, maybe, from Parthgalan, in a little glade not far from the lake, he found Boromir. He was sitting with his back to a great tree, as if he was resting. But Aragorn saw that he was pierced with many black-feathered arrows. His sword was still in his hand, but it was broken near the hilt. His horn, cloven in two, was at his side. Many orcs lay slain, piled all about him and at his feet. Aragorn knelt beside him. Boromir opened his eyes and strove to speak. At last, slow words came. "I tried to take the ring from Frodo," he said. "I am sorry. I have paid." His glance strayed to his fallen enemies. 20 at least lay there. "They have gone, the halflings. The orcs have taken them. I think they are not dead. Orcs bound them." He paused, and his eyes closed wearily. After a moment, he spoke again. "Farewell, Aragorn. Go to Minas Tirith and save my people. I have failed." "No," said Aragorn, taking his hand and kissing his brow. "You have conquered. Few have gained such a victory. Be at peace. Minas Tirith shall not fall." Boromir smiled. "Which way did they go? Was Frodo there?" said Aragorn. But Boromir did not speak again. It's easy at times to view Boromir as a miniature or at least temporary villain, the sometimes uncouth warrior, not skilled in diplomacy or tact, desperate to save his beloved city, perhaps regardless of the cost to the rest of the free peoples. The son of a very ambitious man whom we later learn has been corrupted by his use of the Palantir of Minas Tirith. The man described as proud and often rash by his brother, who nevertheless loved him deeply and knew him best. And after all, he did try to take the ring from Frodo. But in Tolkien's world, it is rare indeed for a character not to be given an opportunity to repent. That is, to acknowledge and renounce the wrong that he has done, then seek to right it as best as possible. From before the creation of Arda, all the way to the Third Age, from Melkor to Feanor, Sauron to Gollum, every character has had a chance. In fact, I can't think of a single character who has not been presented with at least an implied opportunity to repent of their wrongs. In most cases, there are multiple opportunities. Boromir takes great advantage of his opportunity when it comes. 20 at least lay there. A score of orcs, including some of the hulking Uruk-hai, lay dead at his hand. He has fought valiantly, trying to protect Merry and Pippin. He has willingly sacrificed his life rather than running away and leaving the hobbits to be killed or captured. The difficulty a person faces in making such a choice is that it takes great humility to repent, to freely admit that what one has done is wrong. And then it takes great courage to sacrifice one's life for the lives of others. More than courage, even, selflessness. Boromir demonstrated these in large measure in that glade near Parthgalan. And what did it gain him? Well, as Aragorn said, few have gained such a victory. But Gandalf says it even better in Chapter 5, The White Rider, when he says, "Poor Boromir, I could not see what happened to him. It was a sore trial for such a man, a warrior and a lord of men. Galadriel told me that he was in peril. but he escaped in the end. I am glad. It was not in vain that the young hobbits came with us, if only for Boromir's sake. A victory? An escape? But he's dead. Winters don't die, right? How can you escape when you're pierced with many arrows? But this is Tolkien, remember. The victory is a moral victory. A victory that demonstrates that the ring did not, in the end, gain domination over Boromir. The ring may have won the battle with Boromir, but Boromir won the war. And Boromir's escape was an escape from peril, the peril of the ring to his very soul. Recall, if you will, that the gift of Iluvatar to men is to die indeed and leave the world. As Aragorn tells Arwen, we are not bound forever to the circles of the world, and beyond them is more than memory. Though we are given only possible glimpses of the afterlife of men, with no certainty, it is not an unreasonable assumption to believe that Boromir's repentance and sacrifice, both born of his humility, are indeed a victory of the most eternal kind. Gandalf's words of escape certainly seem to imply as much. Contrast this with the opportunity that another antagonist squanders. In Chapter 10, The Voice of Saruman, the wizard is trapped in his tower and confronted by Gandalf, and the ragtag accompanying him. Gandalf tells him, "But listen, Saruman, for the last time, will you not come down? Think well, Saruman, will you not come down?" A shadow passed over Saruman's face. Then it went deathly white. Before he could conceal it, they saw through the mask the anguish of a mind in doubt, loathing to stay and dreading to leave its refuge. For a second he hesitated, and no one breathed. Then he spoke, and his voice was shrill and cold. Pride and hate were conquering him. Despite committing acts of great evil, Saruman is given the opportunity here to go freely, truly free at that. Powerless, yes, no staff, no key of Orthanc, at least temporarily, but free from bond of chain or command, to go wherever he chooses. But in order to do this, he must show what? Humility, repentance. Sadly, as we see, pride and hate had conquered Saruman, and he refused. Even later, in The Scouring of the Shire, Book 6, Chapter 8, Frodo says of Saruman that he is fallen and his cure is beyond us, but I would still spare him in the hope that he may find it. In other words, Saruman is given still more chances to humble himself and repent. But when his death finds him shortly after, we see what the powers think of those who do not show humility. About the body of Saruman, a gray mist gathered, and rising slowly to a great height, like smoke from a fire, as a pale, shrouded figure it loomed over the hill. For a moment it wavered, looking to the west. But out of the west came a cold wind, and it bent away, and with a sigh dissolved into nothing.
All right, everybody, I really hope that you enjoyed this holiday special. So many amazing, amazing presentations from so many amazing Tolkien people and artists and everything. I really hope you enjoyed it. If you did, make sure that you leave a comment and do all the YouTube stuff. But be sure to check out my website for the full soundscape as well. And look forward to even more soundscapes for The Hobbit, Silmarillion, and more. Thanks so much.